Chapter 366. Gong Sunling seemed to have never considered such a problem. Yang Chen's question was like a great bell that deafened her. From the beginning, Gong Sunling's understanding of the experience seemed to be completely different from what Yang Chen thought. This was not a problem of Gong Sunling alone, but a problem of the entire Chunyang Palace. In Yang Chen's view, this was one of the reasons why Chunyang Palace was destroyed in his previous life. The Pure Yang Palace seemed to be too much in pursuit of neutrality and peace. They only wanted to put on a posture in the Tao sects that was dedicated to cultivation and did not care about the affairs of the world. Except for things related to themselves, if it was not a last resort, the Pure Yang Palace would not force it. This could make Chunyang Palace gain a good reputation, but it was useless for strengthening the strength of Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace had always put on a show that it had no intention of competing for hegemony, but others did not think so. Instead, they thought that it was fishing for fame. Chunyang Palace's several acts of protecting its disciples made people increasingly think that Chunyang Palace was accumulating strength and had ulterior motives. In addition, Taishanmen originally had bad intentions for Chunyang Palace, so they found a reason to destroy Chunyang Palace. Gong Sunling's idea was a typical representative of Chunyang Palace. She wanted to maintain a detached attitude. For cultivation, this mentality was not so easy to have inner demons, but for survival and competition, this was a fatal trouble. In this life, Yang Chen certainly would not let this happen again. He had begun to influence the entire Chunyang Palace imperceptibly. He believed that in another few decades or 100 years, Chunyang Palace would be a completely different Chunyang Palace. What's different about this experience? Geniuses were geniuses. Gong Sunling quickly understood the reason behind it. Even if Yang Chen couldn't change Gong Sunling's mind in a short time, what Yang Chen said was a matter of life and death in the future. Gong Sunling wasn't a fool. Naturally, she could distinguish right from wrong. This time, I'm going to kill someone. Yang Chen did not keep it a secret anymore. He said what he meant: some of our opponents are strong, and some are weak. Maybe there are juniors in the refinement stage who haven't entered the building foundation stage at all. There are experts in the core formation stage. We are going to kill people, not the underground spiritual beasts that we are absolutely confident about. All right. After hesitating for a moment, Gong Sunling nodded heavily. The topic of murder made Gong Sunling a little resistant, but she understood that Yang Chen was not trying to harm her. Although the old tree demon accompanied them, Yang Chen wanted to let Gaou and Gong Sunling experience a killing this time. He did not let the old tree demon appear. He just let him save people when necessary. When it was necessary, he must feel that Gaou and Gong Sunling were in a life and death situation. Otherwise, even if he was injured, he would let the two women deal with it themselves. From beginning to end, the clone of the old tree demon was hidden in the dome of Yang Chen's medicine garden, enjoying the huge spiritual power and cultivating silently. The outside things were completely handed over to Yang Chen. Except for the head of the palace, Yang Chen, and the old tree demon himself, no one knew that the old tree demon was also accompanying them. However, many people saw the figure of Yang Chen and Gaou and Gong Sunling leaving together, which caused many people inside the Chunyang Palace to speculate. Good news. In a secret gathering place of the Xiong family, an elder hurriedly rushed into the patriarch's room and shouted excitedly, Yang Chen of the Chunyang Palace, Gaou, and a female disciple in the foundation stage went out to gain experience together. This is a great opportunity for us to make a move. Is the news reliable? The patriarch's eyes lit up and emitted a burst of brilliance. It's true. An excited expression appeared on the elder's face. We received news from fellow Daoist Hellion, and our clan members hiding in the Clear My Mountain market also reported that they saw the three of them enter the market and leave after making some purchases. Do you know where they are going to gain experience? The patriarch asked happily. Fellow Daoist Hellion said that they are going to the spirit beast shop in Liangyang Mountain and intend to buy a few spiritual pets. The elder replied quickly. En. The patriarch touched his beard and ordered, call the other elders, let's discuss together how to do it. Okay. The elder agreed and quickly left to inform the other elders. The complacent Xiong family did not expect that when they were planning to deal with Yang Chen, Chunyang Palace had already listed them as the target of attack. To deal with Gaou, who had sealed her cultivation and had not yet reached the foundation stage, and the two juniors in the foundation stage, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, the Xiong family did not feel that it was too difficult. They only sent 3 elders in the gold core stage, plus 3 clansmen who were also in the foundation stage, and about 7 or 8 clansmen in the qi refining stage as helpers. Everyone was lying in ambush on the road from Maiqing Mountain to the Spirit Beast Shop in Liangyang Mountain. The disciples in the qi refining stage were scattered and paid attention to the surrounding dozens of miles. As long as they found traces of Yang Chen and the others from a distance, they would immediately report. In this area, the Xiong family had spent all their money to buy a powerful array flag. As long as they entered within a radius of 10 miles, they would be trapped. In order to be foolproof, they only captured and not killed Yang Chen. The Xiong family also took a lot of pains. They even considered that if Yang Chen and the others did not take this road, they could move at any time. Of course, to know the whereabouts of Yang Chen and the others at any time, there must be a master hiding in the dark and carefully tracking them, and they could also inform the ambushing clansmen at any time. The poor Xiong family did not expect that when their Jedan stage master was hiding at the edge of his spiritual awareness and spying on the whereabouts of Yang Chen and the others, his whereabouts in the eyes of Yang Chen and Gaou were almost more dazzling than the torches in the night. After the spiritual awareness double cultivation with Yang Chen, Gaou's spiritual awareness strength was already comparable to the level of the middle Jedan stage, and her sea of consciousness had undergone earth-shaking changes. For the strange exploration of spiritual awareness, Gaou had already discovered it when she was spied on for the first time. As for Yang Chen, not to mention, the strong spiritual awareness of the 3 purities secret art could even be discovered by a master of the Darching stage like Gui Shanyu, let alone the small Jedan stage master of the Xiong family. It seems that someone can't wait. Yang Chen and Gaou looked at each other and Yang Chen said with a smile. Among the 3 people, only Gong Suanling's spiritual awareness was the worst and she did not find the other party, but she also understood from the reaction of Yang Chen and Gaou that there was a strong enemy. What are we going to do? After Yang Chen's enlightenment, Gong Sunling also seemed to be full of the desire to fight. Yang Chen and Gaou found the abnormality, and she was naturally eager to try. Don't worry. Yang Chen waved his hand casually and stopped Gong Suanling's impulse. Let's see who it is and if it is the enemy we are looking for. However, no matter who it is, they are in big trouble. Chapter 367. For Gaou and Gong Sunling, it was the first time that they knew in advance that someone was planning to deal with them. Gaou was better than Gong Sunling. At least she had experienced an ambush when she was in the 100,000 mountains. Gong Sunling had no such experience at all. Gaou, who had experienced it once, hated this kind of behavior, especially when she found out that these people were still planning to deal with Yang Chen. Unconsciously, Gaou and Yang Chen seemed to have regarded each other more important than themselves in their hearts. They could allow themselves to be hurt, but they could not allow the other party to be hurt. It was the first time for Gong Sunling to face this kind of face-to-face fight with the cultivators. Although she had already experienced the great sect competition and experienced the tempering of the immortal falling abyss, it was the first time that she had to fight to the death. But what surprised Yang Chen was that in this situation, Gong Suanling's performance was not nervous and unbearable, but there was an unspeakable expectation. The desire to fight may have been cultivated in the immortal falling abyss, but at that time, Gong Sunling only faced the underground spirit beast and did not think about targeting the cultivators. Now that the desire from the bottom of her heart has been provoked again by Yang Chen, it also made Yang Chen more confident that Gong Sunling could go further in this life. They discovered the enemy's traces in advance, and under the more powerful exploration of Gui Shanyo's spiritual awareness, everyone even knew what the other party was going to do. The formation flags had been arranged, and it could not be hidden from the masters of the Darching stage. Of course, all the news was obtained from Yang Chen's mouth. Gaou and Gong Sunling did not know the existence of Gui Shanyu at all. Yang Chen did not want Gaou and Gong Sunling to have a backer in their hearts and know that they would never lose to fight, otherwise, they would lose the meaning of training. That's a winding formation. In terms of formations, If Yang Chen did not count his knowledge as a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal in his previous life, Gong Sunling was the best. She recognized the formation flag almost at a glance. It's used to trap people, not to kill. I don't have the ability to arrange such array flags for now. He had good eyesight but not enough strength. This was a very normal thing. Yang Chen and Gaou were not surprised by this, but Yang Chen intended to let Gaou and Gong Sunling exercise, so he did not speak, but handed over the plan of the battle to his master and senior sister. From another perspective, it was as if Yang Chen was teaching his master and senior sister. In terms of seniority and master-disciple relationship, the situation seemed to be reversed. It had to be said that this was a very strange thing. In fact, it couldn't even be considered a lesson, but a test. But Gaou and Gong Sunling, who were in the game, did not find it strange at all. Yang Chen had long proved with many facts that he had unparalleled combat experience and ability. Not to mention anything else, the Chenkuan bag that Yang Chen received after killing the enemy was enough to prove everything. Not to mention the famous life and death challenges of the weak against the strong. What should we do? Gaou and Gong Sunling were thinking frantically. Yang Chen even said the strength of the other party, 3 Jedan stage, 3 Jedan stage, the other disciples in the Qi refining stage were not enough, but these 6 were big enemies and they had to be defeated in any case. Detouring was also a way, but it seemed too active. Moreover, the 2 women looked at Yang Chen's meaning and did not mean to give way. They also knew that if they made a concession this time, it would be troublesome to encounter similar situations in the future. If they had a knot in their heart, it would be very disadvantageous to their own cultivation. I can arrange the stealth formation you told me, but I can't get rid of the entanglement of the winding formation. Gong Sunling said what she could do. My other formation can restrain the winding formation, but my cultivation base is not enough. If I use my spiritual power, I can't resist the winding formation. But if Uncle Gao also helps to activate the formation, I can't prevent others. Thinking about it, to deal with that level of formation flag, they could only rely on the formation to break the formation. With the strength of Gaou in the early Jedan stage, she was not the opponent of 3 Jedan stage masters. If he were to use a formation, he would be able to trap all of them instead. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill them. The only trouble was that the spiritual power was insufficient. Gaou, Yang Chen, and Gong Sunling added up their spiritual power and they were not the opponents of 3 Jedan stage masters. This meant that they were at a disadvantage. If it is the spiritual power of the formation, I have a way. Yang Chen was not afraid that Gong Sunling would have trouble. As long as there was a solution, any method could be used. Since Gaou and Gong Sunling both thought this was the best way, Yang Chen would certainly support it. The lack of spiritual power of the formation can be solved with spirit stones. The 3 Jedan stage masters control the formation flag, they also have spirit stones, we are not their opponents. Gong Sunling shook her head and was not optimistic about Yang Chen's use of spirit stones to solve the problem of insufficient spiritual power. The spirit stones that can be used by the 2 formations are limited. We can only use 2. Maybe the spirit stones will be exhausted in a fight. No. There is nothing absolute in the world, maybe. Yang Chen smiled and took out 2 spirit stones from the merit ring and sent them to Gong Sunling and Gaou. Spirit stones won't work, I need another. Gong Sunling only said this half of the sentence and could not say anything more. Gaou next to her also looked at Yang Chen's hand with an incredible look. 2 pieces of the best spirit stones, which looked like a jinn, were shining with a bright brilliance, shining in the hands of Yang Chen, like 2 bright pearls, directly attracting all the eyes of the 2 women. This spirit stone, is it enough? Yang Chen asked with a smile. Enough. Gong Sunling's answer was already a little sluggish. 2 of the best spirit stones of a jinn, that is equivalent to 200 jinn of high-grade spirit stones, 20,000 jinn of middle-grade spirit stones, 2 million jinn of low-grade spirit stones, not to mention just to deal with a small entanglement formation controlled by a Jedan stage master. Even if the ancestors of the peak Yuanying stage came, they would not be at a disadvantage in terms of spiritual power alone. So, what next? Yang Chen directly took Gong Suanling's little hand and put the spirit stones into Gong Suanling's palm. Do you really want to use these 2 best spirit stones? The spirit stones were already in her hand, but Gong Sunling still couldn't believe it. She squeezed it hard and touched the best spirit stone that was full of spiritual power and delicate and smooth feeling, and then confirmed. But let her use 2 best spirit stones immediately. Gong Sunling also couldn't help but hesitate. Worldly possessions, as long as you can win, don't worry too much. Yang Chen nodded, as if teaching the 2 women, and then said, when necessary, even if it is the life-flying sword, you have to give up. You know, life is far more precious than these. Chapter 368. The truth was easy to understand, but when it came to themselves, they might not be able to accept it so quickly. Even if Gaou was already a Jedan stage master, she had never seen the appearance of the best spirit stone. These 2 spirit stones alone were more than 100 times more than the total wealth of Gaou and Gong Sunling. Suddenly using such a huge amount of wealth, Gong Sunling and Gaou couldn't help but be shocked. But soon Gaou understood something. She raised her head very slightly and glanced at Yang Chen, just in time to see Yang Chen smiling at her. Gaou's face slowly bloomed with a smile. Looking at Yang Chen's eyes, there was a little more gratitude. After a while, Gong Sunling finally raised her head from that kind of inner struggle. She took a long breath, but there was a relieved expression on her face. I understand, junior brother Yang. Gong Sunling nodded slightly at Yang Chen. I thought I was not fascinated by foreign things, now it seems that I wasn't before. Holding the 2 top-grade spirit stones in her hand, Gong Sunling smiled and said this time, let's see how powerful the formation driven by the top-grade spirit stones will be. Gaou, you just thought of this truth. Cultivators should not be worried about foreign things, so they could completely open their minds. But after all, cultivators are also human beings, and they also know the importance of cultivation. In the process of everyone's competition, they will unconsciously fall into this kind of foreign things. Yang Chen's lesson made the 2 women undergo a small baptism in just a few words, and their state of mind was more open, which naturally had great benefits for their cultivation. The illusion array of the predecessor that Gong Sunling studied, although she has not yet fully understood the principle, she can already make it. As for the other formation to contend with the entanglement formation, it was a simple 5-element spiritual sword attack formation. As long as the attack was sharp enough, no matter what kind of entanglement it would always be broken. The Jedan stage master who was monitoring the 3 did not dare to get too close. After watching the 3 from a distance and talking for a while, he sat on the ground to rest for a while, stood up, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The Jedan stage master thought that his eyes were blurred. He couldn't help but rub his eyes hard. When he looked again, he was sure that the 3 people were missing in place. Under the great shock, the Jedan stage master did not care to hide his whereabouts and directly rushed to the place where the 3 people had just disappeared. Yang Chen and the 2 women entered the illusory array set up by Gong Sunling. This illusion array did not have any lethality, but it had a strong invisibility effect. It was impossible to discover it with one's divine sense unless one walked to that area. The figure of the Jedan stage master rushing over was clearly seen by the 3 people in the array. Gong Sunling looked at the figure of the Jedan stage master rushing over and smiled slightly. With a shake of her hand, an array flag inlaid with the best quality spirit stone fell not far away. The timing was really too good. In his impatience, the Jedan stage master almost crashed into the killing array, and there was no time to react. Even so, the Jedan stage master of the Xiong family was still responsive and immediately summoned a protective magic weapon. However, after all, it was too hasty, and the defensive power of the protective magic weapon itself was as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of the attack power of the array driven by the best quality spirit stone. Boom, the armor that had just appeared on the surface of the body was directly crushed by the power of the array, and the Jedan stage master himself was also shocked, and then blood spurted from his mouth. Under the serious injury, he could no longer maintain the protection, and a few invisible sword chi instantly penetrated his body, directly poking the body of the Jedan stage master into a sieve. So simple. How is it possible? Gong Sunling couldn't believe what she saw. A Jedan stage master couldn't even withstand a face-to-face attack in front of her. The huge difference in the realm and the violent shock of the reality made Gong Sunling fall into confusion for a while. The 5-element spirit sword array only has pure attack power, and it is the simplest array. However, it is this simplest array that can concentrate almost all the power on the attack, and it can also maximize the use of the spiritual power in the spirit stone. Yang Chen praised, "The choice of the array is good." Gong Sunling was simply surprised and delighted. Although killing this Jedan stage master had the smell of a sneak attack, and the other party had no time to react, it also showed that it was not necessary to master a large and complex array to achieve brilliant results. Sometimes, a simple array used in the right place could also exert unimaginable power. This kind of actual combat, for Gong Sunling, was a completely different experience. It was more complicated and novel than the kind of setting a simple trap to attract the underground spirit beasts that have not opened their wisdom. The other party had lost a Jedan stage master, and they didn't know it yet. This was a great opportunity. The illusion array arranged by Gong Sunling was just enough for the three of them to quietly approach those guys who had set up the ambush. At this point, the end of those people could already be imagined. Isn't such a sneak attack a bit despicable? Gong Sunling still didn't fully accept this method, and she couldn't help but ask Yang Chen while hiding far away in the illusion array. "So they have so many Jedan stage masters to deal with the three of us, is it fair and square?" Yang Chen didn't answer Gong Sunling's question directly, but asked a question. "But even if you use this method to win, and use this method to win in the future, can you still use this method in the face of heaven's retribution?" Before Gong Sunling reached the foundation establishment stage, she was greatly influenced by the ideas of the academics. She still had a resistant attitude towards sneak attacks. No one wants senior sister to use this method all the time from now on. Yang Chen stared at Gong Sunling's eyes and said sternly, "I just want senior sister to know that there is such a method. Moreover, this method is what senior sister came up with, isn't it? When to use what method, it is up to you, senior sister." After saying this, Yang Chen seemed to want to continue and added, "Senior sister, in fact, there is not only one way to pass the heaven's retribution. Those seniors who have passed the heaven's retribution do not all use the same method." "I understand." Gong Sunling was indeed a genius. She quickly understood Yang Chen's meaning and was no longer confused. Gao Yu, who was next to her, didn't say much and listened to their conversation quietly. Although the dialogue between Yang Chen and Gong Sunling was simple and the content was not much, it also brought her a lot of thinking. Chapter 369. Reality does not allow Gong Sunling to insist on that kind of aboveboard way again. She was a disciple of the foundation stage, and the other party was a Jedan stage master. It was not sticking to the principle but stupid. When Gong Sunling's 5-element spirit sword formation suddenly appeared to attack the Jedan stage master who presided over the twining formation, Gao Yu also quickly appeared and stopped another Jedan stage master who wanted to help. As for the remaining foundation stage children of the Xiong family, they were all handed over to Yang Chen. Although they didn't know how Yang Chen dealt with those people, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling never doubted that Yang Chen could easily deal with those people. Yang Chen did stop the 3 children of the Xiong family who were in the foundation stage. A second wood flying sword, at the same time as Gong Sunling's attack, directly killed the nearest guy. Then, the 2 frightened guys were directly covered by a blood-red net. Although the main vine and a large section of the taproot were cut off, under the careful care of Yang Chen and the nourishment of the flesh and blood of the 2 Darching stage masters, it has been restored to the power of its heyday. Although it can't be compared with the blood demon vine flying sword, it was more than enough to deal with the 2 foundation stage guys. Within a radius of dozens of miles, there were also a few scattered Qi refining stage little guys. Gui Shanyu has directly marked them with his spiritual awareness. No matter where they escape, he can track them. Yang Chen was not afraid that they would scatter and flee. Even if he let them escape for a day, the old tree demon could easily catch up with them. What's more, Yang Chen needed to know where these guys came from and where their nest was. The Jedan stage master who fought with Gao Yu did not expect that Gao Yu would still use the cultivation base of the Jedan stage to fight with him. After a hasty move, He was very surprised and asked, "Didn't you seal your own cultivation base? How come you are still in the Jedan stage?" "I just sealed my cultivation when I was cultivating. I never said that I would seal my cultivation when I was fighting, right?" Gaou sneered and attacked. On this side, Gaou entangled with the Jindan. On the other side, Gong Sunling had completely let go of her hands and feet. One-on-one, formation against formation. Although there was a big realm difference between the two sides, the best spirit stone completely made up for this gap. The winding array had long since been prepared to ambush Yang Chen and the other two. Although Gong Sunling had launched a sneak attack, the winding array had still been activated. Under the control of their respective array flags, the array formations from both sides violently collided against each other. The countless invisible threads of the entanglement array wrapped around the 5 elements spiritual swords. The invisible threads were cut open one by one, and new threads wrapped around them. The main principle of the entanglement formation was to exhaust the spiritual energy of the cultivators trapped in the formation and then capture them without seriously injuring the people trapped in the formation. Once trapped in this kind of formation, if the cultivation base is lower than the cultivation base of the person who set up the formation, it is difficult to launch an effective attack to cut off these invisible threads. Unless there is a powerful magic weapon in the hand or a formation like Gong Sunling, there is no way out of being trapped by the formation. The original plan of the 3 Jedan masters controlling the formation to capture the 3 people was exposed, and they were also attacked by Yang Chen's trio. The master who had been tracking them was now missing. In addition, the 3 foundation stage disciples who helped were killed by Yang Chen in 2 confrontations. The remaining 2 Jedan masters couldn't help but panic. The opponent who fought with Gaou was barely able to fight with Gaou, but there was no chance to drag Gaou into the formation. What made him even more frightened was that Yang Chen had already freed his hands and feet and could support Gaou at any time. Although he didn't know what the strange bloody net that Yang Chen used to deal with the 3 foundation stage disciples was, it could kill the 2 middle stage disciples of the foundation stage. It must not be a simple thing. Yang Chen's eyes, like a sharp blade, always swept on the opponent who was fighting with Gaou. The opponent couldn't help but think that Yang Chen would attack himself. Under the distraction of defense, the cultivation base of the middle stage of the Jedan stage was a small level higher than Gaou, slightly occupying the grave, but now it was equal and there was no chance of winning. The Jedan master who controlled the formation flag was also surprised to find that the opposite little girl who was only in the early stage of the foundation stage, known as Yang Chen's senior sister apprentice, actually relied on a simple offensive formation to firmly contain the entanglement array controlled by the Jedan master. After such a long time, there was no sign of spiritual power exhaustion. What he didn't expect was that Gong Sunling had the opportunity to break the entanglement array he controlled at the moment. The reason for such a stalemate was that Gong Sunling found that such a battle helped her strengthen her control of the formation flag. She didn't want to let go of this opportunity to hone her skills. Gong Sunling had already figured out that no matter how the means were used, the pursuit of the battle was the result, and no one wanted to lose. The situation at the moment was something that even Gong Sunling did not expect. In addition to the surprise at the beginning, the rest of the time seemed to be according to what she wanted, a fair and above-board decisive battle with the opponent. As for the surprise at the beginning, in the eyes of Gong Sunling, there was no nature of a sneak attack. It was just giving the opponent a taste of his own medicine. Could it be that the other party had set up an ambush, and she had to drill in and cooperate with the enemy to be above board? The formation controlled by the Jedan master brought a lot of pressure to Gong Sunling, but with the best spirit stone as the backing, Gong Sunling's exquisite control of the formation was just enough to keep up with the opponent, but it was slightly worse, making the opponent have an illusion that as long as he added more strength, he could completely subdue Gong Sunling. The sad opponent was waiting for the moment when Gong Sunling collapsed with hope. His companion was 1 against 2, and he could still fight for the time being. As long as he captured this woman in the foundation stage, he could naturally free up his hands to teach Yang Chen and Gaou a lesson. As for the few dead foundation stage disciples, he did not care much about it. If he could get Yang Chen's pill recipe, what was the sacrifice of a few foundation stage disciples? Gong Sunling had become more and more familiar with the control, and the power of the formation was released just right. Under the pressure of the Jedan Master, in the fierce battle, Gong Sunling played an incomparable focus. This 5-element spirit sword formation, in her hands, had burst out with more power than before. It's almost time, we still have a lot of questions to ask. Yang Chen stood there and seemed to have discovered the state of Gong Sunling and reminded her in time. Brush, listening to Yang Chen's words, the Jedan Master who was controlling the formation was shocked to find that the filaments of the winding formation were all cut off at this moment. Chapter 370. How is this possible? The Jedan Stage Master who controlled the formation exclaimed, but that was all he could do. A sharp sword chi directly broke through all the shackles of the entanglement formation and slashed his body. It passed through his body effortlessly, bringing out a bright and dazzling blood. The body of the Jedan Stage Master fell heavily into the dust. The formation flag that had been unfolded fell without anyone's control and was directly grabbed by Gong Sunling. Gong Sunling then turned her eyes to the Jedan Stage Master who was in a stalemate with Gaou. 3 against 1, and he had already killed a companion who was almost the same as him. The remaining Jedan Stage Master didn't even think about it. With a flash, he wanted to escape. Yang Chen was watching by the side. How could he allow him to escape at this time? The other party had just flashed less than 2 feet away when he was faced with a sea of flying swords, densely stabbing at his head. Myriad sword secrets, Yang Chen once again used this trick. Thousands of various flying swords, under the control of Yang Chen, attacked. Even if the Xiong family was a Jedan Stage Master, he had to be afraid. The Xiong family Jedan Stage Master had no other way but to control the flying sword to block the hundreds of flying swords in front of him one by one. However, with just such a block, life and death had been decided. A dark red sword shadow was mixed among the thousands of flying swords. He did not know how it had passed through his own flying sword, but it had touched his body. The Jedan Stage Master was surprised, but he did not take it seriously. It was just pointed to his body. As long as his cultivation was still there, it was enough to resist this inconspicuous flying sword. The tip of the sword was estimated to break the skin a little bit, but the Jedan Stage Master had no chance anymore. The tip of the sword seemed to have an unparalleled suction force, and all the blood in his body was directly concentrated there. Without the cultivation base of Elder Hua wanting, who could still maintain her vitality after her whole body's blood was sucked out, the Jedan Stage Master could only look at Yang Chen desperately with a horrified gaze, and then maintain an escape posture, fell to the ground. That's it. Gao, you seem to be unable to believe that the 3 of them had so easily solved the 3 Jedan Stage Masters and 3 Foundation Stage disciples. Where did you get so many flying swords? What surprised Gong Sunling was that none of the flying swords that Yang Chen had sent out with the innumerable sword scroll were created by the sword array. All of them were real. A qualified flying sword was not easy to get for a disciple in the Foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, the Chunyang Palace sect would not reward Yang Chen with a flying sword. Even until now, Gong Sunling only had 1 flying sword. Suddenly seeing Yang Chen use thousands of them, she was stunned on the spot. Flying sword? Yang Chen was stunned, and then he understood. He smiled indifferently and replied, I robbed it. This was right. Most of the flying swords were obtained from Howie Villa. However, Gao knew about this, so she did not ask, but Gong Sunling did not know. Thousands of flying swords, junior brother, how many people have you killed? Gong Sunling was shocked on the spot. Will it affect the Dao heart? Although it was still a question at the beginning, it immediately became concern. I didn't kill them alone, it's okay. Yang Chen would not let the people around him worry about him, so he replied lightly, there is no problem with the Dao heart, don't worry. Gong Sunling still wanted to say something, but seeing that Gao did not say anything, she cleverly closed her mouth. There must be a story, but it was not the time to let her know. Gao, as the master, did not say anything, so naturally, she, as the senior sister, did not have to say much. But for Yang Chen's big arm, she was still a little surprised. But this could also explain why Yang Chen could easily take out 2 pieces of the best grade spirit stone. The wealth that was plundered by killing thousands of people could always be collected. However, Gong Sunling still couldn't believe that her junior apprentice brother had thousands of lives in his hands within this short period of 10 years. Even if Yang Chen was an executioner, he should not be so bloodthirsty, right? The two women were still in their own shock, but Yang Chen had already begun to clean up the battlefield. Including the Jedan stage master who was killed by them at the beginning, 3 Jedan stage masters and 3 Foundation establishment stage masters, 6 Chenkuan bags were placed in front of the 3 of them. Pick. Yang Chen waved his hand and put on a posture of dividing the spoils. The two women had never experienced this kind of killing and robbing. They looked at each other, and no one made a move. Such a simple thing, don't think so complicated. Yang Chen looked at the appearance of the two women and knew what they were thinking. Once again, he made a decision for them, so, the Chenkuan bags of the 3 Jedan stage masters, 1 for each person, the same for the 3 Foundation establishment stage masters, the spoils are divided. In a few words, the two women each had 2 Chenkuan bags in their hands. Looking at Yang Chen's natural look, he buried his head to see what good things were in the Chenkuan bag in his hand. Gao Yu first smiled bitterly. Then, Gong Sunling also snorted and couldn't help laughing. This world is like this, the weak are prey to the strong. In fact, it is not as peaceful as it seems. Yang Chen didn't raise his head as he looked at the spoils and said, in the future, this kind of thing will happen more often, and you will get used to it. Don't have any psychological burden, they came to kill us. If we don't kill them, we will be the ones who die. I don't know what you think, but I don't mean to help them. The two women had already got the spoils in their hands, so how could they say anything more? Cultivators paid attention to open-mindedness. Things had come to this point, and it was not an ill-gotten gain, of course, they had a clear conscience. However, after experiencing such a thing, it seemed that the perseverance in their hearts had changed a little, and it was no longer the same as before. These flying swords are useless, let me clean them up. Several flying swords of different grades were not divided equally by Yang Chen, but he threw them all into his own Chenkuan bag. Yang Chen, your senior sister and I don't have a good flying sword, what do you say? Gao Yu looked at Yang Chen with a smile, and said jokingly, the red sun iron spirit that I got at a big price was also used to refine the bright ray sword for you. You can't do nothing, right? Don't worry, master. Yang Chen almost patted his chest and said, Master and senior sister's life flying sword, leave it to me. It will never be worse than master ancestors. Chapter 371. The identity of these people was almost obvious, especially when a pile of cultivation methods and things of the Xiong family were turned out from the Chenkuan bag. The Xiong family dared to fight against Yang Chen and Gao Yu. Not to mention that the head of the palace wanted to use the Xiong family to establish his prestige this time. Just this idea of fighting against Gao Yu had already doomed them to fall. The masters were dead, but the helpers of the qi refining stage were still there. Seeing that the situation was not good, they ran away one by one. Unfortunately, under the strong spiritual awareness mark of the old tree demon, they were captured by Yang Chen's 3 people before they ran a few dozen miles away. In less than half a day, all the escaped disciples of the qi refining stage were lying in front of Yang Chen's 3 people. To deal with these people, Yang Chen didn't even use any means. Just looking at the bodies of the 3 Jedan stage masters had already made them scared out of their wits. One by one, they couldn't wait to pour out the old things of their family many years ago. The hiding place of the Xiong family was easily obtained by Yang Chen and others. There is actually a mysterious person who knows that Master has sealed her own cultivation to cultivate the water attribute cultivation method. Yang Chen listened to those confessions, and when they were all confirmed, he snorted coldly. It seems that inside the Chunyang Palace, there are still people who want us to have an accident. Gao Yu's brows wrinkled like a knot. This matter actually involved the inside of the Chunyang Palace. It was no longer a simple problem of the reputation of the sect, but a big trouble inside the sect. Do you want to inform the head of the palace? Gong Sunling looked at Yang Chen and looked at Gao Yu, and couldn't help but ask. No hurry. Yang Chen sealed the 5 senses of the captured Xiong family disciples of the qi refining stage and threw them directly into the medicine garden. Then, he clapped his hands and said, take down the Xiong family together with their patriarch, and let the head of the palace decide. This was a good way, and no one would say that Yang Chen made something out of nothing. Now that he knew where the Xiong family was hiding, the rest of the matter was simple. The patriarch of the Xiong family and several elders who stayed behind were waiting expectantly for the triumphant return of the dispatched clansmen. Although he knew very well that what Yang Chen had in his hands was by no means the ancestral heaven-seizing pill recipe, if he could have that pill recipe, it would definitely greatly enhance the status of the Xiong family among the cultivators. Xiong Shi, who refined the heaven-seizing pill, was indeed a great master, but the formula of the heaven-seizing pill could only be figured out by a Darching stage alchemist. It was impossible for the younger generation of the Xiong family to touch it. It was simply impossible to promote to the Darching stage by relying on alchemy, which was also the reason why the Xiong family was declining day by day. Now the Xiong family urgently needed a pill recipe that could be used in the Jedan stage or even the Foundation stage, so that their children could use it, and Yang Chen's appearance just let the patriarch of the Xiong family see the opportunity. Originally, they thought that it had nothing to do with them, but He Lianyun's visit and her seemingly reasonable analysis gave the Xiong family hope. Once this matter was successful, this elixir recipe could be related to the heaven-seizing pill, and the Xiong family would immediately change from being ignored to being in high demand. The most important point here was that if it failed, with the usual friendly attitude of Chunyang Palace, the Xiong family would at most apologize, and there would be no substantial loss. This huge temptation of benefits and the negligible price after failure, anyone would want to fight for it. Opportunities always came inadvertently. Yang Chen, Gaou, Gong Sunling, a Jedan stage master who sealed his cultivation, plus 2 juniors in the early Foundation establishment stage, 3 Jedan stage masters and 3 Foundation establishment stage disciples, it was absolutely a matter of capturing it. When he thought of the glory of the Xiong family after getting the elixir recipe, the patriarch couldn't help but feel proud. Second elder, what do you think the first thing we should do if we get the elixir recipe? The patriarch asked the second elder, who was also restless. It was not a solution for everyone to sit like this. It was better to start a conversation so that everyone had something to do. The most important thing to do is to wash your neck. The second elder did not answer, but this voice suddenly came in from the outside. Who? Several elders and the patriarch in the room jumped up like a rabbit that was shot by an arrow. They were touched so close, but they didn't even notice it. What kind of master was it? Of course, it was no one else, it was Yang Chen, Gaou, and Gong Sunling. Gong Sunling arranged the array flag of the illusion array according to the method of the predecessor in the valley, which was almost magical. Although there was no attack power, it was unparalleled in terms of hiding. Even if it was a Yuanying stage master, it was impossible to find the existence of the array without being within 3 feet. This was simply a big killer weapon for inquiring about information and hiding one's whereabouts. And at a critical moment, it was even the biggest reliance to save one's life. With the best spirit stone as the eye of the array to provide spiritual power, there was no need to worry about the problem of spiritual power exhaustion. After killing the Xiong family, Yang Chen did not take back the 2 best spirit stones, but gave them to Gong Sunling. Gong Sunling didn't have any magic weapons that could be taken out now. These 2 arrays, one was a fierce attack, and the other could hide the figure. It was just right for her. For Yang Chen's generosity, Gong Sunling refused a few times and no longer insisted. In fact, from the time when Yang Chen was at the Heaven Stairway gathering, he began to take care of Gong Sunling intentionally or unintentionally. Gong Sunling knew this in her heart. The people who cultivated for a long time had a long future. Gong Sunling firmly believed that one day she would be able to return the kindness of Yang Chen. The patriarch and elders who rushed out of the room did not even have the chance to see who the speaker was, and they fell directly into a huge vine net. They couldn't even speak a word, and the whole person fainted and lost consciousness. To capture these people and hand them over to the head of the palace, Yang Chen and Gaou Gong Sunling didn't have a good way. Capturing them alive was not better than killing them. Yang Chen could kill them, but to let him capture them alive, it was better to hand them over to the old tree demon. It was convenient and easy. It was related to some people inside the Chunyang Palace colluding with outsiders. Yang Chen did not want to lose the reputation of killing them. Anyway, These people could not be tolerated by the head of the palace. What would happen to them was needless to say, it was only a matter of time. However, if he could find a few spies for the Chunyang Palace before he died, it was also a good thing. The hiding place of the Seong family this time was very secretive. Maybe they felt that they were safe. All the people were here. The old tree demon just made a move, and the whole Seong family was wrapped like a dumpling, and no one escaped. In a sense, the Seong family had been exterminated. Chapter 372. Yang Chen, Gaou, and Gong Sunling appeared on the road to the Spirit Beast workshop on Mount Liangyang again. Along the way, they were very leisurely and didn't look like they were in a hurry at all. They slowly approached their destination as though they were on a sightseeing tour. This journey took them 2 months before they finally arrived. Every time he passed a town with people on the road, Yang Chen would take the 2 women and stroll around the town. The 2 girls also enjoyed this process very much. While experiencing all kinds of things in the world, they also verified it with their own bodies. The experience of the mortal world was nothing more than this. Are we here at the Spirit Beast workshop to buy spirit beasts? Gong Sunling asked curiously when they were about to arrive at the Spirit Beast workshop. As for Gaou, she never asked the reason for everything that Yang Chen did. She seemed to believe that Yang Chen had his own reasons for doing it. Buy spirit beasts? Yang Chen shook his head slightly. Although he had the memory of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, he didn't remember any powerful spirit beasts in the mortal world that were worth his effort. He had another purpose for coming here. Of course, he couldn't say it out loud. After shaking his head, he nodded. If there are suitable spirit beasts, we might as well buy them. Gong Sunling also figured out Yang Chen's incoherent attitude. Anyway, there were enough secrets on Yang Chen. Gong Sunling no longer found it strange and just followed his instructions. Anyway, Yang Chen wouldn't harm her. This was something that Gong Sunling firmly believed. You are a sword cultivator and you have to master the art of alchemy. Don't put too much effort into other things lest you get distracted. Gong Sunling couldn't help but remind Gaou when she saw that Gaou didn't seem to want to stop Yang Chen. Thank you, senior apprentice sister, I know what to do. Yang Chen smiled at Gong Sunling and nodded, which was a reply to her. He then took the lead and stepped onto the main road in front of the Spirit Beast workshop. After taking 2 steps, he seemed to have thought of something and turned around to warn, no matter what I say or do inside, you don't have to be surprised. I have my reasons. Gong Sunling and Gaou looked at each other and seemed to have a helpless smile. They shook their heads tacitly and followed Yang Chen's footsteps and stepped into the Spirit Beast shop. The Spirit Beast workshop was located in a huge valley, with a radius of a few hundred mu. As the name suggested, the Spirit Beast Bazaar was a place where spirit beasts were traded. Most of the goods here were spirit beasts. There were hundreds of shops in the market, and all of them were selling spirit beasts. Mount Liangyang was originally the territory of the beast taming sect. The beast taming sect was the most powerful sect in the mortal world when it came to taming spirit beasts and spirit pets. It was not strange for the Spirit Beast workshop to be opened here. Even though Yang Chen was already famous, not many people in the Spiritual Beast workshop knew who he was. Who would pay attention to a junior in the Foundation Establishment stage? Not to mention the Foundation Establishment stage, even if it was a Golden Core Grandmaster, not many people would pay attention to it. There were more than 1 or 2 Golden Core Grandmasters here. However, Gaou and Gong Sunling were still able to attract the attention of many people. There was no other reason. The beauty of the 2 girls, even among the cultivators, was top-notch. Everyone loved beauty, and cultivators were no exception. Everyone wanted to see more beauties. Because of the relationship between the 2 girls, Yang Chen also attracted some attention. Their team was really strange. Yang Chen was walking in front while a Golden Core Grandmaster and another Foundation Establishment beauty were walking behind. It should be the other way around. Gaou should be walking in front while Yang Chen and Gong Sunling should be following behind. Yang Chen didn't care about the strange looks from the cultivators along the way. He just walked into the first shop in the Spirit Beast workshop and observed the spirit beasts inside. Every time he entered a shop, Yang Chen would ask the owner, Are there any spirit beasts and spirit pets of the cow family? Beasts that were cows were rare, or it was a very powerful full moon rhinoceros. If there was such a beast, who would be willing to sell it? After hearing Yang Chen's question, every shop owner shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yang Chen was not discouraged and went in one by one. Although he came out empty-handed every time, he persevered. His strange behavior soon aroused the curiosity of many people. Yang Chen did not hide the mark of Chunyang Palace on his body. As long as someone had some knowledge, they would know that the three of them were from Chunyang Palace. However, Chunyang Palace was an orthodox cultivation sect. Why would they send people to buy spirit beasts and spirit pets? And to buy such a rare spirit beast? Especially when he was just a disciple in the foundation establishment stage, this was even more strange. The people of Chunyang Palace will also buy spirit beasts. After the three of them visited about a dozen shops, an untimely voice sounded in everyone's ears. It was not a big deal for cultivators to buy spirit beasts. But most of the people who bought spirit beasts were either disciples of the Beastmaster school who focused on controlling spirit beasts, or some individual cultivators or disciples of small sects. Disciples of big sects like Chunyang Palace rarely bought spirit beasts. It took a lot of energy to cultivate spirit beasts. To cultivate a strong spirit beast, not only did it need a variety of elixirs to feed it, but it also needed to invest a lot of time and nourish it with its own spiritual power. The people of big sects were all proficient in one or two kinds of cultivation, such as sword cultivation, alchemy, refining, formation, and so on. Occasionally, there were people who specialized in controlling spirit beasts, but they were very rare. Especially after the catastrophe of the devil arts, the high-level officials of the big sects had restrained their disciples not to be distracted to study those messy things. It was not surprising that someone was so strange. The three of them looked in the direction of the voice and saw a very handsome young man standing there. He was dressed in a spotless white robe and had a purple spirit beast bag tied around his waist. He was looking at them with bright eyes. The voice just now was from him. Can't the people of Chunyang Palace buy spirit beasts? Yang Chen rolled his eyes at him and asked. The young man was looking at them, but his eyes were focused on Gaou and Gong Sunling. He was very gentle and elegant, but it was not appropriate for him to be sarcastic. Of course. The young man in white smiled and walked forward. When he showed his smile, it was like a spring breeze, and their eyes lit up. I am Su Mosheng, a disciple of the Windflower Pavilion. Greetings, my friends. When he was a few feet away from the three of them, Su Mosheng cupped his hands and bowed to Yang Chen and the others. He said, if you are planning to buy spirit beasts, I am not talented, but I can give you some advice. We don't dare to trouble you. We will do as we please. Yang Chen did not like this kind of person who took the initiative to strike up a conversation. He casually cupped his hands and bowed back, rejecting him directly. I am very familiar with this place. If you need anything, I can lead the way. Su Mosheng did not look unhappy at all. He was still smiling, but his eyes were fixed on Gong Sunling, shining with a blazing light. Chapter 373. Su Mosheng's gaze was not concealed at all. Yang Chen and Gaou could see it clearly. Even Gong Sunling could see the passion in his eyes. However, Yang Chen and Gaou did not say a word. Gong Sunling's aptitude was recognized by the entire Chunyang Palace. Even many of the younger generation disciples had the idea of being close to Gong Sunling and becoming a double cultivation Dao companion with Gong Sunling, but Gong Sunling has never been pretentious. Obviously, Su Mosheng either saw at a glance that Gong Sunling's aptitude was excellent, or he had long known Gong Sunling's name and had other ideas. The reason why Yang Chen and Gaou did not speak was that Chunyang Palace did not prohibit its disciples from cultivating with the disciples of other sects. This was basically the same for the big sects. Fairy Sure of the Green Jade Immortal Island still had an unclear relationship with Yang Chen. Gong Sunling's affairs were still up to Gong Sunling to decide. Thank you, Taoist friend Su. Gong Sunling smiled and suddenly turned to Yang Chen and asked, Junior brother, let Taoist friend Su help. Maybe it will be faster. Then I'll have to trouble Taoist friend Su. Yang Chen was not annoyed. He smiled slightly and thanked Su Mosheng. No problem. Su Mosheng was overjoyed. He took a few steps forward, slightly sideways, and made a gesture of invitation. As he did so, he asked, I still don't know your names. Yang Chen came forward and introduced the three of them. Su Mosheng's face had a look of sudden realization, and he said, It's an honor to meet you. Looking at his expression, he was indeed a little surprised. Obviously, he did not expect it to be the famous Yang Chen. I wonder what kind of spirit beast Taoist friend Yang wants to buy this time? After exchanging some pleasantries, Su Mosheng asked Yang Chen about the purpose of his visit. I know a thing or two about spiritual beasts. If you have any requests, please let me know. I need a spirit beast of the cow family. It would be best if it has a demon core. Yang Chen didn't hide it. Anyway, he originally wanted people to know, so he said it openly. A bull-type spirit beast. Su Mosheng frowned. That's difficult. Spirit beasts of the cow family are rare to begin with. Ordinary ones aren't enough for your requirements. Powerful ones are extremely rare. Difficult. After shaking his head, Su Mosheng asked curiously, Does it have to be an ox? The others don't work. The ox species is the most suitable, but if you really don't have any, you can only use other species instead. Yang Chen also knew that a spirit beast of the ox species was hard to come by, so he took a step back and said, Forgive me for being blunt. Su Mosheng was a little curious about Yang Chen's purpose, so he asked tentatively, Chunyang Palace doesn't seem to be good at controlling spirit beasts. Also, it takes a lot of energy to cultivate a powerful spirit beast. If you want to improve your alchemy cultivation, it's better not to be distracted. These words were said with a hint of advice. With the friendship between Yang Chen and Su Mosheng when they first met, it was a little too deep. However, Su Mosheng's words were very pleasing to the ear. The expression on his face was also very sincere. It was completely for Yang Chen's sake, so no one could tell that he had other intentions. Oh, it's not about cultivating spirit beasts. Yang Chen waved his hand. It's also about alchemy. As soon as this was said, Gaoyu's eyes involuntarily widened a little. It was related to alchemy, related to spirit beasts, and the dispute over the heaven-seizing pill had just ended. What was Yang Chen trying to do? Did he not think that the trouble was big enough? Not only Gaoyu, but Gong Sunling also looked at Yang Chen with the same worry. Su Mosheng, who was next to her, looked at Yang Chen with a look of disbelief. There is a mountain guardian divine beast of the ox family in the secret pavilion of Chunyang Palace. After being injured, its primordial spirit was damaged. I see if I can refine some elixirs to restore its primordial spirit. Yang Chen explained calmly, however, I have never tried it on a living divine beast, so I bought a spirit beast to try. Oh. Su Mosheng suddenly understood. Gaoyu and Gong Sunling were also relieved and not so nervous. During this time, Yang Chen became famous again because of the heaven-seizing pill. Everyone knew that he had elixirs that could restore the spirit of elixirs. Now, trying to restore the primordial spirit of a living monster was not something to make a fuss about. To be on the safe side, it was safer to buy a spirit beast to try first. No one could say anything. In that case, I will take you to several of the biggest spirit beast shops. If there is nothing, you can only choose other spirit beasts. Su Mosheng said nonchalantly as he made an inviting gesture with his hands. However, his heart was in turmoil. Su Mosheng was indeed very familiar with this place because the relationship between the Windflower Pavilion and the Beast Taming School was very good. Moreover, Su Mosheng's elders and some experts in the Beast Taming School had good relationships. The high-level spirit beast bag that Su Mosheng was carrying was given to him by the elders of the Beast Taming School. Because of this relationship, Su Mosheng also knew some of the major events in the Beast Taming School. During the Devil Arts catastrophe, the Beast Taming School was one of the sects that was relatively less affected. However, it was not that they had no interest in the devil arts at that time, but that they had something to do and could not spare the energy. After one of the elders of the Beast Taming School ascended, he left behind a powerful spirit beast. It was rumored that the spirit beast already had the strength of the Great Vehicle Stage, but no one had seen it. This was the treasure of the Beast Taming School. It was also because of this spirit beast elder that the beast taming school firmly occupied the position of a second-rate sect. However, starting more than 10 years ago, the spirit of this spirit beast elder began to slowly dissipate for some unknown reason. No matter what the experts of the beast taming school thought of, they could not solve this problem. The higher-ups of the beast taming school were almost like ants on a hot pan, fidgeting and restless. Now, Yang Chen suddenly said that he was trying to restore the spirit of the divine mountain guarding beast of Chunyang Palace. It was like throwing a torch into a pot of boiling oil. Su Mosheng wished that he could immediately tell the people of the beast taming school about this news and make them owe him a favor. However, right now, he still suppressed that hope and eagerly led the way for Yang Chen. If he did not serve Yang Chen well, how would Yang Chen agree to help? Su Mosheng understood this point. Even though he had thoughts about Gong Sunling in the beginning, he had now put that thought far away and focused on satisfying Yang Chen's request first. In the Spirit Beast workshop, a scene that many people could not understand happened. The young master of the Windflower Pavilion, Su Mosheng, was accompanying Yang Chen, Gaou, and Gong Sunling with a face full of spring breeze. Like a dutiful waiter, he shuttled through several of the largest Spirit Beast shops. He was even more dedicated to serving the elders of the Windflower Pavilion. After visiting a few shops, there were no bull-type spirit beasts. Only the largest shop in the Spirit Beast workshop, the Beast Taming School, had not entered the Beast Taming School's Thousand Beast Pavilion. Chapter 374. This Beast Pavilion is opened by the Beast Taming Sect. If there isn't one here, there wouldn't be one in the entire Spirit Beast workshop, Su Mosheng introduced as he gestured for Yang Chen and the rest to enter the store. Hey! Yang Chen originally intended to follow Su Mosheng in, but he accidentally glanced at the row of cages outside the Beast Pavilion and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. What's wrong? Gaou heard it clearly and asked hurriedly. She knew that Yang Chen had discovered something wrong. Nothing. Yang Chen glanced at it again to confirm that he was not mistaken. Only then did he lightly reply to his master. He no longer looked over there and followed Su Mosheng into the Thousand Beasts Pavilion. Even though Yang Chen looked calm on the surface as though nothing had happened, he still couldn't believe what he saw. The purpose of Yang Chen's visit to the Spirit Beast workshop was to release the news that he could restore a living demonic beast's primordial spirit and lure the big fish, the Beast Taming Sect. Yang Chen already knew about the Beast Taming Sect in his previous life. In his previous life, the Great Ascension Stage demonic beast of the Beast Taming Sect died due to the dissipation of its primordial spirit. It was only after Yang Chen ascended to the spiritual realm that he found out about the method to restore the primordial spirit. Wouldn't it be a pity if Yang Chen didn't make use of such a good resource in this life? Seeing that it was about time, Yang Chen decided to do this. As long as he could save the Beast Taming Sect Senior, he would definitely gain the favor of the entire Beast Taming Sect. This was crucial for Chunyang Palace to get a sect of similar strength to speak for them. However, Yang Chen never thought that he would see a surprise outside the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion that he couldn't believe himself. Hurry and invite Senior Liu out. We have a distinguished guest. As soon as they entered the WN Show Pavilion, Su Mosheng hurriedly ordered the Beast Taming School outer sect disciple who came to greet them. He asked him to quickly call out the manager of the WAN Show Pavilion. He could not wait to tell the Beast Taming School about this good news. What do you need me to do? Su Mosheng's reputation was indeed high. Not long after, the manager of the Thousand Beasts Pavilion, Liu Yuanfeng, appeared in front of everyone. Liu Yuanfeng was at the early stage of Gold Core, and it was also because he wanted to experience the mortal world that he came to manage the 10,000 Beast Pavilion. He had known Su Mosheng for a long time and had taken good care of him. When he heard that Su Mosheng wanted him to come out, he did not hesitate and quickly rushed out. This is fellow cultivator Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace. Su Mosheng hurriedly introduced Yang Chen's identity. Then, he immediately realized that Gaou was Yang Chen's master and should have been introduced first. However, in his impatience, he introduced Yang Chen first and quickly introduced Gaou and Gong Sunling's identities again. It's an honor to meet you. Liu Yuanfeng was worthy of being a businessman. Whether it was sincere or not, He immediately put on a warm face. Fellow Taoists from the Pure Yang Palace can visit my humble shop. It really brings light to my humble shop. I don't know what kind of spirit beast you want. My 10,000 Beasts Pavilion does not dare to boast, but if my 10,000 Beasts Pavilion doesn't have it, no other place will have it. Senior Liu, fellow cultivator Yang Chen needs a spirit beast of the cow family. Su Moshing had almost become Yang Chen's spokesperson and directly spoke on behalf of Yang Chen. Moreover, for fear that Liu Yuanfeng did not take it seriously, he added, a senior mountain guardian beast of the secret pavilion of Chunyang Palace dissipated because of injury. Fellow cultivator Yang wants to try to recover with medicinal pills. He needs to find a spirit beast to try. To be honest, Liu Yuanfeng did not really take it seriously at first, even if it was a person brought by Su Moshing. He was just a junior in the foundation establishment stage, so he did not need to be polite. However, after hearing that it was Yang Chen, he could not help but be a little surprised. Yang Chen's name had been constantly mentioned recently, so it was hard not to know. Although he was polite, Liu Yuanfeng was just being polite on the surface. However, after hearing Su Moshing's next explanation, Liu Yuanfeng almost jumped up. What a joke! Restore the spirit of a monster. So many experts in the beast taming sect could not solve this problem. How could a junior in the foundation establishment stage do it? However, as soon as this thought popped up, he immediately thought of the reason why Yang Chen was mentioned recently. After all, Yang Chen was questioned because he could refine medicinal pills to restore the spirit of a pill. Restoring the spirit of a pill, restoring the spirit of a pill, if one had to say the difference, it was that the spirit of a monster was refined into a pill and lost its life, while the other was a monster that was alive. When the two were connected, this was no longer an illusory thing, but a very likely fact. The expression of horror on Liu Yuanfeng's face turned into surprise and then into crazy enthusiasm, which could not be hidden from the eyes of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. The two women were almost at a loss. Was the manager of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion a madman or a fool? How could he be so changeable? The warm hospitality from the heart and the formal expression were of course completely different. The disciple of the Qi refining stage who came out to serve after informing Liu Yuanfeng had no chance to perform at all. He could only watch dumbfoundedly as the shopkeeper Liu, who was usually high and mighty, suddenly turned into the best waiter. From serving tea to smiling introductions, he took care of everything. First, the three of them were asked to sit down. The best tea, Liu Yuanfeng, the Jedan stage master, personally poured tea and served it to Yang Chen, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. Then Liu Yuanfeng sat on the main seat and said with some embarrassment, the spirit pet of the cow family is very rare, and there is no one in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion for the time being. After saying this, he frowned and thought for a long time, then said with some embarrassment, if there is really no spirit pet, can you use other spirit pets to try? This time Yang Chen still did not answer. Su Moshing had already opened his mouth for him. Senior Liu, fellow Daoist Yang said that if there is no way, other things will also work. Then fellow Daoist Yang, if there is anything in my 10,000 Beasts Pavilion that can be used, just tell me. Of course, Liu Yuanfeng wanted to satisfy Yang Chen. If Yang Chen really succeeded, then it would not only be a mountain guardian beast of Chunyang Palace that would be saved, the beast taming sect would definitely be the biggest winner. For this, the beast taming sect would not be stingy to pay the price of some low-level spirit pets. Ari. Yang Chen sighed and regretted not finding a cow family spirit pet. He stood up and said, in this case, we can only use other things instead. Let me have a look first and then make a decision. Fellow Daoist Yang, please feel free. Liu Yuanfeng hurriedly signaled Su Moshing to entertain Yang Chen and the others for him and let them look at it at will. But he apologized and then hurried to the backyard of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. Quick, inform the sect master of this news immediately. Liu Yuanfeng almost used a very urgent level to send the news back to the beast taming sect quickly. Whether it was successful or not, it depended on Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace. Chapter 375. Fellow cultivator Yang, feel free to choose whatever spirit beast you need. This is definitely the most comprehensive place in the spirit beast store. Su Moshing led Yang Chen enthusiastically and showed him the spirit beasts sold in the 1000 Beasts Pavilion. There are no cow beasts. You can choose whichever suits you. Yang Chen kept smiling and nodded from time to time. Then, he started to look at the highest-level spirit beasts sold in the Thousand Beasts Pavilion. He looked at them one by one, but seemed dissatisfied. Why? None of these are suitable. Seeing that Yang Chen had spent almost 2 incense sticks of time, and still had not picked one out, Liu Yuansheng, who came back from the backyard, could not help but ask with some surprise. Whether they are suitable or not, I am not very sure. Yang Chen smiled and explained casually. I am trying to feel the aura of these spirit beasts to see if there is one that is the closest. This explanation made Liu Yuanfeng respond with an "oh," which meant that she accepted it. He really hoped that Yang Chen could find it. If he could find the same method and the experiment was successful, the beast taming sect would also gain endless benefits. After looking at all the spirit beasts, Yang Chen did not choose a single one. He shook his head in disappointment, which made Liu Yuansheng's heart sink to the bottom of the sea. If these spirit beasts were not suitable, he would have to ask the sect's higher-ups to capture some strong demonic beasts such as the heaven-gazing rhinoceros. There seemed to be some outside. I will go take a look. Yang Chen began to walk out calmly. Su Mosheng hurriedly followed. Liu Yuanfeng did not follow. The spirit beasts outside were of the lowest level and were not even qualified to be placed in the store. They were only placed outside to satisfy those itinerant cultivators who did not have spirit stones in their pockets. He did not think that these spirit beasts could meet Yang Chen's requirements. Is this okay? Suddenly, Liu Yuanfeng heard Su Mosheng's surprised voice. He was overjoyed and rushed out of the store to Yang Chen's side. Looking in the direction of Su Mosheng's finger, Liu Yuanfeng saw a so-called demon beast locked in a cage that even he felt embarrassed about. How could that be a monstrous beast? There was almost no spiritual power in its body. If it had to be said that it had, it could only be said that it had a trace. It simply could not be classified as a monstrous beast. What made Liu Yuanfeng the most speechless was that this so-called demonic beast looked like a puppy. Its grayish-white fur was not smooth and it looked dirty. Fellow Daoist Yang, this is clearly a puppy, not a spirit beast. Without waiting for Liu Yuanfeng to say anything, Su Mosheng said, is it really suitable? It's just a trace of aura. Maybe it's possible. Yang Chen smiled slightly and replied non-committally. But this puppy's aura is too weak. It's not even at the level of a spiritual beast. Su Mosheng was not afraid that Yang Chen would choose the strongest spirit beast. As long as he could succeed, the beast taming sect would be willing to give him the most valuable spirit beast. However, it was clear that Yang Chen was joking when he chose a puppy. Fellow Daoist Su, don't look down on dogs. Yang Chen turned to look at Su Mosheng and smiled. You should know that there are also powerful masters among dogs. It's just a dog. How powerful can it be? Su Mosheng was unconvinced and frowned. Yang Erlang has a dog called the Howling Celestial Dog. It's much more powerful than many spirit beasts. Yang Chen chuckled and said this. Then, without waiting for Liu Yuanfeng's approval, he reached out and opened the cage. He grabbed the skin around the dog's neck and lifted it up, bringing it to his eyes. No one could see the ecstasy in Yang Chen's heart. Fortunately, Yang Chen was able to maintain his breathing at this moment. His heartbeat did not change at all, but his heart was bursting with joy. To think that there was such a powerful spirit beast in the mortal world. To think that he would encounter one. Even if a pie fell from the sky, it would not fall so accurately. Unfortunately, everyone looked at the dog in front of them and treated it as an ordinary dog. Yang Chen had no way to share his happiness with others. Forget it, it was not bad to let people treat it as an ordinary dog. Anyway, Yang Chen still remembered that when the Howling Celestial Dog died, it had said that it left a drop of blood in the mortal world that could stimulate the spirit beast's bloodline. Although that drop of blood was insignificant compared to the huge wealth that Yang Chen had, it was enough to improve the little fellow's strength. Moreover, this drop of blood had another advantage. It could make many people mistakenly think that the little fellow was the Howling Celestial Dog. This is it. Yang Chen gestured to Liu Yuanfeng, indicating that he had made his choice. How many spirit stones? Fellow Yang, if you like it, feel free to take it. There's no need to mention spirit stones. Liu Yuanfeng did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little dog with a slight spiritual aura was like heaven and earth compared to what he wanted to ask Yang Chen to do. He was too embarrassed to accept Yang Chen's spirit stones. I'll give it to you. That won't do. Yang Chen directly refused flatly. Senior Liu is opening a sect's business. It is against the rules to give it away for free. Junior is not talented and does not want to break the rules. Senior, it is better for us to settle accounts. Yang Chen did not want to feel guilty because he took a spirit beast from the other party. He and Liu Yuanfeng did not have a relationship, so he did not care about it. Business was business, it had nothing to do with friendship. Yang Chen did not need to blame himself for this. Well, since fellow Yang insists, then you can take 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones. Liu Yuanfeng was not pretentious. Anyway, it was just 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones. It was not worthwhile to make trouble with Yang Chen for this. He waved his hand and set the price. Please sell me a spirit beast bag from 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. Junior will use it to place it. Since it was a business, Yang Chen did not care about such a small amount of spirit stones. Of course, he had to buy everything. Liu Yuanfeng ordered. Immediately, the outer sect disciple who had just served ran back to the store and quickly came out with a spirit beast bag and handed it to Yang Chen. This time, the clever shop assistant did not wait for Liu Yuanfeng to speak and directly quoted the price. This spirit beast bag is very ordinary. It is also 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones. Even the most ordinary spirit beast bag was a bit extravagant to contain a dirty puppy. But Yang Chen insisted. No one would say anything because of this. On the contrary, Liu Yuanfeng looked at Yang Chen's serious look. He could not help but rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, he placed such an inferior puppy. Otherwise, if Yang Chen could not even find a suitable spirit beast, it would be troublesome. His thoughts were guessed by Yang Chen. Unfortunately, Yang Chen could only secretly feel happy in his heart. He could not say it to anyone. It was a happy grievance. Chapter 376. The spirit beast bag could give the spirit beast a comfortable shelter, and it could also slowly restore the spirit beast's energy. Even the most ordinary spirit beast bag was many times more comfortable than being in the cage. Yang Chen put the puppy directly into the spirit beast bag and then hung it around his waist. After paying off the spirit stones, Yang Chen thanked Su Moshing and solemnly said goodbye to Su Moshing and Liu Yuanfeng and rushed back to Chunyang Palace. Although they didn't know how reluctant they were, Liu Yuanfeng and Su Moshing still had to smile and watch Yang Chen and the others leave. There was no other way. If Yang Chen didn't try it, how could they dare to let Yang Chen treat the senior of the beast taming sect? What the hell are you doing? After leaving the spirit beast shop for a while, when there was no one around, Gao asked in a low voice. Buying spirit beast. Yang Chen replied with a smile, by the way, I'm soliciting an alchemy business. Alchemy? Gao and Gong Sunling immediately thought of the thing Yang Chen had said to Su Moshing in the spirit beast shop, and they suddenly realized, is it the beast taming sect? Yang Chen nodded. Few people outside knew about this news. Gao and Gong Sunling hardly went out recently, so it was normal that they didn't know. I thought you were playing something, really. Gong Sunling also suddenly realized and complained to Yang Chen. Senior sister, don't talk about me. Su Moshing of the Windflower Pavilion seems to have taken a fancy to you. Congratulations. Yang Chen glanced at Gong Sunling, and suddenly smiled and made a joke. It looks like he is handsome, gentle and elegant. Is senior apprentice sister tempted? Yang Chen. Gong Sunling didn't know why, but when she heard Yang Chen's teasing, she suddenly gritted her teeth. Don't talk nonsense. When it comes to a good match, it seems that the Green Jade Immortal Island still has a fairy waiting for you, right? Gong Sunling herself didn't know why she was so angry. Moreover, when she blurted out Fairy's name, she actually felt a little unhappy in her heart. This indescribable feeling made Gong Sunling feel very uncomfortable. When it came to Fairy Shu, even Yang Chen didn't know what to say. Gao did not speak. The three of them suddenly had nothing to say. The atmosphere was very awkward. Everyone walked awkwardly on the road, feeling indescribably uncomfortable. After walking in silence for a while, Yang Chen picked up the topic and suggested, "Well, the Seong family still needs the palace lord to decide. Let's hurry back." The two women did not object to this suggestion. They both nodded, then raised their flying sword at the same time and flew towards Maiqing Mountain. However, everyone remained silent throughout the journey. The head of the palace and several elders were present, and Hall Master Meng Xian of the Law Enforcement Hall was also present. Yang Chen released all the members of the Seong family. In front of the head of the palace, the patriarch of the Seong family no longer had any flukes. He had already been almost collapsed by Yang Chen's method of sealing his five senses. He told everything about his own conspiracy and He Lianyun's provocation, including the matter of a certain mysterious person. Who is a traitor, colluding with outsiders and framing the same sect? Wang Yong's cultivation base was now high, and it seemed that his temper was a lot bigger. When he heard that someone was plotting against his own apprentice, how could he bear it? He directly smashed the table in the council hall. "Palace Lord, if there is no explanation for this, don't blame me for being angry." Needless to say, Wang Yong, the head of the palace, was already trembling with anger. Hall Master Meng Xian of the Law Enforcement Hall was even more blue and frowning. Chunyang Palace always had this kind of disciple, which was not a good thing for the sect. Everyone's eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, were looking at Lin Yunfeng. To say that Chunyang Palace would target Yang Chen and Gaou, it seemed that except for the Bright Moon Palace, there would be no one else. The Hall Master of the Bright Moon Palace, Liang Xiaoming, was Lin Yunfeng's apprentice. He had always looked at Yang Chen and did not deal with him. If there was any doubt, the biggest possibility was him. Liang Xiaoming is still facing the wall to reflect on himself. How can he go out? Lin Yunfeng certainly knew what everyone was looking at him and hurriedly explained. This kind of thing that caused public anger, he couldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Hall Master Meng, the head of the palace, had a black face and directly told Hall Master Meng Xian of the Law Enforcement Hall, "I'll hand it over to you, be sure to find out the traitor in my sect." In the mouth of the head of the palace, the guy who colluded with He Lianyun had directly become a traitor to the sect, but no one had any objection. Hall Master Meng Xian agreed with an ashen face and didn't say anything else. However, everyone could feel the anger in his heart. How should we deal with the Seong family? Yang Chen brought back all the members of the Seong family, which surprised many people. No one knew that Yang Chen had taken Gui Shanyu out. They only thought that it was the result of Yang Chen, Gaou, and Gong Sunling. After getting the news from the Seong family, he naturally had to deal with it. An elder immediately asked, "Temporarily lock him up. After He Lianyun is caught, we will publicly execute him and warn those guys who think nonsense." The head of the palace had already made arrangements and said without hurry. He did not act immediately because he was afraid that He Lianyun would get the news and escape. Strictly speaking, the handling of the Seong family was a trivial matter compared to tracking down the traitor of the Chunyang Palace. No one would care about them. From the moment they began to provoke the Chunyang Palace, they were already doomed to die. The dignity of the Chunyang Palace was not something that anyone could trample on. A group of elders dispersed, only the head of the palace and Wang Yong stayed. They still had something to ask Yang Chen. Yang Chen also took the initiative. Without waiting for them to ask more, he directly said what happened along the way. "So, you are sure to treat the predecessor of the beast-taming sect? What kind of character was the head of the palace?" He immediately knew the intention of Yang Chen's words. No one knew better than him whether there was a mountain guardian beast in the Chunyang Palace that had dissipated. What Yang Chen used was a strategy, and it was a good thing to pull an alliance for the Chunyang Palace. How could the head of the palace not support it? Seeing that Yang Chen nodded, he was overjoyed and praised without hesitation. "It seems that my Chunyang Palace really needs a mountain guardian beast that has been cured by you. Thank you, Palace Master." Yang Chen smiled and thanked him, without the tension and respect that other disciples had when they saw the head of the palace. "What do you mean by help?" The head of the palace shook his head and smiled this time. "You will be remembered as a great merit. What reward do you want? You can propose it first. So, this disciple will not be polite. Young Chen also climbed the pole and directly replied, this disciple wants to know how to solve the matter of Fairy Sha of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Chapter 377. Some time ago, because of the great calamity of the demonic cultivation, the major sects were cleaning up the mess, and there was no time to talk about the matter of Yang Chen's Dao companion. Next, Yang Chen was slandered by the Xiong family and Helian Yun. He was almost a bit overwhelmed and forgot about this matter. Originally, the head of the palace wanted to look at this matter, but now that Yang Chen took the initiative to mention this matter, the head of the palace had to take a stand. Fairy Sha of the Green Jade Immortal Island. The head of the palace smiled bitterly, looked at Yang Chen, and suddenly asked, on the cultivation talent, on the understanding, on the appearance, on the cultivation base, Fairy Sha seems to be a good match. If you can become a Dao companion with Fairy Sha, you can also greatly pull in the relationship between my sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. Are you really not willing? What the head of the palace said was the truth. Looking at the meaning of the Green Jade Immortal Island's Darching Stage Master, Elder Minute Huafeng, looking at the meaning of Guan Yueying, it seemed that Yang Chen and Shashanshan were very optimistic about becoming Dao companions. If Yang Chen really accepted Shashanshan, the relationship between the two sects would indeed go further, there was no doubt about this. Not to mention the relationship between these sects, from Yang Chen's personal point of view, becoming a Dao companion with a gold spirit root innately full value was absolutely beneficial to Yang Chen's cultivation. Unfortunately, Yang Chen still couldn't accept Shashanshan. The figure of his master had been in front of his eyes for 10,000 years. How could Yang Chen easily become a Dao companion with others? Other things are good, but Fairy Sha's character is a bit cold, and may not be suitable for Yang Chen. On this point, Wang Yong absolutely supported Yang Chen, so he naturally spoke up for Yang Chen. Moreover, in terms of age, she's much older than Yang Chen. Isn't that inappropriate? Fairy Sha was already in the early stage of the elixir realm. Even if she was extremely talented in cultivation and hadn't encountered any obstacles, she would at least be 100 years old when she condensed her elixir. As for Yang Chen, he was only in his early 40s at the very most. If one had to calculate it this way, there was indeed a problem. However, cultivators had a long lifespan to begin with. Moreover, before one's cultivation reached a critical point, one's appearance and figure would always be maintained at the peak of one's youth. This argument about age was simply sophistry. The palace master looked at Yang Chen, and then looked at Wang Yong's protection. He seemed a little surprised. But his face was calm, he just glanced at Jiao Yu over there, and sighed slightly in his heart. Well, since Yang Chen you are determined not to, then I will discuss it with the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Although the palace master had already made such a statement, Yang Chen had no confidence in his heart. Looking at the situation of Shashanshan at the time, he was afraid that she was serious. And later, Minute Huafeng nodded, this matter was not necessarily easy to solve. But in any case, the days still had to be lived, and the future matters would be solved in the future. At present, Yang Chen had to perform a double act with the palace master, quietly waiting for the people of the beast-taming sect to come to the door. On the way, because Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were joking, Gong Sunling counterattacked with the matter of Fairy Sha. Yang Chen had not been in the mood to take care of the puppy he had just bought, but put it in the spirit beast bag. Fortunately, the spirit beast bag could provide a comfortable environment, and the clever guy also put a lot of food in it, so there would be no change for a while. The lowest level of the spirit beast bag, Yang Chen certainly would not pay attention to it. Back to his own small courtyard, Yang Chen greeted the old tree demon and directly pulled the puppy out of the spirit beast bag. Because there were no characteristics, the puppy was not taken good care of in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. On the contrary, it was comfortable in the spirit beast bag these days, and it looked a lot more energetic. After helping the puppy wash its hair, Yang Chen looked at the grey-white puppy and suddenly laughed. At first, it was just a slight smile, but later it became an uncontrollable laughter, until his own stomach was a little cramping before he stopped. Even if he was reborn, with the memory of a life, Yang Chen did not think that there would be such a huge golden pie falling on his head. In the memory of his previous life, There was no such little thing at all. There was no spiritual pet in the mortal world. Perhaps it was because of the poor appearance at the beginning, so under no one's care, this little thing did not live to the time when it could show its strength. Perhaps there were other reasons, but in any case, this life has been seen by Yang Chen, and he bought it in his hands. This was Yang Chen's immortal fate in this life, and Yang Chen would definitely cherish it. However, it was impossible for Yang Chen not to be happy. It was really such a powerful spiritual pet, so dramatically fell into his hands, so that Yang Chen had to wonder if, in addition to the memory of his previous life, his own luck had been strong to the point of no return. Your origin, I'm afraid it will shock the world if I say it. Staring at the somewhat timid puppy in his house, Yang Chen said to it, "Well, I'll call you Xiao Tian. Let everyone think that you are an ordinary dog. One day, I'll find Yang Erlang's howling celestial dog's blood essence for you to supplement first." After that, regardless of whether the puppy understood or not, he directly threw it into the medicine garden of Shangyang Mountain. "Xiao Tian, the things inside are not allowed to eat indiscriminately. Let me find you a high-level spirit beast bag first." Xiao Tian's round eyes stared at Yang Chen, tilting his head as if he was looking at Yang Chen. Yang Chen patted its little head very intimately, rubbed it, and then left the medicine garden. In the following days, Yang Chen began to refine pills in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa. This time, it was not a medicinal pill to restore the original spirit, but the appearance pill that he had promised Knifescar long ago. The refining requirements of the appearance pill were relatively high, and the difficulty was that some raw materials were not easy to find. With the strength of the Taishanmen, they could not take it out. However, after this period of searching, Yang Chen had found it all. Now it was refined in advance, and when Knifescar came back, he could exchange it with him. This time, it took Yang Chen a whole year to open the furnace. Because of the addition of Nanming Li fire, the profound spirit furnace was upgraded to a higher level, and it was more handy to use, and the refining time was reduced by half. In his previous life, Yang Chen did not refine it, but finally, with the experience and the powerful technique of the Supreme Lord Pill scripture, he succeeded in refining it in one go. 4 sets of materials, he got 4 appearance pill, and the success rate was 100%, which made Yang Chen a little proud. In his sea of consciousness, he carefully observed the 4 appearance pill, and after summing up the experience, he went out and then received the news that the predecessors of the beast taming sect came to visit. Chapter 378. Senior Fan. Yang Chen looked at Fan Shan who appeared in front of him, and he was a little surprised, as if he was not sure of his own eyes, and confirmed it again. Unexpectedly, the person who came from the beast taming sect turned out to be his own acquaintance. Younger brother Yang. The person who came was Senior Fan Shan of the beast taming sect, who helped to control the monster during the refining of the heaven-seizing pill. However, at this moment, Fan Shan did not put on the airs of a senior at all, and was very enthusiastic. Fan Shan gave enough face to Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen this time. He had already arrived at Chunyang Palace 3 months ago. Knowing that Yang Chen was in alchemy, he waited for 3 months, and did not urge at all. His attitude was simply speechless. When refining the heaven-seizing pill, most of the time was spent by a few other people. Yang Chen and Fan Shan watched and chatted, and had more contact. Fan Shan did not have too much arrogance, and was also very easygoing with Yang Chen. Yang Chen had some good feelings for Fan Shan. "Senior Fan is here, what orders do you have?" Fan Shan was a Yuanying stage master, and he could control the Dacheng stage monster. Even if Yang Chen had the monster race's beast taming secret art, he did not dare to be arrogant, and he was very respectful. "My sect is now encountering a difficult thing. Maybe you have a solution here, so I came to ask." Fan Shan was not pretentious, and said directly, "There is an old senior in the sect, and in recent years, it has been somewhat inappropriate." Fan Shan was not embarrassed. Anyway, there were only 2 people, Yang Chen and Fan Shan, and he was not afraid of being heard by others. He said straightforwardly, "The old senior, there is some loss of the spirit. The medicinal pill that you said in the 10,000 Beast Pavilion to restore the spirit, is it effective?" "It's hard to say. The problem of my sect has been solved, but there are different ways for different reasons for the dissipation of the spirit. Yang Chen did not directly give a positive answer, but replied ambiguously, I don't know what the specific situation of this senior is, I have to see it to know. For Yang Chen's cautious attitude, Fan Shan also appreciated it. Those guys who would slap their chests and make promises without a care in the world were definitely people who didn't know anything or couldn't do anything. On the other hand, Yang Chen's cautiousness gave people the impression that he had a plan. Especially when he heard that the problem of the sect of Chunyang Palace had been solved, it meant that the mountain-guarding divine beast whose original spirit dissipated because of the injury mentioned by Yang Chen had recovered. This was great news. If he could solve the problem of the injury, he might be able to solve the other causes. Brother, make a trip and help me take a look. Fan Shan's attitude was extremely humble. He directly began to refer to himself as an elder brother. Your elder brother has personally come to invite you. Give me some face. Regardless of whether you can cure him or not, our beast taming school owes you a favor. For Fan Shan's invitation, Yang Chen did not intend to refuse. From the beginning, Yang Chen was waiting for the people of the beast taming school to come to the door. How could he shirk such an opportunity? However, some things still needed the head of the palace to come forward. Yang Chen could not overstep his boundaries. Senior Fan. Yang Chen just called him again. Fan Shan had already opened his mouth to correct him. Don't call me senior. You don't have to call me old. I call you younger brother. You call me elder brother. Okay, elder brother Fan. Yang Chen followed the advice and directly changed the title. I will report to the head of the palace, and then I will go with my brother. This is natural. Of course, Fan Shan would not say anything. This kind of big event, it would be strange if Yang Chen did not talk to the head of the palace. It just so happens that my elder brother is also going to visit the noble palace master. Fan Shan did not know that all of this was already planned by Yang Chen and the head of the palace. After the two met the head of the palace master listened to the reason and suddenly realized. He told Yang Chen to help as much as possible. During the conversation, it was naturally mentioned that Yang Chen had treated the mountain guardian beast of Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen had already exchanged statements with the head of the palace. Of course, the statement was the same. The mountain guardian beast had recovered. The head of the palace was very straightforward to do a favor to Fan Shan and to the beast taming school. After visiting the palace master, Yang Chen reported to his master, Gaou, and then followed Fan Shan. They left Maiqing Mountain and went straight to the Liangyang Mountain Beast Taming School. Fan Shan looked very anxious. He directly took Yang Chen to fly on his sword. It took less than 30 days to arrive at the Beast Taming School. After taking Yang Chen to a few high-level members of the Beast Taming School in a hurry, without any delay, he was taken to the front of the monster predecessor whose original spirit had dissipated. In a huge cave in the back mountain of the Beast Taming School, Yang Chen saw the monster predecessor. A huge black tiger, almost several times the size of an ordinary tiger, was lazily lying in the sun at the entrance of the cave. From the size of the monster, it could generally be seen the cultivation base of the monster. Of course, there were two prerequisites. One was the case where the transformation secret art had not been cultivated, the other was the case where the cultivation base had not reached the darching stage. Obviously, although this black tiger was huge, it was very small compared with the hundreds of feet body of Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo. When the cultivation base reached the darching stage, after passing the yin fire tribulation, the yin fire would naturally refine some impurities in the body, and the size would shrink. The black tiger in front of them was in this situation. Fan Shan and several masters of the beast taming school came. The black tiger just glanced at them from a distance and ignored them. It leisurely lay down and wagged its tail, enjoying the warmth of the sun. But when it saw Yang Chen behind Fan Shan, the black tiger raised its head with some doubts, and its eyes shot a sharp light, as if it wanted to pierce directly into Yang Chen's eyes. Master Uncle, this disciple found an alchemy master, maybe he can solve the problem of the dissipation of Master Uncle's original spirit. Fan Shan and others stood not far from the opposite side of the black tiger, and they all bowed and saluted. If there is some offense, I ask Master Uncle to forgive me. This little guy is interesting, come up and let me see. The mouth of the black tiger suddenly spat out the human language, which made people feel very strange. However, several people at the scene were not surprised, and they were used to it. Greetings to the senior. Yang Chen stepped forward honestly and saluted respectfully. This black tiger entered the darching stage hundreds of years earlier than Gui Shanyu, and its cultivation base was strong. It must have discovered the abnormality in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. In this regard, Yang Chen was not surprised at all. Do you have a way? The black tiger looked at Yang Chen for a while and asked again. This younger generation junior is not sure. Yang Chen still bowed and replied, before I am sure, this younger generation junior needs to do an examination on the senior to determine the cause, and then I can make a diagnosis. Yang Chen spoke cautiously, and at this time, he still used judgment, not the right medicine. Reason? The black tiger roared a few times. When this old man crossed the yin fire tribulation, I was injured by the yin fire, and it took hundreds of years for it to slowly attack. Do you have a way? Chapter 379. As soon as the black tiger's words came out, several high-level members of the beast-taming sect were stunned. More than a decade ago, when the black tiger's original spirit began to dissipate, they couldn't find the root cause even if they checked all the reasons, but they didn't expect that the black tiger itself knew what was going on. However, what was incomprehensible was that since the black tiger knew the reason for the dissipation of his original spirit, he didn't tell them. Perhaps it was because the black tiger knew that their cultivation base was not enough, and it was impossible to solve his problem. However, if this was the case, the black tiger could hide it. But why, when it saw Yang Chen, it was so straightforward and direct to say its hidden injury? Could it be that it had discovered that Yang Chen could cure its hidden disease? However, Yang Chen was a small junior in the foundation stage. No matter how Fan Shan and the others observed and explored with their spiritual awareness, they couldn't see what was different about Yang Chen. How could it make the Black Tiger Senior look at him differently? Yang Chen was not surprised at all. The last time he touched the old tree demon with his spiritual awareness, the old tree demon called Yang Chen a calf. This Black Tiger Senior entered the darching stage hundreds of years earlier than the old tree demon. It was very normal for him to be able to detect some clues. Perhaps it was because he was different that the Black Tiger Senior would tell him the root cause when they met. It was estimated that there was a glimmer of hope. How serious the injury is, what was the situation when it broke out, and how does the senior feel now, please tell me. Yang Chen ignored the surprised eyes of everyone and still asked respectfully. You all go back, let me talk to this little friend. The black tiger did not directly answer Yang Chen's question, but waved his tail at Fan Shan and the others and drove them away. Fan Shan and the others did not dare to have the slightest neglect of the black tiger. Moreover, they also believed that Yang Chen, a junior in the foundation stage, could not hurt the black tiger. Everyone said goodbye and left quickly, leaving only Yang Chen and the black tiger at the entrance of the cave. Strange little guy. Seeing that everyone had flown away, the black tiger returned to the position of lying on the ground, but his mouth said, "Are you a cultivator or a calf?" Senior's eyes are as sharp as a torch. This junior admires you. Yang Chen flattered him, and then replied, "This younger generation junior is a cultivator, but by chance, I have practiced a kind of monster race cultivation method." The cultivation method of Chunyang Palace? Senior Black Tiger asked again. No. Yang Chen immediately denied it, and then explained, "I like to read some miscellaneous books, and I found it in a certain miscellaneous book. In order to treat senior this time, I will have to ask your sect for some miscellaneous books to read." Black Tiger did not care about such a small request from Yang Chen, and he did not need to worry about it. What he was interested in was whether Yang Chen could restore his primordial spirit. "Have you tried it on yourself?" "Yes." Yang Chen nodded and said, "I've also tried it on one of the sect's mountain protectors. However, senior's situation is a little special, so it might be a little troublesome." "How troublesome?" Black Tiger asked with great interest. It was related to itself. Even if it saw through life and death, it still had to try its best to fight for it when there was a way. Senior has an old injury from the heaven's retribution, which is the same as the mountain protectors of this junior's sect. They are all caused by injuries. Yang Chen first explained to reassure Black Tiger, then he continued, But senior's injury is definitely more serious than that of the one in this junior's sect, so it will take a little longer. The specific situation depends on senior's situation. Prove it to me. Black Tiger hesitated for a while, then he suddenly said this sentence. If it was an alchemist with a bad temper, he could almost leave in a huff. I'm here to save you, and you still have to prove it to me. I've already said that I've treated an injured beast. How can I prove it? But Yang Chen knew that Black Tiger was a master of the darching stage. If it weren't for his old injury, he might have been able to catch up with Elder Wu Xiong. Originally, he had already planned to leave it to fate, but now there was suddenly a junior in the Foundation establishment stage who said that he could save it, so he naturally had more considerations. The beast-controlling secret art was directly launched, and his spiritual thoughts quickly touched the consciousness of predecessor Black Tiger. Immediately, the communication between the two was almost unhindered. Just this time, Black Tiger let go of most of his doubts. At the same time, Yang Chen also received a large piece of information from predecessor Black Tiger. What surprised Yang Chen was that the information actually included the image of his annual tribulation, as well as a lot of experience. Of course, the most detailed was the process of the injury, which was included in the process of crossing the tribulation to Yang Chen. This method was really convenient, and the confidentiality was quite high. No wonder predecessor Black Tiger would let the messenger Yang Chen prove it. This alone had benefited Yang Chen a lot. Even if he couldn't use it himself, when Shi Kuei, Xie Shuo, and the others crossed the tribulation, there would also be a lot of reference. It was just a short touch of spiritual thoughts, and they quickly separated. Even if outsiders saw it, they would think that they were just silent. No one would know that the information exchanged in a short moment was more detailed than a few days and nights of oral communication. Yang Chen's face also became serious, and he began to slowly analyze the problems. The process of the injury, the cultivation at the time, and the feeling later. Combining these, Yang Chen was able to judge what kind of treatment was needed. The question of whether it could be treated didn't need to be answered. There was no doubt about this. Otherwise, Yang Chen wouldn't spend so much effort to set up this game. But what price should be paid to make predecessor Black Tiger recover, it needed to be carefully considered. Predecessor, your injury has been delayed for too long. Although it is suppressed by your great cultivation base, it is very troublesome to break out. Yang Chen was not afraid to tell the truth. He said straightforwardly in front of Black Tiger, "My method can stabilize your injury within 5 years, but if you want to recover, it will take at least 10 years. It will take 15 years in total. Can predecessor accept it? 15 years, I can still afford to wait." Black Tiger swayed his tail and said slowly, "What do you need? Go and find the boys who brought you here." In the words, there was already a hint of leaving the guest. Junior will leave. Yang Chen bowed again and was about to leave. Black Tiger added, "Our beast-taming sect is not a rich and imposing sect. Don't be too ruthless with your extortion. Predecessor, rest assured." Yang Chen held back his laughter and turned in the direction where Fan Shan and the others had just left. He quickly left. Outside this area, Fan Shan and the others had been waiting anxiously. They didn't know what predecessor Black Tiger would say to Yang Chen, but they were more worried about whether Yang Chen could be treated. In the midst of anxiety, they suddenly saw Yang Chen's figure. "Brother, how is it?" Fan Shan almost rushed to Yang Chen and asked nervously. Chapter 380. Not only Fan Shan, but everyone else also had the same nervous expression. It must be known that there was a Black Tiger Senior in the darching stage or a Black Tiger Senior. For the beast-taming sect, it was a matter of heaven and earth. They couldn't help but be nervous. "It can be cured." Yang Chen knew their mood and directly gave an affirmative answer. When they heard Yang Chen's words, the masters of the Yuanying stage all breathed a sigh of relief regardless of their image, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly relaxed a lot. But, seeing that they were relaxed, Yang Chen slowly raised his tone and slowly made a turn. "What? Is there trouble?" Fan Shan and the others' hearts suddenly tightened again. "But what? It will take at least 15 years. Yang Chen did not deliberately tease everyone's appetite, and then said moreover, "The materials that need to be consumed are not a small number, you have to be mentally prepared. After all, the senior has an old injury from the yin fire tribulation, which is extraordinary. Hearing that it would only take a little longer, and it would cost a lot of money, the hearts of everyone were relieved again. If a master of the darching stage had an accident, even if they wanted to simply treat it, it was estimated that it was impossible, and they were mentally prepared for this. On the contrary, Yang Chen was very sure to say the time, which made everyone feel relieved. This also meant that the injury of the Black Tiger Senior was finally cured. 15 years, for the long life of the cultivators, was simply a long sleep time. No one would care. Happy to be happy, Fan Shan did not dare to be rude to Yang Chen, but more carefully said, "What kind of materials do you need? Brother, you make a list." Although my beast-taming sect does not dare to say that it is a big sect like Taishanmen's five-elements sect, but we will not belittle ourselves. This was natural. The raw materials must be solved by the beast-taming sect. It was a matter of course. Even if Fan Shan did not say it, it should be handled like this. On the contrary, what Fan Shan said next was a reward for Yang Chen. "Delaying my brother's 15 years of cultivation time for alchemy, I owe you a big favor." Fan Shan patted his chest and said, "I don't dare to say anything else, but the disciples of the sect have already found the whereabouts of Helian Yun, who doesn't get along with you. I will personally take care of him for you." When Fan Shan took action, the impact was much smaller than when Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace took action. This was something that Fan Shan had considered thoroughly. He had found a way to help Yang Chen. "You found his whereabouts?" Yang Chen was startled, and a smile appeared on his face. This was an unexpected surprise. Regarding this, Yang Chen did not hold back and directly made a request. "Big brother, when you deal with him, don't forget about the fire seed on him, especially the lunar true flame fire seed. I have a use for it." "Rest assured." Fan Shan nodded his head and said, "As long as he has a fire seed, including those of his disciples, I will gather it all for you. Little friend Yang, if you have any other requests, just say it. My beast-taming sect will never bargain." After Fan Shan finished speaking, the beast-taming sect master immediately took over the conversation and said again, "Delaying 15 years of cultivation, plus the favor of saving a master of the darching stage, was not something that could be paid back by killing a little Helian Yun and taking the lunar true flame fire seed. Although the lunar true flame was very precious, for the beast-taming sect, these were absolutely not enough. Senior is generous, this younger generation junior will not be polite." Yang Chen turned and bowed to the beast-taming sect master, and after getting up, he said, "This younger generation junior has a bad habit of reading some miscellaneous books. If there are any miscellaneous books in the sect that have nothing to do with cultivation, please give it to me. This younger generation junior will be grateful." This younger generation junior will not ask for much. 20,000 books are enough. Well said. When they heard that Yang Chen just wanted some miscellaneous books, everyone was relieved. Not to mention that each sect itself had a lot of books that had nothing to do with cultivation. Even if they did not, they had to go out and plunder to meet this request of Yang Chen. The number of 20,000 books came from the Blue Cloud sect. It seemed that when Yang Chen rescued Elder Hua wanting in the Blue Cloud sect, he also asked for 20,000 books, and also asked for a qualification to participate in the auction of the Blue Cloud sect. This was no longer a secret, everyone knew it. Compared with Hua wanting, the new master of the darching stage, the Black Tiger predecessor was obviously more important to the sect. Only using 20,000 books plus Helian Yun and the fire seed to solve the problem, it was really a big bargain for the beast-taming sect. Although it was not as powerful as the Blue Cloud sect, the beast-taming sect could not be too stingy. The beast-taming sect master did not wait for Yang Chen to mention it again, and immediately consciously added a sentence to Yang Chen, "My beast-taming sect auction. Little friend Yang, whenever you want to come, you can come to participate, you are always welcome." Everyone had a tacit understanding not to mention the relationship between the sect. In this matter, in addition to Yang Chen's favor, the beast-taming sect also had to return the favor to Chunyang Palace. However, this was a problem between the sect masters. Yang Chen was a junior disciple, so there was no need to mention it in front of him. "By the way, seniors, this younger generation junior will go back to alchemy this time and need the help of my sect's medicinal hall master Zhu Chendao. Yang Chen suddenly thought of something and said again, the pill furnace of Helian Yun is good. I don't know if you can part with it and give it to my master Zhu? Before Helian Yun's realm fell, he was also a master of the middle Yuanying stage. Moreover, he could be invited by Wu Xiong to join the team of refining the heaven-seizing pill. His own alchemy level was not low, and the pill furnace was also first class. Zhu Chendao was only in the Jedan stage, and the pill furnace was not a little bad, so it was just right to give him a good one. Such a small matter, it is not worth mentioning. The beast-taming sect master directly agreed to this small request of Yang Chen. Not only that, but also attached a sentence after getting rid of Helian Yun. The beast-taming sect will keep a copy of the pill recipe we got from him, and a copy will also be given to your sect to express our gratitude. At this point, Yang Chen had no more requests. On the spot, he took out a blank jade slip and engraved the required materials on it. Since he wanted to do a favor, he might as well do it to the end. Some of the things that Yang Chen had in stock in Shangguan Feng, Yang Chen directly marked them out. As long as they were paid according to the market price of spirit stones, it would save the beast-taming sect a lot of trouble to plunder. For this, several high-level members of the beast-taming sect were extremely grateful. After a warm reception for Yang Chen, it was very grand to send Yang Chen back to Chunyang Palace. This time, in addition to the old friend Fan Shan, there was also the beast-taming sect master who sent Yang Chen home. There were some things that must be discussed by the beast-taming sect master and the palace master in person. The beast-taming sect master and elder Fan Shan once again visited Chunyang Palace and immediately caused a lot of chaos. The palace master and several elders came out to greet them and discuss important matters. After Yang Chen introduced them to everyone, he directly left the two distinguished guests and found the side of the medicinal hall. Chapter 381. Uncle Zhu. Yang Chen's goal, of course, was Zhu Chendao. The Chunyang Palace's medicinal hall master, when Yang Chen first joined the Chunyang Palace, gave Yang Chen a lot of support. This opportunity, Yang Chen certainly wanted to pull Zhu Chendao. For the arrival of Yang Chen, Zhu Chendao was very surprised. To be honest, Yang Chen made a name for himself as an alchemist master outside, but in Chunyang Palace, he had never really entered the medicinal hall. He didn't know why this time he came to find himself. Fortunately, Zhu Chendao was guiding the disciples today, so he did not retreat for alchemy, and Yang Chen was able to meet Zhu Chendao. Seeing Zhu Chendao, Yang Chen did not directly talk about this matter, but took Zhu Chendao and ran to the Fierce Sun courtyard. In his room, he set up a layer of restrictions by himself, and secretly informed Gui Shanyo's body to set up another layer of restrictions. Some things were not suitable for many people to know. The beast-taming sect has been kept secret for more than 10 years, and this time the sect master would definitely talk about this with the head of the palace. Yang Chen would not publicize it to everyone. At least, those who were hiding in the Chunyang Palace could not know about it. What is so mysterious? Zhu Chendao was confused and could not figure out what Yang Chen was doing. Seeing that he paid so much attention to it, he asked in surprise, "Uncle Zhu, there is one thing that needs your help." Yang Chen asked himself that no one could hear their conversation, so he told the truth. After a series of causes and effects, Zhu Chendao was so surprised that he almost jumped up, and there was no shock of a Jedan stage master. What? Refining a medicinal pill to treat the injuries of a Dacheng stage monster? Zhu Chuntao's eyes were the size of a copper bell, and he couldn't believe everything he heard. Or is it a hidden injury left by the yin fire tribulation for hundreds of years? Me? How is it possible? How can Martial Uncle Zhu be so unduly humble? Yang Chen looked at Zhu Chendao and was a little speechless. I didn't say it was impossible. Why is it impossible when it comes to Uncle Master? Zhu Chendao then remembered that Yang Chen was famous in alchemy because he successfully refined the heaven-seizing pill. That was a pill that could allow one to ascend to the heavens. Compared to this healing pill, it was not just a little bit stronger. Can I really do it? But in any case, the medicinal pill of the Dacheng stage, Zhu Chendao didn't even think about it. Not to mention the Dacheng stage, even the medicinal pills of the Yuanying stage, Zhu Chendao did not have extravagant hopes. Chunyang Palace was not an outstanding sect in the field of alchemy. It was normal that Zhu Chendao did not have this confidence. Of course, This disciple still needs to rely on martial uncle's strength. Yang Chen certainly would not pour cold water on Zhu Chendao at this time. In fact, he wanted to use this opportunity to let Zhu Chendao be able to take another step in the realm of alchemy, and even push Zhu Chendao from the Jedan stage master to the Yuanying stage ancestor. How can I help? Zhu Chendao now suddenly figured it out. This was simply a great opportunity given by Yang Chen. Otherwise, with Yang Chen's ability to refine the medicinal pill to restore the pill spirit, how could he not be able to refine the medicinal pill to restore the true spirit? It was clear that Yang Chen wanted to let him broaden his horizons and improve his level. In terms of alchemy, even if Zhu Chendao was the hall master of the medicinal hall, he did not dare to say that he could compare with Yang Chen. Not to mention that Yang Chen created the qi-seeking pill when he was in the first layer of the qi refining stage. Even the medicinal pills that already had the pill recipe, such as the qi-nourishing pill, Peiyuan pill and the foundation establishment pill, Yang Chen could already refine the third grade, but Zhu Chendao could only reach the second grade at most. This was the gap. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Chen's current cultivation base was low, and he was in the Fierce Yang Hall, if he was under the name of Zhu Chendao would want to train Yang Chen as the future hall master of the medicinal hall. Now Yang Chen wanted to refine pills and asked him to help. How was it helping? It was clearly helping. In this kind of opportunity, Zhu Chendao, as an elder, could not say a word of thanks, but his heart was really grateful. How could he disagree? Then I will thank Uncle Zhu first. Yang Chen did not directly say how to refine. Anyway, the time was still early, and the materials had to be prepared. He was not in a hurry. There is no hurry for the time being. But recently Uncle Zhu has to arrange the matters of the medicinal hall first. If you start refining, you may not be able to take care of the medicinal hall for a year or two. Well, I will go back and arrange it. Zhu Chendao said nothing and got up to leave to arrange. Uncle Zhu is not in a hurry, wait for the palace master's instructions. Yang Chen smiled. Zhu Chendao was also an impatient person. This kind of thing, of course, had to wait for the beast-taming sect master and the head of the palace to talk about it. Now he was really not in a hurry. Oh, I am too eager. Zhu Chendao smiled embarrassedly, simply sat down, put down his thoughts, and began to communicate with Yang Chen about the way of controlling the fire. The beast-taming sect has delayed the cultivation of Uncle Zhu for more than 10 years, and there is also compensation. Yang Chen first told Zhu Chendao the benefits promised by the beast-taming sect. Helian Yun's alchemy furnace will be yours in the future. Is there really such a thing? This was another unexpected surprise. He was already happy to let Zhu Chendao participate in this matter, but he did not expect that there would be substantial benefits to be obtained. How could Zhu Chendao not be overjoyed? That was the alchemy furnace of the alchemy master Helian Yun, a famous treasure, and it had become a predetermined item in the bag. You don't have a good alchemy furnace yet. This alchemy furnace is still for you to use. After being happy for a while, Zhu Chendao calmed down and refused. In addition to being happy, Zhu Chendao thought more. When it came to the talent of alchemy, it was clear that Yang Chen was far above him. If Yang Chen was given a high-level alchemy furnace, it could definitely make Yang Chen more powerful. It was a pity. But if it could help Yang Chen and give Chunyang Palace an alchemy master, what was an alchemy furnace? This disciple already has the best alchemy furnace given by Uncle Zhu. I don't need it. Yang Chen understood Zhu Chendao's mind. He now had the profound spirit furnace. How could he accept it? However, Zhu Chendao's thoughts made Yang Chen feel that it was not wrong for him to help Zhu Chendao this time. It was worth it. Zhu Chendao was definitely a person worth helping. Of course, Zhu Chendao didn't believe it, but after Yang Chen took out the profound spirit furnace, he looked at the profound spirit furnace that had already been upgraded by several grades. The almost earth-shattering change made Zhu Chendao completely believe that Yang Chen really had a best-quality alchemy furnace, so he nodded and agreed to accept it. The next thing was no accident. After the master of the palace and several elders communicated with the master of the beast-taming sect and Fan Shan, they sent the two away in a very grand manner. Immediately afterward, Yang Chen and Zhu Chendao were called. After some instructions, the two began to prepare separately. Chapter 382. Although Yang Chen had already solved some of the medicinal materials for alchemy, it would take some time for the beast taming school to prepare all the materials. However, Fan Shan's actions were unusually fast. Some disciples of the beast taming school had already discovered the whereabouts of He Lianyun. After confirming it, Fan Shan directly acted with the force of a thunderbolt. In less than a month, He Lianyun and several of his sworn disciples were captured on the spot. He Lianyun was a greedy and afraid of death, otherwise, he would not easily hand over the Sun True Fire. Faced with the threat of Fan Shan's death, he did not dare to bargain with Fan Shan. Between being swallowed by Fan Shan's spirit beast and handing over all the fire seeds in exchange for his life, He Lianyun cleverly chose the latter. The lunar true fire, which had just been in his hands, was obediently handed over, and even the ice flame, which had been refined in the early stage to absorb the lunar true fire, had to be handed over. Several of his disciples also handed over two kinds of fire seeds, the blue phosphorus fire and the blackwood fire. Advanced fire seeds were not often available, and several of his disciples had these two kinds of fire seeds suitable for alchemy. Fan Shan kept his promise and did not kill He Lianyun. Instead, after abolishing his cultivation base, he took them directly to the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. This was the request of the head of Chunyang Palace. He wanted He Lianyun alive and the people of the Xiong family to be executed together to show the attitude of Chunyang Palace. He Lianyun did not expect that it would be such an ending. At this point, even if he begged again, promised countless benefits, and promised Fan Shan to refine many high-level medicinal pills, it would be of no use. Fan Shan and He Lianyun had cooperated and had already figured out his character. This time, the slander of Yang Chen was completely made by He Lianyun. How could he cooperate with a villain like He Lianyun? If he let go of Yang Chen's promising alchemy master and let him offend Yang Chen, wouldn't he be a fool? This time, Chunyang Palace showed an unprecedented toughness in the matter of Yang Chen. In the beginning, he had quietly allowed the sects to question him and even confront him. Then, without batting an eyelid, he captured the Xiong family and He Lianyun, the master-disciple duo who had instigated this matter. Then, he announced to the world that he was going to kill every single one of them. As for the murder, it was naturally Yang Chen who took care of it. He was originally an executioner, and these people had a grudge against Yang Chen. Yang Chen was not afraid at all. Outside the gate of Chunyang Palace, under the gaze of hundreds of disciples and rogue cultivators from other sects, he beheaded these people one by one. This move of the pure Yang Palace directly caused a great uproar in the verbal world. The few big sects only said that killing too many people would harm the harmony of the world, and did not say much else. Everyone's way of dealing with things was basically the same. If anyone dared to come to them like this, the reaction of those big sects should be stronger than that of Chunyang Palace. Among the rogue cultivators, many people felt that Chunyang Palace was too overbearing. However, although there were many people who spoke, they only chatted when they got together. No one came forward to make trouble for Chunyang Palace. Against Chunyang Palace for a few dead people? Although the rogue cultivators did not have the backing of a sect, it did not mean that they were fools. How dare they come to them? Didn't they see that He Lianyun and the Xiong family had all been killed? The beast taming school expressed its support for Chunyang Palace in a timely manner. This kind of guy who slandered others should be killed. The big sects did not object, and the rogue cultivators did not dare to say anything. Among the second-rate sects, the beast taming school and several other sects that were on good terms with Chunyang Palace all supported them. Who else had any objections? Even if there were, no one dared to go to Maiqing Mountain to argue with Chunyang Palace. The guys who had said bad things about Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen on some occasions before were smart enough to shut their mouths at this time. They no longer dared to mention how they spread the rumor that Yang Chen had taken the recipe of the Xiong family's heaven-seizing elixir at that time. As the saying went, rumors stopped with the wise, but more often than not, it was the strong who stopped with the rumors. Those who still hoped to get the recipe from Yang Chen, in the face of such a situation, also felt the attitude of Chunyang Palace. No matter whether the flame of greed in their hearts had been extinguished, at least on the surface, they had no more excuses. After this incident, everyone also began to gradually realize that Chunyang Palace was not so easy to provoke now. In recent years, the strength of Chunyang Palace had greatly increased. There were more masters in the Dacheng stage and 2 Yuanying stage. Not to mention that in the great calamity of the demonic cultivation, other sects had more or less losses, but Chunyang Palace had not suffered any damage. Under such additions, the voice of Chunyang Palace in the Dao sects was also increasing day by day. These were all things to be considered by the head of the palace and the elders. Yang Chen was now happy with a lot of fire seeds. Blue phosphorus fire, blackwood fire, cold ice flame, moontrue fire. There were 4 more kinds of fire seeds at once. If the 4 kinds of flames were absorbed by the profound spirit furnace, the profound spirit furnace could definitely become the most powerful alchemy furnace in the mortal world. Even Deng Ye's purple alchemy furnace could not be compared. Among them, the blackwood fire was a 3rd fire, which could let Yang Chen refine it as a buffer before refining the sun true fire. As for the other flames, except for the moon true fire, the blue phosphorus fire and the cold ice flame were all 4th fires, which could be combined with the earth core fire to further enhance the cultivation of the 4th fire. The absorption of the fire seeds was also gradual from low to high. When the cultivation base was strong in the future, it could be refined and fused with more advanced flames. The fire seeds refined in the body could also be fused with each other to improve the quality. The moon true fire Yang Chen didn't even think about it now, but several other flames could be considered for refining. However, for today's plan, it was better to let the profound spirit furnace absorb it first. It could greatly improve the grade of the profound spirit furnace, and it would also have great benefits for the next alchemy. It would take a long time to refine and integrate these flames, but it could be done during alchemy. Others thought that Yang Chen would delay his cultivation because of alchemy. Perhaps they would never dream that Yang Chen could also improve his cultivation base during alchemy. Zhu Chendao also got the alchemy furnace he dreamed of. The high-level alchemy furnace refined by the Yuanying stage alchemy master made him unable to put it down. When he got it, he began to sacrificial refine under the reminder of Yang Chen, and strive to use it before starting alchemy. A high-level alchemy furnace could not only improve the level of the alchemy master, but also increase the success rate of alchemy and improve the quality of the refined medicinal pills. When Fan Shan handed these things to Yang Chen, he also gave Yang Chen an approximate time when the materials could be gathered. Yang Chen still needed to wait for almost a year before he could officially start refining the medicinal pills. This year, it was just enough for Yang Chen to improve the profound spirit furnace. Yang Chen certainly would not waste this time. The fire seeds of the 4 flames were already in the hands of Yang Chen, waiting for him to absorb them with the profound spirit furnace. Chapter 383. Ancestor Wang Yong has now begun to refine the Qilin Horn flying sword. After Gong Sunling came back, she went to the valley. As long as she could thoroughly master the maze, plus the best quality spirit stones given by Yang Chen, for Gong Sunling, it was also a life-saving weapon. And Gao Yu also went out with Yang Chen, and began to meditate to cultivate the water attribute cultivation method. This time, Yang Chen's alchemy would take more than 10 years. It was estimated that he would not have much time to see his master, so Yang Chen came to his master in advance, and prepared everything that could be used for Gao Yu. What is this? Gao Yu looked at the Chenkuan bag that Yang Chen handed over. She did not directly open it, but curiously asked. After a period of time, this disciple will retreat with Uncle Zhu for alchemy, so I prepared some fruits for master in advance. Yang Chen said with a smile, this disciple's filial piety, master can also use it at the beginning of your cultivation. Oh, yes, master, remember that the fruit must be peeled before eating. Yang Chen also exhorted a sentence, if you eat one a day, it can almost last until this disciple comes out. As for others, don't think about it for the time being, wait until the sect clears some people first. The latter sentence was without rhyme or reason, making Gao Yu feel like she was in a dark cloud. Until Yang Chen left, Gao Yu did not understand what Yang Chen meant. What fruit? Peeling it to eat. After Gao Yu opened the Chenkuan bag and took a look, her whole person suddenly froze in place. Although Gao Yu was focused on refining, it did not mean that she did not know the medicinal herbs. These in the Chenkuan bag were clearly the profound yang fruit. Moreover, It was 1,000 years old profound young fruit. All of them were about 1,500 years old. Each fruit was strong, neatly placed in the tranquil bag. There were tens of thousands of them. If she ate one a day, it was definitely enough for Gaou to eat for 27 or 8 years. Every profound young fruit of this age, as long as it was refined properly, it could be used to obtain several high-quality building foundation dans. If an ordinary cultivator wanted to buy such a profound young fruit, it would be impossible for them to do so without paying thousands of low-grade spirit stones. These 10,000-year-old profound young fruits, once taken out, could be exchanged for 100 jin of top-grade spirit stones. Such a huge amount of wealth and resources, in the mouth of Yang Chen, had unexpectedly become a fruit to show filial piety to his master, and he even wanted to peel it and eat it. Didn't Yang Chen know that this year's profound young fruit, even if it was only the skin, was also a very precious medicinal ingredient? For a moment, Gaou did not know what to do with these profound young fruits. Was he really going to follow Yang Chen's instructions and eat it as a fruit? If these things were handed over to the sect, how much strength would 10,000 high-quality foundation building pills bring to the sect? But Yang Chen's last sentence reminded Gaou. She now also understood what Yang Chen meant. The Bright Moon Palace had a lot of opinions about Yang Chen and his disciple. It could even be said that they were hostile. And this time, the Xiong family's Helian Yun actually knew that she had sealed her cultivation to cultivate a water attribute cultivation method. It was obvious that someone in the sect had leaked this information, and the Bright Moon Palace could not escape from it. If these things were taken out, it would be troublesome. Perhaps it would cause people to target the two of them. Since Yang Chen had said so, Gaou also took the opportunity to put these things away. Presumably, Yang Chen had already made arrangements. Gaou did not believe that Yang Chen would not care about the sect. It could be seen from Yang Chen's actions these years. After thinking about this, Gaou finally put down the knot in her heart. She tried to follow Yang Chen's instructions, peeling off the skin of the profound young fruit and eating one. Suddenly, a huge amount of spiritual energy exploded. Even with her current cultivation level of the third layer of Qi training, she couldn't completely absorb it. In the end, after the water attribute spiritual power had improved a lot, she unlocked the fire attribute spiritual power and used her gold core stage cultivation to absorb this huge spiritual power completely, without any waste. At this time, Gaou knew why Yang Chen asked her to eat only one a day. He had already calculated her cultivation. According to this speed, when Yang Chen finished refining pills in 10 years, Gaou's water attribute cultivation was estimated to be able to reach the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. After all, she had the state of mind of the gold core stage and the spiritual awareness of the peak of the gold core stage. After feeling such a feeling, Gaou could also feel the kind of complete trust from Yang Chen. He did not hide such things from her. For Yang Chen, Gaou was already satisfied with her disciple. In the past few days, Zhu Chendao had already settled the medicinal hall and even entrusted the law enforcement hall master Meng Xian to take care of it. There were many foundation stage and gold core stage alchemists in the medicinal hall, but they were all ordinary alchemists. They were managed by the law enforcement hall master, so there would be no big trouble. Yang Chen's own identity as a disciple had to be put down. After more than 10 years of retreat for alchemy, it was impossible to continue to serve as such. This made everyone in the Nine Earth Mountain Villa and Yi Xiu Villa somewhat reluctant. Not for anything else, in the years that Yang Chen taught as a disciple, almost no one had worried about the troubles of cultivation. Now Yang Chen was going to retreat for alchemy because of the sect's affairs. However, the statement of the head of the palace was that Yang Chen's time as a disciple was over, and it was a normal rotation. This was a very natural rotation. No one could see anything wrong with it. The places for preparation and alchemy were all chosen in the small courtyard of Yang Chen's Fierce Sun courtyard. At this point, the head of the palace originally wanted to arrange a more secure place, but Yang Chen insisted on staying here. What a joke! Where the body of the old tree demon Gui Shanyu was there a safer place in Chunyang Palace than here? Yang Chen's 4 servants, in the years of cultivation with Yang Chen, have been spared no effort by Yang Chen. All of them have reached the peak of the Qi refining stage. Before this retreat, Yang Chen also had to fulfill the promise he had made to the four of them. These are 4 third-grade foundation pills. Yang Chen called the 4 people in front of him. In front of each person, he placed a foundation pill with a clear pill pattern. You are now at the peak of the foundation stage. I promised you the foundation pill, take it. After the foundation stage, you are my Chunyang Palace's inner sect disciples, no longer slaves, take care of yourselves. The 4 people looked at each other, and their faces were full of uncontrollable joy. They thought that they were going to be the slaves of the Yi Xiu Villa for a lifetime, but they did not expect that following Yang Chen, there would be a day when they became inner sect disciples. Of course, all of this came from Yang Chen. The pavilion near the water enjoys moonlight first, and the guidance they received was the most detailed and frequent. Almost half of their current achievements were attributed to Yang Chen. Thank you, young master. The 4 people kowtowed and thanked him. Yang Chen did not stop them and accepted this bow. This is the last time you call me young master. After the foundation stage, I will be the senior brother. Chapter 384. The 3 cycles foundation establishment pill was enough for 4 people to build their foundation. After thanking Yang Chen, the 4 of them got up and looked at Yang Chen, but they had mixed feelings. From the beginning, the 4 of them were not convinced by Yang Chen, and they even wanted to occupy Yang Chen's monthly allowance. Later, they were beaten by Yang Chen. After following Yang Chen for so many years, they also got a lot of benefits. Not to mention anything else, just changing from the identity of a servant to an inner disciple of Chunyang Palace was already a transformation from hell to heaven. Although they didn't say much, the 4 of them knew that they would definitely follow Yang Chen's footsteps in the future. The things that Yang Chen did in Chunyang Palace and his reputation in Chunyang Palace, they knew better than anyone else. There was absolutely no mistake in following Yang Chen. He Lian, if you can build your foundation within a year, I can allow you to serve me and Uncle Zhu in retreating for alchemy. Sure enough, before she could build her foundation, the benefits had already been promised. Yang Chen looked at He Lian and encouraged her, if your performance can satisfy Uncle Zhu, it is not impossible to become his disciple. He Lian was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him again. Following Yang Chen and Zhu Chendao for retreating for alchemy was a rare opportunity. He Lian was now focusing on alchemy, and of course, she knew the preciousness of the opportunity. As for becoming Zhu Chendao's disciple, it was even more surprising. Zhu Chendao was the master of the medicinal hall. Although he was only in the gold core stage, everyone in the sect was polite to Zhu Chendao. Becoming his disciple was definitely the first choice of disciples in Chunyang Palace who wanted to become an alchemist. Of course, becoming Yang Chen's disciple might have a better opportunity. Unfortunately, Yang Chen was only in the early stage of foundation establishment and could not accept disciples yet. But to He Lian, this wasn't a big deal. Yang Chen was her former master. If she had any questions, she could ask Yang Chen. Yang Chen would never refuse. After sending away the 4 people who were pleasantly surprised, Yang Chen simply sealed his courtyard door and began to upgrade the profound spirit furnace. Having absorbed the earth core fire, true sun fire and Nanming Li fire, the grade of the profound spirit furnace was already very high, and it was no worse than the alchemy furnace of He Lianyun. The jade phosphorus flame and the ice flame were both fire seeds of the same grade as the earth core fire. At this moment, it was not so difficult for the profound spirit furnace to absorb them. When Yang Chen absorbed the earth core fire for the first time, it took him half a year. Of course, at that time, Yang Chen's cultivation base was also low, and the grade of the profound spirit furnace was also poor, but now he didn't have to work so hard at all. The blue phosphorus fire and the ice flame both belonged to the 4th fire nature. Yang Chen easily absorbed the 2 kinds of fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace. In total, it had been less than 2 months. The profound wood fire was a little troublesome. Compared with the earth core fire, it was a little more advanced. However, there was no pressure for the profound spirit furnace that had already absorbed the true sun fire. It only took 2 months for the profound spirit furnace to successfully absorb the profound wood fire and store it in the furnace body. The next true moon fire was troublesome. This was the same grade as the true sun fire, but the nature of the flame was completely opposite. If Yang Chen wanted to absorb it, he could not let the true moon fire and the true sun fire in the furnace body have any contact. With his current cultivation base, he could not control this level of flame. Fortunately, there was already the true sun fire and the Nanming Li fire. Although it was difficult, it was not insurmountable. All that was needed was Yang Chen's care and patience. Yang Chen, who had played with fire for tens of thousands of years in his previous life, how could he be stumped by a small true moon fire? It was almost the same technique and the same process when he absorbed the true sun fire, but he carefully controlled the true sun fire in the profound spirit furnace to not meet the true moon fire. It was equivalent to controlling two kinds of flames at the same time, but for Yang Chen, it was only a little longer on the time. Half a year later, the true moon fire was also perfectly absorbed into the profound spirit furnace. Counting the 4 kinds of flames that were added later, there were already 7 kinds of fire seeds in the profound spirit furnace, including the sun true fire, the moon true fire and the Nanming Li fire, the 3 high-level flames, and the grade of the entire magic weapon was almost doubled. The furnace body of the profound spirit furnace exuded a kind of hazy light. It was no longer the previous crystal clear jade color, it looked like an illusory feeling. However, Yang Chen knew that the profound spirit furnace at this time, not to mention He Lianyun's pill furnace, even the purple pill furnace that Deng Ye used to refine the heaven-seizing pill was put in front of the profound spirit furnace, it was also a slag. The profound spirit furnace that had absorbed 7 kinds of flames had almost grown to the extreme of the magic weapon in the mortal world. Of course, if it could absorb the pure Yang true fire passed down by the ancestors of the Chunyang Palace, it would be the real extreme, and there would be no better alchemy furnace than the profound spirit furnace in the mortal world. The magic weapon on Yang Chen's body was only the profound spirit furnace, which could be promoted to a high grade without Yang Chen's cultivation base. At this moment, the profound spirit furnace, on the contrary, did not have the light of the high-quality magic weapon. It was restrained and illusory, and it looked inconspicuous. Anyone who saw the profound spirit furnace in front of them would not associate this inconspicuous pill furnace with one of the most powerful alchemy furnaces of the heavenly court in the future. With the current profound spirit furnace, it would be easier for Yang Chen to refine the healing medicinal pill for the black tiger, and the success rate would be higher. At this point, Yang Chen's preparation work has been completed, and it took almost 10 months for Yang Chen. Next, he was waiting for the beast taming sect to send the medicinal materials to the door. During the waiting period, Yang Chen went to see his master again. With the nourishment of Yang Chen's millennium profound yang fruit, in these 10 months, Gaou's cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, and she had jumped from the 3rd layer to the 5th layer. In the short span of 2 months, she had advanced 2 levels. Even the world-famous Fairy Shi did not have such a cultivation speed. Of course, both Yang Chen and Gao knew that in addition to the reason of the profound yang fruit, Gao's powerful Jedan stage spiritual awareness was also one of the most important reasons. But even so, Gao was already a little surprised. Was she really suitable for the cultivation of the water attribute cultivation method? But she was clearly a fire spirit root. Master can rest assured to cultivate, and you will naturally know the reason later. Yang Chen certainly would not tell Gao the reason now, and he would not publicize it. In his previous life, it was because others knew that Gao had the full value of the acquired water spirit root, so they forced Gao to be a Dao companion and a cultivation furnace. In this life, before Yang Chen had the power to protect Gao, Yang Chen would never say it. He Lian did not disappoint Yang Chen's trust. In just 10 months, with the help of the 3-grade foundation building pills, she successfully built the foundation. In fact, Yang Chen's 4 slaves were all about the same cultivation base. The other 3 had already built the foundation and entered the inner sect. Only He Lian was still waiting for Yang Chen, waiting to see if she had the opportunity to worship Zhu Chendao. Chapter 385. Before Yang Chen went into seclusion, he was summoned by the head of the palace. The reason for this summons was because Yang Chen's 4 slaves had all reached the foundation establishment stage. The inner disciples of the Chunyang Palace, from the top to the bottom, which one did not have a slave? The slaves around them, after a long period of time and under the guidance of the master, had succeeded in building the foundation, but all the slaves had reached the foundation establishment stage. And in a short period of more than 20 years, only young Chen was able to make all the disciples with poor qualifications who had been reduced to slaves reach the foundation establishment stage. This point has fully explained young Chen's excellence in guiding people. It was natural to guide a disciple with good qualifications to build the foundation. But to be able to make the original slaves reach the foundation establishment stage, this was the ability. The reason why the head of the palace summoned him was to know the reason why young Chen's guidance was so sharp. Was it possible for other disciples to do the same as young Chen? It must be known that the more solid the foundation of a cultivator was when laying the foundation, the higher the achievements in the future. The head of the palace wanted to improve the strength of the sect all the time. The reason? Young Chen almost cried and laughed. He had to answer the question of the head of the palace, but he couldn't tell the head of the palace that he had been reborn, and there were still 10,000 years of memories of his previous life, right? He could only use another reason that everyone could accept. Palace Master, this disciple has read all the millions of jade slips in the sutra pavilion of our sect and memorized them. There are a lot of cultivation experiences of the predecessors, especially the difficulties they encountered in their previous cultivation. Young Chen was also telling the truth. He had indeed read all the sutra pavilion of the sect off and on over the years, and he did not lie at all. Moreover, this disciple has built the foundation of all 5 elements. I have personal experience. If the disciples of each department have problems, this disciple can know their feelings. This was the second reason given by young Chen. It had to be said that this reason was very convincing. Many of the training instructors were only able to provide guidance to their own branch of cultivation, while those from other branches could not. This was also because their knowledge was limited. Both reasons sounded reasonable, but it wouldn't be so easy for someone else to recreate them. Not to mention the disciples of the foundation stage, even the Yuanying stage masters such as the head of the palace and the elders could not do it. Perhaps reading 1,000,000 jade slips could be done, but memorizing them was easier said than done. Needless to say, he could give pointers to every department. After a moment of hesitation, young Chen suggested, actually, if we set up 5 cultivation imparting disciples, 1 for each department, we would be able to do better than what we are doing now. However, this suggestion clearly went against the unspoken rule that the disciples of the various sects should follow their destiny. No one had set the rule that there could only be 1 cultivation teaching disciple. However, all the major sects had such a rule and no one had broken it. When young Chen said this, the head of the palace suddenly frowned. It's not good to casually change the rules of our ancestors, right? The mind of the head of the palace also began to move slightly, but this was obviously against the rules. Although he was tempted, he might not be able to implement it. The Hall of Eccentrics is not in line with the rules of our ancestors. Young Chen reminded with a slight smile. If my Chunyang Palace is the first to do everything, it will be attacked by a group of people. The head of the palace thought for a while and shook his head slightly. Is there a safer way? We can't be caught by other sects. It was estimated that all the sects knew that if there were more cultivation teaching disciples, they could better guide those outer sect disciples. However, they didn't know which ancestor left the rules, but they had to use this to prove the immortal fate of all the cultivators, which led to such a cruel and inefficient method of transmission among the various sects. The reform of the immortal cultivation sects was even more difficult than the change of the dynasty. Even the Hall of Eccentrics had no precedent before. Even if there was resistance in this regard, it would not be too big, and the benefits to the sect were large enough, so the Chunyang Palace clenched their teeth and implemented it. Just in time for the support of Elder Wu Xiong and the great calamity of the demonic cultivation, everyone reluctantly accepted it. Chunyang Palace was only a second-rate sect. After a series of previous events, if the way of teaching disciples had to be changed, it would never start from Chunyang Palace. Therefore, the head of the palace would look for young Chen to find a way. There is still only 1 cultivation teaching disciple in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa, but every disciple in the peak of the Qi refining stage, if they volunteer to serve as the assistant of the cultivation teaching disciple and guide the cultivation of the younger disciples for a year, they can get a second-grade foundation building pill from the sect. Will it improve? Yang Chen saw that the head of the palace really wanted to improve the reserve strength of the Chunyang Palace. After thinking for a while, he gave a compromise. A disciple in the peak of the qi refining stage instructing the younger disciples? When the head of the palace just listened, he immediately figured out the meaning, and his eyes flashed with some excitement. This was not a violation of the rules, there was still only one cultivation teaching disciple. However, a disciple in the peak of the qi refining stage would be more or less helpful to the disciples in the qi refining stage. It was still much better than letting them explore by themselves. For these disciples in the peak of the qi refining stage, a second-grade foundation building pill could greatly improve the chance of building the foundation. It was also a good choice, the best of both worlds. Good. Good. The head of the palace nodded again and again. In fact, this time, he did not really want to get any specific methods from Yang Chen. He just wanted to know the reason why Yang Chen could give such advice, and see if it could be copied. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen really gave away, which was a pleasant surprise. Yang Chen was sighing. These cultivators in the mortal world were still relatively pedantic, and even not as flexible as those guys in the heavenly court. Perhaps it was because they just cultivated wholeheartedly, and never thought about breaking the rules of the cultivation world. It was completely unlike the officials of the heavenly court that Yang Chen had seen, but they were always wondering how to find some loopholes in the system of the heavenly court to meet their own needs. Yang Chen, you have made a great contribution this time. The head of the palace was very happy. Yang Chen, this disciple, could always give him some surprises. With such a disciple, why would he worry about the revitalization of the Chunyang Palace? The traitor disciple who leaked the news of your master has been found. He is the disciple of Song Xing of the Bright Moon Palace. The head of the palace quietly informed Yang Chen of the news. He has admitted that he did it himself and was not instructed by others. How do you think it is better to deal with it? He handed the power of disposal to Yang Chen. Kill. Yang Chen almost did not hesitate to say the word kill, revealing the weakness of his master and putting his master in danger. Was there anything more that could make Yang Chen angry? For Yang Chen, such a person was an enemy, and there was only one word to kill. Chapter 386. The word kill also determined the fate of that guy. Since the head of the palace asked Yang Chen how to deal with it, it was a small reward for Yang Chen and would never go against Yang Chen's meaning. A traitorous disciple, if he was killed, who would say half a word of no? Who could say half a word of no? Even his master Song Xing could not. Originally, the head of the palace also wanted to ask Song Xing if Yang Chen could really solve the bottleneck. It had been several years since the last time Song Xing, as the acting master of the Bright Moon Palace, made things difficult for Yang Chen. Presumably, Yang Chen's resentment had slowly faded, but now the head of the palace did not ask this question at all. Perhaps he already knew what the answer would be after he asked it, so he simply saved the embarrassment of asking it. Listening to Yang Chen's answer, the head of the palace just sighed. It seemed that the contradiction between Yang Chen and the Bright Moon Palace seemed to be irreconcilable. The people of the Bright Moon Palace repeatedly provoked Yang Chen, from Chu Heng to Liang Xiaoming, to Song Xing, and now it was Song Xing's disciple. The repeated actions made the head of the palace very dissatisfied with the Bright Moon Palace. This time, if it were not for the disciple who took on everything, and the law enforcement hall did not catch the weakness of the other people of the Bright Moon Palace, the head of the palace would want to clean up the Bright Moon Palace. It could only be said that this time, the people of the Bright Moon Palace were lucky. Compared with Yang Chen, a disciple who constantly fought for various benefits for the sect, some people of the Bright Moon Palace were almost a model of betrayal. The anger of the head of the palace had accumulated to the maximum value. It was estimated that as long as there was someone who did not have eyes and jumped out to provoke again, the head of the palace would definitely use the Bright Moon Palace to establish his prestige. These were just small episodes. After Yang Chen waited for more than a month, the people of the beast taming sect finally prepared all the medicinal materials and sent them over. During this period of time, Yang Chen and Zhu Chendao had already discussed the pill recipes that they were going to refine this time. They had already prepared the sequence and were just waiting for the medicinal materials to arrive. For the sake of Yang Chen, Zhu Chendao approved He Lian as their assistant during their seclusion. This made He Lian so happy that she almost jumped up. Even though she had successfully built her foundation, she still couldn't keep her heart as calm as water. It was still Fan Shan who delivered the medicinal ingredients. After handing over all the medicinal ingredients one by one, Fan Shan finally solemnly took out a jade bottle. When he handed it over to Yang Chen, he was still reluctant to part with it and did not immediately let go. "Brother, this is the powder of Senior Black Tiger's inner core. I scraped it off according to your request." Fan Shan spoke almost in a pleading tone. In order to scrape off this powder, Senior Black Tiger is in unbearable pain, and his cultivation base has been reduced by at least a few decades. "Brother, you must succeed on your first try. Brother, rest assured, I know what to do." Of course, Yang Chen knew how painful it was to scrape the powder from the monster core, but it had to be done. Only the medicinal pill with the powder of the inner core could be most compatible with Senior Black Tiger, and it could be perfectly healed. The small price was worth it. In Fan Shan's expectant eyes, Yang Chen and Zhu Chendao began the first 5-year retreat with He Lian. In this stage, the two of them had to refine a kind of medicinal pill to stabilize the hidden injuries of Senior Black Tiger and stop them from continuing to deteriorate. In addition to these, the three of them also had to deal with all the medicinal materials needed for the second stage of refining. The next second stage of 10 years of alchemy was the real medicinal pill to restore the injuries. Speaking of it, the refining process this time was even longer than the refining time of Elder Wu Xiong's heaven-seizing pill. However, it was not incomprehensible. When refining the heaven-seizing pill, there were 3 Yuanying stage master alchemists, plus the help of Elder Wu Xiong himself and Fan Shan. Now there was only Yang Chen in the early stage of the foundation stage and Zhu Chendao in the peak Jedan stage. The time was naturally different. At the request of Yang Chen, the old tree demon sealed the entire small courtyard of Yang Chen. As long as it was not Chunyang Palace facing a disaster, it was not Gaou's life and death disaster, it must not disturb Yang Chen. According to Yang Chen's memory, nothing major happened during this period of time. The sects were developing steadily and there should be no accidents. "Uncle, I will refine the medicinal materials first, and then it depends on Uncle." Yang Chen once again confirmed the refining process with Zhu Chendao and He Lian, and then began to refine the medicinal materials with the earth core fire. The difficulty of the medicinal pill to consolidate the injury was not very high, but in a few key places, it required Yang Chen's unique technique. In the early process, Zhu Chendao began to refine according to Yang Chen's instructions. Only in the later stage, when Zhu Chendao's power to control the fire was insufficient, would Yang Chen take over. As for He Lian, she was still the assistant responsible for delivering the medicinal materials. Her main energy was to learn from the actual alchemy process of the two. Zhu Chendao was unprecedentedly solemn. This was the first time in his life that he had participated in the process of refining the medicinal pill used by a master of the Darching stage, and he was also the main alchemist. Yang Chen only made a move at the critical moment. It could be said that 90% of this medicinal pill was refined by Zhu Chendao. If this medicinal pill was successfully refined, not to mention Zhu Chendao, the main alchemist, He Lian could get the reputation of Yang Chen when he refined the heaven-seizing pill. Such an opportunity made both of them very cautious, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Refining medicinal materials, under the two-pronged efforts of the earth core fire and the current grade of the profound spirit furnace, plus Yang Chen's super ability to control the fire, it only took a short period of 10 days to adjust all the medicinal materials to the strongest state, only waiting for Zhu Chendao to open the furnace. A year's time was enough for Zhu Chendao to refine He Lianyun's alchemy furnace. As soon as the pill furnace was opened, He Lian began to hand over the medicinal materials according to the previous plan. Zhu Chendao took a long breath and looked at Yang Chen on the opposite side. When Yang Chen nodded his head heavily, he added the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace. To be cautious, Zhu Chendao even used the alchemy method of Yang Chen when he was in the qi refining stage. He grabbed the ears of the pill furnace with both hands and began the refining of the first stage of medicinal materials. When he saw that Zhu Chendao had slowly become familiar with it from the very beginning, stabilized the control of the fire and began to refine, Yang Chen took out the profound spirit furnace and began the process of absorbing and refining the fire seed. Just like when refining the heaven-seizing pill, Zhu Chendao and He Lian were carefully refining, and Yang Chen was cultivating. This time, Yang Chen's plan was to absorb the profound wood fire, blue phosphorus fire, and ice flame. The first to bear the brunt was the third fire, profound wood fire. Chapter 387. Now Yang Chen's spiritual power was basically the same in 10 attributes, and they were all at the level of the third level of the foundation stage. However, for others, this was very strange. Yang Chen was a fire attribute spirit root, but it was an equal improvement in all attributes. Now his cultivation base was low, others would not say it, but when the cultivation base was high, there would be people who would question it. In terms of the quality of spiritual power, the fifth earth spirit power was the most powerful, the cultivation method was the fifth earth true secret art, and the spiritual power was the fifth earth true essence, the most original fifth earth chi. Next was the first wood spirit power and the second wood spirit power. One was the spiritual power of the Penglai divine wood, the other was the spiritual power of the blood phantom vine. Next was the fourth fire spirit power, which was the spiritual power of the earth core fire. Slightly weaker than the fourth fire spirit power was the third fire spirit power, because the third fire spirit power had only been burned by the Sun True Fire and Nanming Li Fire, and it had been refined a lot, but because it had not absorbed the fire seed, it was slightly worse. The other spiritual powers were ordinary spiritual powers, there was nothing special, belonging to the last level of spiritual power. The level of fire seed like the profound wood fire was something that Yang Chen could directly use now. After absorbing the profound wood fire, he could slightly upgrade his third fire spirit power and reach a balance with the fourth fire spirit power. The method was the same as the previous absorption of the earth core fire, controlling the profound wood fire from the profound spirit furnace, and then entering the meridians of Yang Chen's body, using the third fire spirit power to absorb and convert. The process was very simple and boring. It was necessary for Yang Chen to have precise control of the flame and to be able to endure the pain of the flame during the absorption process. These were nothing for Yang Chen, who had already absorbed the earth core fire once, and had also absorbed the Sun True Fire in his previous life and endured the pain of tens of thousands of years. The only thing to pay attention to was that Yang Chen could not be too careless and absorb too much at once, so as not to cause a backlash. He Lian was surprised to see Yang Chen fall into the state of cultivation in front of her, and Zhu Chendao, holding the ears of the profound spirit furnace in both hands, she did not know what he was doing. Strangely, there was nothing in the profound spirit furnace, which made He Lian puzzled. However, even though she was puzzled, He Lian did not move in the slightest. Instead, she carefully walked between Yang Chen and Zhu Chendao, separating Yang Chen and the alchemy furnace in Zhu Chendao's hands. If something were to happen to Zhu Chendao while he was refining pills, He Lian could help Yang Chen block some of the damage. Zhu Chendao meticulously refined the medicinal herbs according to the previous plan. Yang Chen had already explained to Zhu Chendao when to add so many herbs, what kind of heat to control the fire, and how to control the fire. Zhu Chendao also remembered it clearly. Excitement and caution made Zhu Chendao enter a very mysterious state. In his eyes, besides the alchemy furnace in his hand, there was nothing else. To be more precise, there was nothing else other than the medicinal herbs that were being refined in his alchemy furnace. He wholeheartedly operated according to the process that Yang Chen had told him, without making any mistakes. He Lian looked at Zhu Chendao's performance and then looked at Yang Chen, and suddenly there was a kind of understanding in her heart. She couldn't achieve Yang Chen's full understanding and excellent aptitude, but she could learn the attitude of Zhu Chendao's hall master, whether it was cultivation or alchemy, it was a very good attitude. The flame of the profound wood fire entered the body of Yang Chen. Finally, after accumulating enough flames, the third fire spirit power roared and the whole began to burn. The intense burning made Yang Chen's meridians suddenly painful, and the third fire spirit power seemed to be burned out in a short time. Yang Chen knew that this was the profound wood fire assimilating his own spirit power and also condensing his spirit power. He was very familiar with the pain and converted the other spirit power into the third fire spirit power, continuously supplying the profound wood fire to burn until all his third fire spirit power began to be converted. The profound young fruit that had already been in his mouth was directly eaten. The huge spirit power of the past was only enough for young Chen to restore all his spirit power. With a strong backup, the spirit power burned more smoothly. Finally, after a series of absorption, refining and transformation, young Chen's third fire spirit power successfully transformed into the profound wood fire spirit power. Boom! At the end of the whole process, young Chen once again entered the sea of consciousness. There was another change in the sea of consciousness. On the trunk of the Penglai divine wood, there was suddenly a circle of burning flames. The flames were raging and rose high, but the pillars of the Penglai divine wood were unscathed, and strangely existed in the sea of consciousness. The scope of the sea of consciousness began to expand again, but this time the scale of expansion was not much. Just after growing by 20%, it stopped expanding. Fortunately, this expansion seemed to be not far from returning to its original size. The spiritual awareness increased again, but this time it did not break through the peak Jedan stage, but stayed at this stage. However, young Chen could clearly feel that the spiritual awareness had reached the limit of the peak Jedan stage. As long as there was a little increase, he could enter the realm of the early Yuanying stage again. The third fire spirit power was completely transformed into the profound wood fire spirit power, which also led to the improvement of the third fire spirit power. After young Chen swallowed a profound young fruit again and restored all his spirit power, young Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that his third fire spirit power had been promoted to the fourth level of the foundation stage and entered the middle level of the foundation stage. Opening his eyes, young Chen saw He Lian in front of him. His heart moved, and he was very satisfied with the state of He Lian's protection. He asked He Lian in a low voice, only to know that 4 months had passed. Young Chen walked to Zhu Chendao and began to check the situation of the refining of the medicinal pill. Zhu Chendao didn't seem to notice young Chen at all, just staring at the alchemy furnace in his hand. Looking at his state, it has been almost 4 months without change. This made young Chen admire it, and he felt that pulling Zhu Chendao to do alchemy this time was a very correct thing. So far, there was almost no mistake in the refining of the medicinal pill. At this speed, as long as it takes another 3 years, Zhu Chendao would be able to refine the medicinal pill to the point where young Chen would take over. The time was still early. Young Chen sat down again, and after telling He Lian to take care of it carefully, he once again took out the profound spirit furnace. This time, young Chen intended to absorb the jade phosphorus fire. The jade phosphorus fire was the fourth fire, which was at the same level as the earth core fire. For young Chen, there was no difficulty, it only needed patience and time. Everything was in young Chen's plan, including the absorption of these flames. Young Chen's purpose was to let everyone clearly realize after the completion of this alchemy, that he was still a cultivator with a fire spirit root, and not a hodgepodge. Chapter 388. It was not difficult to absorb and refine the jade phosphorus fire. The difficulty was to integrate the earth core fire and the jade phosphorus fire. However, young Chen's purpose was not to integrate it at this time, but to absorb and refine it first. 4 months later, young Chen once again completed the process of absorption and refining. The fourth fire spirit power in the body has also become 2 kinds. Among the 108 spirit power threads, half of them are the earth core fire spirit power, and the other half is the jade phosphorus fire spirit power. The absorption of the fire seed made young Chen's spirit power improve again, and the fourth fire spirit power directly broke through the third layer of the qi refining and also entered the realm of the fourth layer of the qi refining. The biggest change was in the sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness expanded again and again, and finally expanded to the size of 100 acres before young Chen and Gao used double cultivation. A group of flickering light spots appeared in the air. It was not like a flame at all, but young Chen knew that this was the entity of the jade phosphorus fire, and it was the most fundamental state of the jade phosphorus fire. The spiritual awareness, which had reached the edge of the breakthrough, finally improved again, and rushed into the early Yuanying stage with an unstoppable momentum. However, this time, the spiritual awareness was more condensed than the spiritual awareness before the double cultivation, and the quality of the spiritual awareness was also higher. Now in young Chen's body, only the third fire and the fourth fire spirit power rushed to the fourth layer of the qi refining. Although the other spirit power has also improved, It is stuck in the limit of the third layer of the qi refining and has not been improved. After a short rest, after checking the progress of Zhu Chuntao's refining, Yang Chen sat down again and began to absorb the ice flame. In He Lian's eyes, Yang Chen's body began to emit a thick fire in this short 8 months of cultivation. If it was said that it was impossible to feel what kind of cultivator Yang Chen was before, then now it could be clearly discovered that Yang Chen was a thorough fire attribute spirit root cultivator. The heat on Yang Chen's body was getting stronger and stronger, but the strange thing was that there was a feeling of raging flames that made people feel as if they were in contact with it. At the same time, there was a cool feeling like a phosphorescent fire in the middle of the night. It was very strange. He Lian had just reached the foundation establishment stage not long ago and had yet to acknowledge a master. At most, she was consolidating her realm according to Yang Chen's guidance. Naturally, she did not understand what was going on. But soon, He Lian discovered that after 4 months, Yang Chen's body had gained a bone-chilling coldness. It was a very strange feeling. It was clearly a flame, but it gave people a bone-chilling chill, making them feel very conflicted. At this point, He Lian finally remembered that fire attribute cultivators could also absorb different kinds of fire seeds. Presumably, this fire seed was a kind of ice flame. The frost ice flame was of the same grade as the earth core flame and the jade phosphorus flame, but it was harder to absorb than the earth core flame and the jade phosphorus flame. In any case, the earth flame and the jade phosphorus flame were still considered to be flames that gave off heat, while the ice flame was purely freezing. In this sense, it seemed that the ice flame was more like a kind of water attribute. Yang Chen was already prepared. Based on the 3 flames in his body, he steadily absorbed the ice flame into his meridians. Soon, the 108 spiritual power threads of the 4th fire spirit power became a combination of 3 kinds of flames. Each of them had 36 spiritual power threads, no more, no less, equally distributed. The absorption of the ice flame once again brought about the improvement of the 4th fire spirit power. This time, the 4th fire spirit power directly broke through the 4th layer of the qi refining realm and entered the 5th layer of the qi refining realm. Before, after Yang Chen reached the foundation establishment stage, it took a full 15 years to upgrade all his spiritual power to the main 3rd layer. But now, in a short period of 1 year, the 4th fire spirit power had jumped 2 levels, and the 3rd fire spirit power had improved by 1 level. In short, the fire attribute spirit power had entered the middle stage of the qi refining realm. The sea of consciousness changed again, and expanded a little, reaching a radius of 110 acres. The roots of the Penglai divine wood and the blood phantom vine entity had a large group of burning ice flames, crystal clear, as if it was frozen. His spiritual awareness was once again improved, but it still stayed in the early stage of the Yuanying stage, but it had reached the apex, and if there was any increase, it could break through. Now in Yang Chen's body, it was already obvious that the aura of the fire cultivator, especially the 4th fire spirit power, had been raised to the highest. Zhu Chuntao's refining process was uneventful, but his concentration did not slow down at all. During the 1 year of Yang Chen's absorption of the 3 flames, Zhu Chendao relied on his amazing perseverance to continue to maintain his full concentration in the refining. He Lian was a dutiful assistant, helping Zhu Chendao to pass the medicinal materials at the right time, or feeding him the qi-nourishing pill and Peiyuan pill, so that Zhu Chendao could always maintain abundant spiritual power. Yang Chen did not dare to give Zhu Chendao the profound yang fruit. The level of the profound yang fruit, in addition to distracting Zhu Chendao and distressed, would never have any better use. It would take another 2 years for this kind of refining to be handed over to Yang Chen. At present, there was no abnormality, and everything was on the normal track. Yang Chen had a plan, once again sat down and began to integrate the blue phosphorus fire and the ice flame in the body. The earth flame was not integrated for the time being. Yang Chen needed to use the earth flame to improve the quality of alchemy. The process of integrating the flames was a process of improving his own spiritual power again, and it was also a process of improving the quality of the flame in the body. It also meant that Yang Chen's fire attribute cultivation base was more powerful. Compared with refining, integration was more difficult. Fortunately, the grade of the 2 flames was not very high, and the difficulty of integration was not very big. For Yang Chen, It was still a matter of time and patience, there was no pressure. For 2 years, the fourth fire spirit power threads in Yang Chen's body, which belonged to the blue phosphorus fire and the ice flame, were constantly in contact, fusion, separation, contact, fusion, repeating this process, and finally in the last 2 months, they began to truly integrate, and there was no distinction between them. He Lian had begun to get used to the constant changes in Yang Chen's aura, and she was also used to the rapid improvement of Yang Chen's spiritual power in a short period of time. She didn't know how to understand it. In just 3 years, Yang Chen's cultivation base seemed to have gone up another level, to the 6th layer of the foundation stage, and was about to enter the late stage of the foundation stage. This improvement, of course, was because of the flame fusion. The fourth fire spirit power was once again improved. In Yang Chen's body, it was already very obvious that there was a fire attribute spirit power. However, this time the improvement of spiritual power did not bring about changes in the sea of consciousness. The body of the flames was still there, and it had not been integrated. His spiritual awareness had not improved, and it was still stable. The fire attribute spirit power outshone others. Whether it was the third fire or the fourth fire spirit power, it surpassed the other spirit powers, which made the other spirit powers not so conspicuous. At this point, Yang Chen could finally announce to anyone that he was still a fire cultivator, a cultivator with a fire spirit root. The fastest way for a fire cultivator to improve their cultivation base was to absorb and integrate various flames. Chapter 389. Not everyone can successfully integrate different fire seeds. Before the realm and cultivation base reach a certain level, don't even think about it. Pure flames have the advantages of pure flames. The advantage is that the flame has a single nature, it is very easy to control, and there will be no chaotic state. However, the disadvantages are also obvious. The power of pure flames is constant, and the attack power only depends on the cultivator's own cultivation base. Moreover, there is only one kind, and it can't be applied in various situations. The control of the fusion of flames is very complicated. It requires a strong spiritual awareness to control, and if you are not careful, you will lose control, which is very dangerous. But because of the fusion, the power can be gradually improved, and the quality of the spiritual power will also improve. In Yang Chen's previous life, it was a pure sun's true fire. First, he did not have much opportunity to collect other flames when he was being chased. Second, even if there were other flames, Yang Chen did not have the ability to integrate them. With his knowledge and control at the time, he could not have a deep understanding of different flames and reach the point of fusion. By the time he ascended to the heaven realm, he would have been completely controlled, and there would be no chance. But at that time, Yang Chen had the opportunity to ask various experts for advice on the way to control the fire. It was at that time that he learned the fusion of flames. The time of the success of the flame fusion was just right, just 2 months before Zhu Chendao completed it. In these 2 months, Yang Chen rested while guiding Zhu Chendao and He Lian on the way to control the fire. It was not that Yang Chen was selfish and was reluctant to guide Zhu Chendao before. It was precisely because Zhu Chendao had been continuously handling the alchemy process for nearly 3 years that he had a deeper understanding of what Yang Chen said. He Lian couldn't do it. There were many things that she couldn't understand at all. It couldn't be helped, the realm was not high enough, the awareness was not high enough, and even the experience was not high enough. 2 months passed by in a hurry, and Zhu Chuntao's work was approaching the end. All the medicinal herbs have been refined and integrated, and it was close to the preliminary requirements for this alchemy. The medicinal pill did not have a name. It was simply a prescription written by Yang Chen based on Senior He Hu's actual injuries. However, for Zhu Chendao and He Lian, this time's alchemy was of great significance, so they must have a name. The two of them discussed for a while and decided to follow Zhu Chuntao's suggestion. This time, the medicinal pill to maintain the injuries would be called the Black Tiger Calming Pill, and the next medicinal pill to heal the injuries would be called the Black Tiger Vitality Enhancing Pill. The Black Tiger Tranquility Pill still lacked the final step, but it was not something that Zhu Chendao could control. It was funny to say that the dignified Chunyang Palace Medicine Hall Master, a Jedan stage Grandmaster, was actually not as good as a junior in the Foundation establishment stage. But that was the truth. Even Zhu Chendao himself felt that it was reasonable. The initial refining of the medicinal liquid was directly wrapped by Zhu Chendao with spiritual power and quickly sent to Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace. At present, there was no more advanced alchemy furnace than the profound spirit furnace in this world, and it was very normal to change a pill furnace. Next, there was no matter of Zhu Chendao and He Lian. Basically, Yang Chen was in charge. The two retreated a little, but they stared at Yang Chen's technique, hoping to learn something from his next operation. There were already earth core fire, blue phosphorus fire, profound wood fire, ice flame, as well as the high-level Nanming fire, true sun fire, and true yin fire. However, Yang Chen did not choose the earth core fire, which was the most suitable for alchemy, but directly used the true sun fire. The true sun fire was the most familiar flame of Yang Chen. Almost 10,000 years of experience in his previous life made him familiar with it. Even if he has not refined and absorbed it, he has been able to use it to the point of perfection. If it was just this, it would not make Zhu Chendao gasp in amazement. It was not that Zhu Chendao did not have a chance for the high-level flame, but his cultivation base was not enough, and he could not show the ability to control the fire in alchemy. What made Zhu Chendao and He Lian fall into a sluggish state at the same time was the action of Yang Chen's other hand. Yang Chen held the profound spirit furnace in one hand and controlled the true sun fire, but in the other hand, he used something that the two could not imagine. The water attribute spiritual power, to be exact, it was the 9th water attribute spiritual power. Yang Chen used his own 9th water attribute spiritual power to treat the whole medicinal liquid as water. Under his control, the medicinal liquid began to quickly transform into a complex shape, just like Yang Chen's method of controlling the fire in the past. After a while, he actually used the medicinal liquid in the profound spirit furnace to arrange a strange formation. Zhu Chendao and He Lian were not familiar with the formation, but when the formation was launched, they could directly absorb the surrounding flame power completely, but they could feel it. In addition to showing this hand when refining the heaven-seizing pill, how could Zhu Chendao and He Lian think that there was such a method in alchemy? This was not the end. When the medicinal liquid was arranged into a formation, the true sunfire was also under the control of Yang Chen's other hand, turning into another shape. It was also a formation, but the firepower was converted into a kind of water spirit power. Water alchemy? Zhu Chendao and He Lian were about to collapse. The water method of alchemy was not absent, it was a very common thing, but it required some unique alchemy masters and unique medicinal pills to do so. However, now Yang Chen was clearly controlling the flame, but it was releasing water spirit power to alchemy. This was no longer the means of a cultivator. Could people do this? In addition to horror and admiration, Zhu Chendao and He Lian could not think of a word to describe their emotions now. Was this still the technique of alchemy? Are you sure it was not a performance? However, after a while, Zhu Chendao became a little anxious. If such a technique was used, then even if the flame was water spirit power, but the huge firepower of the true sunfire could still burn all the medicinal materials. Yang Chen was so confident before, it seemed that he should not be so reckless. But the situation that made Zhu Chendao even more speechless soon happened. Another kind of flame, the ice flame, began to flicker, and the blue cold flame appeared in the profound spirit furnace. It was also very flexible to wrap the medicinal liquid in it. The temperature in the furnace body was restored to a normal level, and the medicinal liquid began to accept the final refining smoothly. The two formations seemed to have a complementary effect, plus the balance of the true sun fire and the ice han, yin and yang, water and fire blended, complementing each other. The medicinal pills in the profound spirit furnace soon began to change. Fortunately, it's much better than I expected. Yang Chen did not forget to express his own thoughts while he was alchemy. This move almost scared Zhu Chendao to death, and he almost couldn't help but jump up and cover Yang Chen's mouth. Fortunately, he reacted in time and did not act recklessly. Chapter 390. You still don't talk, let me be less frightened. Zhu Chendao was now an elder of Yang Chen, he was clearly a primary school student. One person used two kinds of flames at the same time, one kind of flame array released water spirit power, the other kind of flame cooled the medicinal liquid evenly and controlled the refining process, and also used the water attribute spiritual power to form an array to absorb the spiritual power. Zhu Chuntao's brain was completely frozen, and he didn't know how to describe his own state. In such a situation, even if Zhu Chendao and He Lian said it, would anyone believe it? At least until he saw Yang Chen with his own eyes, Zhu Chendao would never believe it. If someone dared to say this in front of him, Zhu Chendao would definitely slap him in the face. Who told you to talk nonsense? Are you dreaming? But the situation in front of him has completely subverted the concept of alchemy that Zhu Chendao knew. He Lian was a little better, she had just entered the sect, and she didn't have too many deep-rooted knowledge. But Zhu Chendao has been practicing alchemy for no less than hundreds of years, and his mind has long been filled with traditional alchemy techniques. Yang Chen's performance simply made Zhu Chendao at a loss. Was this still alchemy? Shouldn't alchemy control the flame to refine the medicinal materials and fuse them into pills? What does it have to do with the array? Using both water and fire methods to alchemy at the same time, is this okay? No matter how Zhu Chendao didn't believe it, and felt incredible, Yang Chen still steadily controlled the profound spirit furnace in his hand, and steadily carried out the final steps of the Black Tiger Calm pill. Originally, Yang Chen's plan was that after Zhu Chuntao's refining was completed in 3 years, he would refine it for 2 years with ordinary methods, and then form the pill. But now with the ice flame, coupled with the profound spirit furnace's crazy upgrade grade, Yang Chen thought of using this method to speed up the process of forming the pill. With this method, it would take 2 years, but now it could be shortened to 1 year. The sooner Senior Black Tiger's injuries stopped worsening, the sooner the people of the beast taming school would be able to build confidence. It would also be very important to the cooperation between the two sides. While performing alchemy, Yang Chen explained to Zhu Chendao and He Lian some of his experience in controlling fire. Although the two of them might not be able to master it immediately, at least they saw a wider world and knew that there was still a long way to go in the path of alchemy. Last time, after Zhu Chendao witnessed Yang Chen's use of flames to simulate all things, he was vaguely enlightened. Now, with Yang Chen's stimulation, he was even more enlightened. As long as he could think it through, then stepping into the original infant stage wouldn't be impossible. For Chunyang Palace, one more master in the nascent soul stage was absolutely significant. If it was an alchemist in the nascent soul stage, it was simply half a step into the threshold of a first-class sect. As the old saying goes, no one is willing to offend an alchemist, especially an original infant stage alchemist. Even the masters of the Dacheng stage were the same. Didn't you see Elder Wu Xiong, who was about to ascend to the Dacheng stage, refine the heaven-seizing pill? Didn't he also ask the help of 3 Yuanying stage alchemists? Although the Yuanying stage alchemist Deng Ye was only a member of the small Tianqi sect, it was precisely because of her that the Tianqi sect had always been impregnable and no one dared to offend them at will. Even He Lianyun, who was also an all-powerful figure in the past, if it weren't for his realm falling, he wouldn't know what the situation would be like now. Although Zhu Chendao was obsessed with alchemy, he was not a fool. Of course, he also understood Yang Chen's intention. For Yang Chen's refining method, he didn't dare to stop for a moment, he stared at it, for fear of missing a little bit. He was even more focused than when he was concentrating on alchemy. At this moment, maybe a small change in spiritual power could make him enlightened. As Yang Chen expected, with the ice flame, using this method of water and fire compatibility, yin and yang, it did greatly improve the efficiency of refining. It has only been a little more than a year, and the fire has completely met the requirements. After specifically reminding Zhu Chendao and He Lian, Yang Chen began to collect the pills. His method of collecting the pills was different from the ordinary method, but he used the technique in the Elderly Lord pill scripture, which was more sophisticated and more mysterious. However, Zhu Chendao and He Lian couldn't understand his method of collecting the pills at all, and at this moment, the flexible changes of the flames when collecting the pills were enough to make the two people obsessed, and they couldn't be distracted to pay more attention. Under the control of Yang Chen, the flames began to slowly converge, and the medicinal liquid that had been refined for several years also began to slowly merge, turning into a group, like a crude medicinal pill. After a while, this rough medicinal pill began to become extremely smooth, round, and quickly exuded a fragrant smell. At this point, Zhu Chuntao's nervous heart finally fell into his heart. Watching the sun true fire and the ice flame slowly disappear, this black tiger calming pill was about to be completed. Just as he was thinking about this, a flame suddenly emerged from the profound spirit furnace, but it was the Nanming Li fire. This slightly gentle flame wrapped the medicinal pill that had almost become a pill again, and the green medicinal pill instantly turned into a fiery red. Ah! Zhu Chendao screamed out directly, seeing the critical moment of the pill. How could Yang Chen make such a mistake? The hard work of the past 4 years was actually going to fall short at this moment. Just as he was about to reach into the profound spirit furnace and grab the medicinal pill wrapped in the flame, Zhu Chendao was suddenly pulled by He Lian. When he reacted and looked closely, Yang Chen had a rare serious face. He was staring at the medicinal pill in the furnace and didn't even say a word. At that time, Yang Chen was able to speak when he controlled 2 kinds of flames and medicinal liquid at the same time. At this time, Yang Chen actually didn't say a word. Zhu Chendao immediately realized that there was something strange in this, and hurriedly stared at it carefully, and did not dare to make a sound to disturb him. This time, the flame was burning, there was no trick at all, it was just an ordinary refining, but Zhu Chendao has already understood. Yang Chen was not satisfied with the successful refining of the medicinal pill, he was actually carrying out the second-grade refining. After understanding this, Zhu Chendao almost cried out in surprise again. This was the Black Tiger calming pill for the masters of the Darching stage. The medicinal pill needed by the masters of the Darching stage, even the simplest one, was not comparable to ordinary medicinal pills. Yang Chen was not satisfied after his success, and he still wanted to carry out the second-grade refining. At this moment, even as a Jedan stage master, as the master of the medicinal hall, Zhu Chendao had to begin to admire Yang Chen. Yang Chen's technique has long been needless to say, just this attitude of excellence has already made Zhu Chendao feel very emotional. Chapter 391. To be honest, Yang Chen was definitely on a whim. He controlled the profound spirit furnace and naturally knew that the Black Tiger tranquilization pill had been completed. However, at this moment, he suddenly had a bright mind and he didn't even think about calling out the Nanming Li fire and began the second-grade refining. If he wanted to improve his alchemy level, it was absolutely impossible to just rely on his 10,000 years of experience to refine some low-level dans. Only by breaking through those high-grade dans with higher requirements would he be able to improve. Since he wanted to build himself into an alchemy master in this life, and also a senior alchemy master, naturally Yang Chen would not let go of any opportunity. And in front of him was the best opportunity. The Black Tiger tranquilization pill was not a critical medicinal pill, it was just to stabilize the Black Tiger's injury, and it was a transitional medicinal pill that Yang Chen deliberately proposed to increase the difficulty of alchemy in the beast taming sect. It was not necessary in itself. Even if the refining failed, it did not matter. In addition, even if the Black Tiger tranquilization pill was not important, it was also a medicinal pill taken by a master of the Darching stage. The grade was high enough and the difficulty was high enough. Needless to say, Yang Chen used 2 kinds of flames and water and fire methods to refine it could be seen. Such a difficult medicinal pill, carrying out the second-grade refining was definitely an excellent opportunity to improve his own alchemy level. There were many records in the Old Lord Pill scripture. Yang Chen chose a refining method that was most suitable for this situation based on his own cultivation base. In Zhu Chuntao's view, it was to refine in accordance with the rules. Of course, Zhu Chendao did not understand the superb techniques and skills contained in Yang Chen's seemingly ordinary refining technique, but this did not prevent Zhu Chendao from understanding the difficulty of Yang Chen's second-grade refining. While carefully maintaining himself and He Lian did not dare to interfere with Yang Chen's state, Zhu Chendao observed Yang Chen's refining process. But what shocked Zhu Chendao again was that he could not understand how Yang Chen was doing it. What was even more uncomfortable was that Yang Chen was extremely serious at the moment and did not dare to speak at all. Even if he had a lot of questions, no one could give him an answer. After watching with fear and anticipation for 2 months, Yang Chen's refining process finally came to an end. With an exceptionally clean and nimble pill-gathering technique, the flames immediately disappeared, but the pill still retained that red color. However, on the surface of the pill, There were now 2 exceptionally exquisite pill veins. The basic characteristic of a second revolution Dan was having 2 Dan veins. But even the pill inscriptions were so exquisite that Zhu Chuntao's eyes almost wanted to reach out and grab this second transformation Black Tiger Tranquility pill. He Lian stared at the beautiful pill in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. I want to rest for a while. Yang Chen only said such a sentence, then hurriedly put on a posture of 5 hearts facing the sky, threw 2 profound young fruits into his mouth, closed his eyes and no longer spoke. When he was concocting pills at the first revolution, there seemed to be a lot of patterns, but Yang Chen was still able to divert his attention to speak. When he was in the second revolution, the technique seemed ordinary, but Yang Chen was already so nervous that he couldn't speak. Before he persisted for a year, he didn't feel anything, but in the next 2 months, almost all of Yang Chen's energy was drained. His spiritual power and spiritual awareness were almost consumed to the limit. With Yang Chen's current recovery ability, he was on the verge of collapse. As soon as the profound yang fruit entered the abdomen, it was like a clear spring flowing into the desert, and it was instantly absorbed. Fortunately, this was the fierce sun courtyard. The spiritual power of the feng shui line was sufficient. With the spiritual power of 2 profound yang fruits as a foundation, Yang Chen was finally not in the state of becoming a dried person. However, the recovery of spiritual power was easy, but the recovery of spiritual awareness was not so simple. When the spiritual power was restored by almost half, Yang Chen stopped and began to cultivate the 3 purities secret art to restore his spiritual awareness. This was the most serious consumption of spiritual awareness since Yang Chen's foundation. Even Yang Chen, who had reached the level of the early Yuanying stage, had become like this. It could be seen that the second-grade refining was troublesome. However, it seems that this is also in line with the principles of cultivation. Although the consumption is severe, under the strong supplement of the 3 purities secret art, the restored spiritual awareness seems to be more condensed than before. After a few more times, maybe the 3 purities secret art can break through the realm of the 3rd level and he can cultivate the 4th level. Of course, that was in the future. Yang Chen did not expect himself to be able to break through the 4th level in the mortal world for the time being. Now, with the help of killing tens of thousands of immortals and the integration of the will of the immortal beheading stage, he barely upgraded the 3 purities secret art to the 3rd level. It was already a fluke. Yang Chen did not feel that the mortal world could give him the opportunity to kill as much as he did on the immortal beheading stage. Yang Chen's rest was a full 10 days. During these 10 days, Zhu Chendao was simply scratching his ears and cheeks. After seeing the second-grade Black Tiger subduing pill, Zhu Chendao was even more eager to know what method Yang Chen used in the second-grade refining. Although Zhu Chendao was also barely a 3rd-grade alchemist master, the 3rd-grade medicinal pill was limited to low-level medicinal pills. High-level medicinal pills were simply impossible. And Yang Chen was able to upgrade the Black Tiger subduing pill to the 2nd grade. How could Zhu Chendao not be ecstatic? After waiting for Yang Chen to wake up, he immediately asked impatiently. A series of questions made Yang Chen almost not know which to answer first. What made Yang Chen even more embarrassed was that after he explained a few simple techniques, he found that Zhu Chendao was frowning deeply. He couldn't understand it. Some things were seen by Yang Chen from experience and some miscellaneous books. Zhu Chendao did not have this experience and cognition and did not understand at all. Uncle Master, haste makes waste. In the end, Yang Chen could only remind Zhu Chendao with a bitter smile. But he couldn't say more. If he said more, he estimated that Zhu Chendao would lose face. On the path of alchemy, I still have a long way to go. Zhu Chendao was self-aware and sighed. However, after that, he became spirited. It seems that I have to live a little longer to know more. After that, his eyes also showed an unprecedented serious light. At first, Zhu Chendao only thought that his realm would stop at the gold core stage and it was impossible to advance. Later, after seeing Yang Chen's imperial fire, there was a little hope, but until now, he really established the mentality of seeking victory. This was of great benefit to Zhu Chuntao's nascent soul formation. Give the medicinal pills to the people of the beast-taming sect. Shall we continue? After Zhu Chendao had a goal, He began to eagerly participate in the refining process of the Black Tiger subduing pill. He couldn't wait to see more alchemy techniques of Yang Chen. No hurry, Uncle Master. Yang Chen shook his head with a smile and said, Uncle Master can take a break for a while and understand what you have seen during this time. This Black Tiger subduing pill, I am afraid this disciple has to personally see Senior Black Tiger take it. Chapter 392. Why is that? Zhu Chendao just asked this question, not waiting for Yang Chen to answer. He had already understood. The effect of the medicinal pill taken by a master of the Daching stage, of course, Yang Chen was the most authoritative one. If he was not watching from the side, it was estimated that the people of the beast taming sect would not dare to let the Black Tiger Senior take the medicinal pill. Well, you go to the beast taming sect, this old man will retreat for 2 months. Zhu Chendao waved his hand and made arrangements. When he left, he did not forget to bring He Lian. You come too, seeing that you are skilled in controlling the fire, are you willing to be this old man's disciple? This was one of the purposes of Yang Chen's alchemy with He Lian, and He Lian was also well aware of it. When she heard Zhu Chendao's words, He Lian was simply overjoyed and kowtowed to the ground without thinking about it. Master, please accept this disciple's worship. Slow down. Slow down. Zhu Chendao's 2 slow words directly poked He Lian's heart to the bottom of the valley. Was there still a change? Master, uncle. Yang Chen couldn't help but call out. He did not understand Zhu Chendao's meaning. Hey, when you worship a master, you go to the Chengyan Hall to worship with great fanfare. Why is this old man's disciple so simple kowtowing? Zhu Chendao snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and walked out of Yang Chen's small courtyard with his hands on his back. He Lian, come with this master. This old man is the master of the medicinal hall, there must be a grand ceremony. He Lian was overjoyed, glanced at Yang Chen, and suddenly rushed to Yang Chen and kowtowed heavily. She got up with tears and hurriedly followed Zhu Chendao's figure and left Yang Chen's small courtyard. The first thing Yang Chen did was of course to visit his master. In just over 4 years, Gaou's water attribute cultivation method has reached the advanced realm of the qi refining stage, only 1 step away from entering the peak of the qi refining stage and reaching the foundation stage. Adding up to only 7 years, she has already achieved such an effect. Although there is a large number of profound yang fruits provided by Yang Chen, it has to be said that Gao is indeed suitable for the cultivation of water attribute cultivation methods. Gao also realized this. She no longer doubted Yang Chen's words and just calmly cultivated. Seeing that Yang Chen had come out of seclusion, and after asking about it, she heard that Yang Chen had already refined the 2nd-grade Black Tiger subduing pill. Gao was also very pleased, and urged Yang Chen to quickly meet the people of the Beast Taming School. As the representative of the communication between the Beast Taming School and Chunyang Palace, Fan Shan arrived at Chunyang Palace almost at the beginning of the 4th year after Yang Chen began to refine elixirs, which was 2 months ago. He was afraid that Yang Chen would come out in advance without them knowing, which would cause delays. It seemed that Senior Black Tiger's injuries had worsened during this period of time. 2nd revolution pill? Fan Shan was almost pleasantly surprised. Yang Chen could take out the 2nd-grade Black Tiger subduing pill. Obviously, the refining was successful. In this way, doesn't it mean that the control of Senior Black Tiger's injury has a greater certainty? After seeing the medicinal pill, he couldn't help but begin to urge, Go, go. Elder brother, wait for me to report to the head of the palace. Yang Chen smiled and persuaded Fan Shan. How could he rush to the beast taming school without telling the head of the palace for such a big event? Don't worry, Senior Black Tiger's injury will not be a big problem. With Yang Chen's guarantee, Fan Shan was also much more relieved. When all the trivial matters were busy, several elders of Chunyang Palace also asked a few questions, and Yang Chen left with Fan Shan. Brother, you wait here for a moment for your elder brother. After passing the market of Maiqing Mountain and leaving the site of Chunyang Palace, the two flew for half a day and came to a mountain. Fan Shan suddenly let Yang Chen stop. Elder brother, take back the spirit beast. The spirit beast needed to be cultivated, so Fan Shan kept it in this mountain, so as not to waste the waiting time. Yang Chen nodded. Anyway, Fan Shan would take back the spirit beast for a while, and it didn't matter if he waited for a while. Fan Shan soon disappeared. Yang Chen was bored and found a big tree, sat at the top of the tree, and enjoyed the surrounding scenery. However, just after watching for a while, he frowned. There was actually someone flying on a sword flying towards this side. His eyes met the other side, and his spiritual awareness had already been explored. Within a few breaths, Yang Chen discovered the identity of the person who came. What surprised Yang Chen was that the person who came turned out to be an acquaintance, and he had dealt with him several times before. Cheng Wen-sai, the Jedan stage master of Taishanmen, at the beginning, embarrassed Yang Chen on the heaven ladder, causing his realm to fall. Later, he made a bet with Yang Chen in the great trial of demonic arts and was forced to kowtow to Yang Chen and Gaou. Cheng Wen-sai also found the trace of Yang Chen. The flying sword made a dexterous turn and flew to a place not far from Yang Chen, suspended in the air, and stood face to face with Yang Chen. After looking at Yang Chen for a while, he sneered, "I was wondering who it was, it turned out to be you." It turned out to be Senior Cheng. Yang Chen sat on the top of the tree and didn't mean to get up at all. He asked with a smile on his face, "Senior is in such a hurry, where are you going? Boy, what are you doing here in the wilderness?" Of course, Cheng Wen-sai would not answer Yang Chen's question, but with a threatening tone, he asked, "What this junior is doing here doesn't seem to have anything to do with the senior." Yang Chen still had a smile on his face. In Cheng Wen-sai's eyes, he almost wanted to punch him in the face. Staring at Yang Chen's smiling face, Cheng Wen-sai's spiritual awareness had been released quickly. He didn't expect to meet Yang Chen here, but since they met, it was Yang Chen's bad luck. In the wilderness, if there was no one else, this was definitely a good place to kill people. "Boy, don't say that I didn't give you a chance." Cheng Wen-sai's spiritual awareness explored for a while and determined that there was no one else in the surrounding 10 miles. He couldn't help but show a grin on his face. "Obediently kowtow to this old man and admit your mistake. This old man can let you die a little faster." "Kowtow? Admit my mistake? Die a little faster?" Yang Chen's face couldn't help but show a stunned look. Looking around, it seemed that his luck was not so good. "Don't waste your time." Cheng Wen-sai looked at Yang Chen contemptuously and said, "This old man has looked around, there will be no other people. Yang Chen, there is a road to heaven, but you don't take it, there is no door to hell, and this old man wants you to return the insult you gave this old man 100 times, 1,000 times. You dare to kill me?" Yang Chen's face seemed to have a panicked look, as if he was paralyzed with fear, sitting there and unable to get up. "This place is beautiful, it is a good place to die." Cheng Wen-sai laughed, enjoying the panic expression on Yang Chen's face, as if he had drunk the jade nectar. "After killing you, I will find a chance to kill your whore master, who dared to make this old man kowtow. Humph, it is not that I don't want to repay, but it is not time yet, today your time has come. It seems that this is indeed a good place to die." Hearing Cheng Wen-sai's words, Yang Chen's expression had instantly turned cold. Chapter 393. When Cheng Wen-sai was suddenly grabbed by the neck from behind and thrown in front of Yang Chen, the Taishanmen Jedan stage master did not understand what was going on. He could not imagine that in this place where there was no human habitation, there would suddenly be a master who could easily catch him. From the beginning to the end, Yang Chen had been sitting at the top of the tree and had not changed his posture. His powerful spiritual awareness had long discovered that when Cheng Wen-sai's spiritual awareness explored around, Fan Shan had already returned to this side. Although he was only a junior in the foundation stage, Yang Chen was the key to treating the Black Tiger predecessor, and he was taking the Black Tiger pill to the beast taming sect to heal the Black Tiger predecessor. How could Fan Shan tolerate Cheng Wen-sai hurting Yang Chen? It was not easy for Fan Shan to establish a harmonious relationship with Yang Chen. How could he let Cheng Wen-sai destroy it? The relationship between Cheng Wen-sai and Yang Chen was already known to the whole world. In front of so many seniors and masters, he knelt and kowtowed to Yang Chen and Gaou. It was a great shame and humiliation. In such an environment where no one was around, it was inevitable to meet Yang Chen. Unfortunately, Cheng Wen-sai was unlucky and met Fan Shan. Not to mention his relationship with Senior Black Tiger, even if there was no such thing, Fan Shan would not have any other choice between a fallen old gold core who had a bright future and a junior alchemist at the Foundation establishment stage who was like the sun in the middle of the sky. Even if he would offend the Taishanmen, Fan Shan would not care. Moreover, Cheng Wensai just said that this was a deep mountain forest, where there were few people and no one passed by. Even if he killed Cheng Wensai, who would know? Yang Chen saw it, but would Yang Chen say it? Just a face-to-face, Cheng Wensai did not even see who the person behind him was, and he was subdued by Fan Shan, without any accident. I am very curious, Senior Cheng. Yang Chen jumped down from the tree and walked slowly to this side. He stopped in front of Cheng Wensai and slowly squatted down. Looking at his embarrassed old face, his face was serious and even the title did not change. This is the wilderness, what are you doing here? Despicable. Cheng Wensai almost cursed out loud. All of a sudden, he went from being in a position where he could dictate the life and death of Yang Chen at any time to this kind of situation. How could he not be angry out of humiliation? What was even more intolerable was that up until now, he still had no idea who had attacked him. Despicable or not, it's not up to you to decide. Yang Chen said with a smile, Senior, you didn't stay in Taishanmen to recuperate. Instead, you came to this place. It's strange. Casually estimating the direction in which Cheng Wensai was coming and guessing where he was going, Yang Chen sneered and said, Senior Cheng, why are you in such a hurry? Are you going to Maiqing Mountain? What's the matter at Chunyang Palace? When Yang Chen said this, he saw Cheng Wensai's eyes start to wander around randomly. He became even more suspicious. Originally, he only wanted to make a fuss before taking action, but now, he was not in a hurry. Without thinking about it, Yang Ming directly sealed Cheng Wensai's 5 senses and threw him into the medicine garden. For the time being, he could not deal with him. He had to stabilize the injury of Senior Black Tiger first. From the beginning to the end, Fan Shan did not appear in Cheng Wensai's field of vision, and Cheng Wensai's spiritual awareness and cultivation were sealed as soon as he made a move. Cheng Wensai did not know who did it. Looking at Yang Chen's handling, Fan Shan did not interfere. As for Yang Chen's suggestion to set off immediately, so as not to delay the condition of Senior Black Tiger, Fan Shan certainly agreed. The two acted as if nothing had happened and went straight to Liangyang Mountain where the beast taming school was located. No one knew that Cheng Wensai had appeared here, and no one knew that he had now fallen into the hands of Yang Chen. There were no traces of fighting, nothing at all. Cheng Wensai seemed to have suddenly disappeared without a trace. Liangyang Mountain was the back mountain of the beast taming school. Yang Chen, Fan Shan, and the beast taming school's sect master stood at the entrance of the cave where the Senior Black Tiger was located. The opposite side was still the Senior Black Tiger who was lying lazily. However, at this moment, in front of the Senior Black Tiger, there was a red medicinal pill suspended. It was the 2nd grade Black Tiger Calm pill refined by Yang Chen. 2nd grade medicinal pill. The Black Tiger looked at the medicinal pill and seemed to be a little surprised. Not only the Black Tiger, in fact, all the people who have seen this medicinal pill were very surprised. This was a medicinal pill for the masters of the Darching stage, and it was actually the 2nd grade. Everyone looked at Yang Chen, this younger generation junior, with a new perspective. An alchemist who could refine the 2nd grade Darching stage medicinal pill was definitely a super delicious cake in everyone's eyes. When the head of the palace in Chunyang Palace saw it, his happy face was about to smile. Yang Chen was so powerful, as long as he reached the Jedan realm, he would definitely be a 4th grade alchemist master. It must be known that Yang Chen had refined the 3rd grade foundation building pill more than a decade ago. Now the Darching stage medicinal pill could be refined into the 2nd grade, the 4th grade alchemist master was simply like taking something out of his pocket. That was a 4th grade alchemist master, and he could also refine the 2nd grade medicinal pill used by the masters of the Darching stage. Even Deng Ye, the most powerful alchemist master among the cultivators, was not necessarily able to do it. Since then, no one dared to say that there was no alchemist master in Chunyang Palace. Not to mention these people in Fan Shan and the beast taming school. Fan Shan did not hesitate to capture Cheng Wensai for Yang Chen, instead of killing people directly for him could be seen. He was afraid that he would go too far and violate the meaning of Yang Chen, so he was so cautious. It was a good thing to have a good relationship with a fourth-grade alchemist master. The medicinal pill suspended in the air was swallowed by the black tiger predecessor. He thought that the black tiger would hesitate for a long time, but he didn't expect it to be so straightforward. The black tiger had already taken the medicinal pill, and the Yang Chen trio began to be nervous. Yang Chen was also a little anxious. After all, it was a method he had heard in the spiritual world. He had not practiced it yet. If he failed, it would not look good on his face. Fortunately, one thing was certain, that it would not be harmful if it had no effect. This Yang Chen was still confident. After swallowing the medicinal pill, the black tiger predecessor did not seem to have any special feelings. Even after a long time, it was estimated that it had been about an hour, the black tiger predecessor had always had that lazy look, and it had not changed at all. What was going on? Fan Shan and the sect master of the beast taming school both cast their suspicious eyes on Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen frowned and secretly pondered, it seemed that it should not be like this. Suddenly, the black tiger that was lying on the ground let out a violent roar. Roar. The sound was earth-shattering. The ears of the three people who were not far away seemed to be blasted by thunder, and their whole heads were buzzing. Chapter 394. The black tiger, who was lying on the ground, suddenly got up. Just the movement of getting up brought along a turbulent wave of spiritual energy, making it hard for people to believe that this was the sickly black tiger from before. Roar. There was another roar. The black tiger predecessor suddenly stretched out his front paw and slammed it in front of him. A small mountain opposite the entrance of the cave exploded into a burst of smoke. Everyone's line of sight had been blocked, but their spiritual awareness could see it clearly. The small mountain was just slammed by the black tiger predecessor, and there was a huge tiger claw gap. It was neat and tidy, as if it was engraved on it. Here, in the mouth of the black tiger predecessor, there was a burst of cheerful laughter. I thought that I could not do anything in this life. I didn't expect that there would be a day. Fan Shan and the beast-taming sect master were already surprised and happy. This situation almost didn't need the black tiger predecessor to say anything more. It was obvious that the medicinal pill had played a role. Yang Chen, your great kindness to my beast-taming sect will be unforgettable. The voice of the beast-taming sect master trembled. There was one more Darching stage black tiger predecessor who could make a move. The beast-taming sect's waist could be straighter in the future. How could they not be excited? Although Fan Shan did not speak, his slightly trembling body had already betrayed his feelings at the moment. The two masters of the Yuanying stage, in front of the small cave entrance of the black tiger predecessor, were like epilepsy, trembling one after another, like crazy. What a powerful medicinal pill! The black tiger predecessor finally stopped all his movements and slowly walked in front of Yang Chen, looking down at Yang Chen. Its body was huge. Even if it just stood up, it was much higher than Yang Chen. Everyone could only look up at it. That's because the cultivation base of the predecessor is profound, and the injury has been under control for so many years. Yang Chen smiled slightly, but his mouth did not claim credit. If you drag it on a little longer, even if this younger generation junior has a great ability, I can't do anything. Here. The black tiger's heart was indescribably happy and he laughed loudly. For hundreds of years, because of the hidden injuries on its body, it did not dare to make a move easily. A master of the Darching stage was nestled in the mouth of the cave in the back mountain of the beast-taming sect, watching its own cultivation base being consumed little by little, but it still wanted to support the younger generation and slowly wait for death. No one would feel good in their heart. Today, Yang Chen's black tiger tranquil pill actually made its hidden injuries no longer occur. The strength of the pill was unprecedented. Not only was the injury maintained, but there was even a little improvement. In the past, not to mention fighting, lying down every day without moving would cause his primordial spirit to dissipate. Now, although the internal injuries were still there, they were no longer worsening. As long as he didn't fight violently, he wouldn't have to worry about any accidents. The injury had also improved, which was slightly inconsistent with what Yang Chen had said. The only explanation was that the second-grade black tiger calming pill was much stronger than the first-grade medicinal pill. But this also gave the black tiger predecessor more confidence. Since the injury had been maintained, then the next recovery was no longer an extravagant hope. Next, it was the grand reception of Yang Chen by the beast-taming sect master and several elders. All kinds of delicious mountain delicacies were brought up as if they were free. It seemed that if they didn't do this, they couldn't express their gratitude to Yang Chen. Several masters of the Yuanying stage surrounded Yang Chen like stars surrounding the moon. In addition to thanking him, there was no other words. Even when the elders saw that Yang Chen did not have any good spiritual beast, they patted their chests and wanted to give Yang Chen a high-level spiritual pet. Senior, we have already agreed on the reward before. This younger generation junior does not dare to be greedy. Yang Chen politely refused the kindness of the senior. He already had Xiao Tian, and he didn't expect anything else. Moreover, what kind of spiritual pet dared to be called high-level in front of Xiao Tian? This refusal made several seniors of the beast-taming sect look at him in a different light. There were not many young people who were principled and not greedy, especially with a super-high alchemy method. Their future achievements were limitless. Fortunately, Fan Shan and Yang Chen were already familiar with each other. In the future, this would also be a good karma for the beast-taming sect. The news that the Black Tiger predecessor's injury was stable, the beast-taming sect did not dare to publicize it with great fanfare, for fear that some powerful enemies would come to destroy it after knowing it. If they wanted to publicize it, they would wait for Yang Chen to refine the Black Tiger Yuan raising pill, and the Black Tiger predecessor's injury would be healed, so as not to be coveted. It was better to be safe than sorry. It was not that the beast-taming sect had a powerful enemy, but some sects were not willing to see the beast-taming sect sit so big. When the time came to make trouble, all kinds of means would be used. It was really impossible to prevent, and the beast-taming sect had to be vigilant. This was not the beast-taming sect's guilty conscience. Not to mention the beast-taming sect, when Elder Wu Xiong was refining, he also found a secret place and didn't announce it until the refining was completed. In this world, it was not only mortals who could not bear to see others doing well, it was the same for cultivators. After the Black Tiger predecessor's injury was stabilized, he was no longer willing to stay in the cave. He directly called out, and no one knew where he flew to play. Anyway, until Yang Chen left, he did not return, causing the beast-taming sect master to apologize. Yang Chen did not care much about this. Anyway, there would be a time to meet. Yang Chen had already seen that the Black Tiger predecessor was not so willing to be grateful. It was estimated that when the time came, in addition to the benefits promised by the beast-taming sect, the Black Tiger predecessor would definitely have other generous rewards. Of course, this was a later story. Let's not talk about it for the time being. The book promised to Yang Chen had already been collected in Yang Chen's Chengkuan bag. It was still Fan Shan, the Yuanying stage predecessor, who was like escorting an important person. He carefully escorted Yang Chen to the Maiqing Mountain Fierce Sun courtyard, and then he left. Originally, almost after returning to the mountain, Yang Chen and Yu Chendao continued to retreat together, but now there was Cheng Wansai in the medicine garden. Yang Chen was not so anxious. Instead, he made an appointment with the head of the palace and the head of the law enforcement hall, and invited them to Yang Chen's small courtyard. As soon as he entered the door, Yang Chen strongly requested the head of the palace and Meng Xian to arrange several restrictions. Hearing this request, the head of the palace knew that Yang Chen might have found something great. He quietly arranged the restrictions, then sat quietly, waiting for Yang Chen to speak. Yang Chen did not hide it, and directly told the matter of the arrest of Cheng Wansai, and at the same time expressed his own doubts. What was the Taishanmen's Jedan stage master doing in Maiqing Mountain, a place of humiliation? In particular, Yang Chen later found a refined mask that could change the appearance and temperament at any time, which was even more suspicious. Just because of this, you arrested him? The head of the law enforcement hall, Meng Xian, was a decisive person. When he heard the words, he frowned. It's not right. If you want to kill him, then kill him. Why bother? It's suspicious. The head of the palace did not think so, and directly told Yang Chen, get him out, let's have a good interrogation. Chapter 395. When Cheng Wen-sai was released, he did not collapse like those who had been sealed by Yang Chen before. First, the time was short, and second, Cheng Wen-sai was already a Jedan stage master. Although his cultivation base could not be improved, his state of mind was still there. Compared with the previous poor bugs in the foundation stage who were dealt with by Yang Chen, at least he could still maintain his state of mind and not collapse. Seeing Yang Chen and the head of the palace, Cheng Wen-sai knew that he had fallen into the hands of Chunyang Palace. At the moment, he did not talk much nonsense, and said to the head of the palace, "Give me a good time, the winner is the king, the loser is the thief, this Cheng has nothing to say. Want to die? Easy." The head of the palace did not pay attention at all, but Yang Chen directly took over his words, "Insulting my master, you can't live. However, before you die, this junior wants to know, what are you doing in my Qing mountain?" Even in the face of the head of the palace and the head of the law enforcement hall, Yang Chen did not conceal his killing intent for Cheng Wen-sai. At this point, the head of the palace and the head of the law enforcement hall had no objection. They all knew the things that Yang Chen had done. They knew what Gaou's position was in Yang Chen's mind. If he dared to scold Gao, then Cheng Wen-sai was courting death, the two would never stop him. For Yang Chen's interrogation, neither of them said much. What they wanted was the result of Cheng Wen-sai's words. Whether Cheng Wen-sai was dead or alive, they would not care. Yang Chen had already said that no one knew what was done secretly, so killing people was nothing. H. Don't be wishful thinking. Since Cheng Wen-sai knew that he was going to die, how could he cooperate? This old man is not afraid of death. Will I be afraid of your little kid's threat? As soon as these words came out, the head of the palace and Meng Xian also frowned a little. Yang Chen seemed to have just said too much, so that Cheng Wen-sai had no hope. It was estimated that it was impossible to know anything. Very good. Yang Chen nodded expressionlessly. Then, he revealed a smirk that made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. He looked at Cheng Wen-sai and said, "This junior likes people like you, Senior Cheng." Originally, this junior planned to seal Senior's 5 senses and go into seclusion with me for 10 years. Senior would eventually come around, but since Senior said so, this junior can only change the method. After saying that, Yang Chen directly took out a small porcelain bottle from his cosmos sack and poured out a pill the size of a longan. It was grey and inconspicuous. He smiled at Cheng Wen-sai, then pinched Cheng Wen-sai's chin and stuffed the pill into his mouth. He stroked Cheng Wen-sai's throat and exerted a bit of force. His spiritual energy was everywhere, and the pill was directly sent down his stomach. Cheng Wen-sai kept sneering. Since he already wanted to die, why would he care about torture? Now, it was just an unremarkable pill, even more insignificant. If it weren't for Yang Chen pinching his chin and unable to make a sound, he would have already snorted. After feeding Cheng Wen-sai the pill, Yang Chen threw him directly to the ground and no longer cared about him. He turned to the head of the palace and began to report the trip to the beast-taming sect. Hearing that Black Tiger of the beast-taming sect was so strong just by maintaining his injury, the head of the palace was also a little surprised. He couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, Yang Chen was a person of Chunyang Palace. Otherwise, there would be another powerful sect among the cultivators. While they were talking happily, Cheng Wen-sai, who was thrown to the ground, couldn't help but groan. Even if his spiritual power was sealed, his cultivation base was restrained, and his whole body could not move, his body over there still made a burst of tremors. It was conceivable what kind of pain Cheng Wen-sai was enduring. What kind of pill is that? Hall Master Meng of the Law Enforcement Hall was very interested in this. If the Law Enforcement Hall could have more of this, maybe it would be much easier to pry open some mouths in the future. It's nothing, it's just a pill that makes people itch. Yang Chen said lightly. As he said, Yang Chen had already walked to Cheng Wen-sai's side. In fact, sometimes, pain is not a big deal. Many people are not afraid of pain. But itch is not the same. It's simply unbearable, isn't it? Senior Cheng? Listening to Yang Chen's words, Meng Xian seemed to feel a little itchy somewhere on his body, and he couldn't help but reach out and scratch it. Cheng Wen-sai could only make some anxious groans in his mouth. The muscles on his face could still be controlled, and he kept making faces, trying to relieve the itch on his face. His body couldn't move, but there was still a glimmer of hope, hoping to be able to move a little. Senior Cheng, not letting you move is for the sake of Senior. Yang Chen said to Cheng Wansai in a serious manner, if Senior's hands and feet can move, this younger generation junior can guarantee with his life that there will not be a piece of good meat left on the Senior's body. As for why there would not be a piece of good meat left, Yang Chen did not explain. Everyone knew that Cheng Wansai would definitely scratch himself black and blue. The time is still early, Senior can slowly feel it. Yang Chen smiled. If this medicinal pill does not take the antidote, the effect can last for a year. This younger generation junior can be very responsible to Senior Cheng, as long as one more day. If Senior can use the flying sword, you can use the flying sword to pick out the meat on your body. Hiss. Cheng Wansai did not say anything, but the palace master and Meng Xian behind him had already taken a breath of cold air. A medicinal pill that could make people cut themselves alive, how vicious was it? We have plenty of time, we can take it slowly. Yang Chen simply sat down next to Cheng Wansai, looked down at Cheng Wansai's distorted face, and said slowly, this medicinal pill of this younger generation junior has no name for the time being. Senior, you are lucky, you are the first to enjoy the medicinal pill. I don't know what name Senior thinks is appropriate for this medicinal pill. This younger generation junior has thought of a few, but I think they are not enough. Senior can help this younger generation junior refer to it. Yang Chen began to stretch out his hand and counted his fingers, almost saying one word at a time, begging to scratch itch, begging to die, begging to break home, begging to be cut alive. Which does Senior think is appropriate? Every time Yang Chen said a sentence, Cheng Wansai's face changed to a distorted expression. When Yang Chen said these names, Cheng Wansai seemed to be unable to bear it anymore and moaned loudly. Give me a happy. Cheng Wen struggled, and his face changed into a few ferocious expressions before he finally managed to say those words. It was not so much said as squeezed from his throat. Want to die? Yang Chen sneered. Rest assured, Senior, you can't live even if you want to. However, it depends on when you want to die. When you figure it out, inform this younger generation junior. This younger generation junior will personally send you on your way. I said it. Cheng Wansai shouted again. Only by shouting like this, the strange itch near his neck could be slightly relieved. This younger generation junior is listening. Yang Chen's face did not have much sympathy, and said coldly. Chapter 396. In Cheng Wansai's intermittent narration, Yang Chen and the other two finally understood Cheng Wansai's intention to come here. Because the last time he fell from the Jedan realm, and his lifespan and origin had been greatly consumed, no matter how Cheng Wansai practiced, it was impossible to have great achievements. Being able to return to the Jedan realm was already the limit, and it was impossible to improve. However, he was also a Jedan realm supreme master. Many cultivators with limited qualifications could not reach this realm in their lifetime. Although Taishanmen no longer regarded Cheng Wansai as a key training object, they still had the necessary respect. They also wanted to set an example for other disciples by putting Cheng Wansai in an important position on the surface. The sect would not give up any disciple. Cheng Wansai and Yang Chen and Gao Yu had a big hatred this time. Unless they had to fight to the death, there was no way to ease it. After careful consideration, the sect gave Cheng Wansai a secret mission, that was to carefully draw some disciples of Chunyang Palace, destroy from the inside, and then achieve the purpose of overturning Chunyang Palace. Of course, this plan was long-term and could not be achieved overnight. But even so, Cheng Wansai was like a treasure, and he took the initiative to undertake this task. He was a Jedan realm supreme master, claiming to have received an important task, but in fact, he had become a marginal figure. Cheng Wansai was blinded by hatred and did not know it. Hearing this, Yang Chen and the other two shook their heads with a sneer. This time, in addition to seeing if there was a chance to draw some disciples of Chunyang Palace, there was another important task, which was to retrieve a batch of things that had already been hidden somewhere in Maiqing Mountain. As for what it was, Cheng Wansai did not know. Where is it? Meng Xian asked in a deep voice, but his face was already angry. The things that had been hidden in Maiqing Mountain needed Cheng Wansai to retrieve. It could be seen that it was done by people inside Chunyang Palace who were not suitable to go out. How could there be such a traitor in Chunyang Palace? Meng Xian could not help but be angry. Cheng Wunsai did not dare to hide under the itch and directly told the location. It was not far from the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace, which meant that the person who placed the things could not be too far away from the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. After listening to Cheng Wunsai's location, Meng Xian was about to go out and investigate it, but he was stopped by Yang Chen in time. "No hurry, Hall Master. Let's listen to what he has to say." Yang Chen stopped Meng Xian for a reason. Meng Xian froze for a moment, then stood there without saying a word, waiting for Yang Chen's next question. He could also see that although Cheng Wunsai was forced to say these things, there were some things that he would not say unless asked. "Is there anything special about the hiding place?" Yang Chen, who was beside Cheng Wunsai, asked leisurely. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and formed a hand seal. Then, a stream of spiritual power hit Cheng Wunsai's body. Cheng Wunsai felt a sense of comfort all over his body. It was as if someone had scratched the itch all over his body. It was so comfortable that he couldn't control himself. However, this feeling only lasted for a few breaths of time. Then, the itch became even more unbearable. If he had been enduring it, this itch would be like this, but it was interrupted for a moment. After a moment of comfort, when he endured it again, it felt even more uncomfortable than before. In an instant, Cheng Wunsai once again fell into that kind of violent trembling and constant resistance with a ferocious expression. There is a concealment array." Cheng Wunsai almost shouted at the top of his lungs, "You have to use my token to go in." Without saying anything, Yang Chen took out Cheng Wunsai's Chenkuan bag, rummaged through it, and found a token. It was made of metal, and there was an array engraved on the front, but on the back was a seal character token. "There is no ambush." Yang Chen took the token and looked at it a few times, then directly threw it to Meng Xian. "Just take the token." Cheng Wunsai could no longer hold on and said quickly. Meng Xian received the token, looked down at it, nodded to Yang Chen, then removed the restriction and rushed out quickly. The head of the palace sealed the restriction in time and sat there with a very ugly face. "Palace Master, do you want to ask him about the Taishanman's cultivation method?" Yang Chen looked at the ugly face of the head of the palace and couldn't help but ask. Cultivating the cultivation method of other sects is a taboo in the sect. The head of the palace was led away by Yang Chen's words and quickly replied to Yang Chen, "The cultivation method of my Chunyang Palace is not worse than that of other sects. You don't have to think about this." In this regard, Yang Chen disagreed, but he didn't say much. At Cheng Wunsai's level, the cultivation method that he could access was limited. There was no need to find trouble with these low-level cultivation methods. "Yang Chen, you say, my Chunyang Palace is also a dignified Dao sect. How can there be people who do this kind of deceiving and destroying the ancestors?" Meng Xian did not come back, and the head of the palace did not have the intention to interrogate Cheng Wunsai. Instead, he talked to Yang Chen. "The Taishanmen are now hidden as the leader of the Dao sects. Naturally, there are people who follow the red and white, it is human nature." Yang Chen replied casually, "The Taishanmen have never stopped annexing the small sect. In fact, several other big sects are generally the same. Chunyang Palace has the powerful cultivation method and magic weapon left by the ancestors, which is what the Taishanmen need." There were many words that Yang Chen did not say much, but he believed that the head of the palace himself was clear. The ancestor was strong, but now the disciples were not living up to expectations. The most powerful one was only in the yuanying stage. Such a big piece of fat meat, it would be strange if others did not covet it. There were also disciples who felt that there was no future in the Chunyang Palace. On the contrary, after the merger with the Taishanmen, it was said that they were disciples of the Taishanmen, which was much better than the disciples of the Chunyang Palace. The head of the palace no longer asked anything, just closed his eyes and waited slowly. Yang Chen was also bored and began to turn over Cheng Wunsai's Chenkuan bag to see what could be seen. After a while, Meng Xian quickly rushed back. From here to the outside of the mountain gate, it was not far. With the strength of the yuanying stage master, Meng Xian quickly went back and forth. After returning, he handed a small Chenkuan bag to the head of the palace without saying a word. This was obviously taken from the place that Cheng once I said. There was no mark on it, and he couldn't see which sect it was. Opening the Qianquan bag, the head of the palace was stunned, and then he reached out and took out two things. A porcelain bottle was opened, and there were dozens of medicinal pills inside. Seeing the medicinal pill, Yang Chen could almost be sure without hesitation that it was the qi-seeking pill that He Lian refined for the disciples of the Yi Xiu villa. The other thing was a jade slip. The head of the palace just scanned it with his spiritual awareness and saw the contents inside. However, this content made the palace master even more angry. What happened in the Pyongyang palace in the recent days was described in detail, no matter how big or small. Chapter 397. Anger. The head of the palace and the head of the law enforcement hall were unprecedentedly angry. Although these two things were inconspicuous, they had completely sold Chunyang Palace to the Taishanmen. Qi-seeking pills were for those prospective outer sect disciples to help them find the elixir to sense qi. The grade was not high, but it required a unique method of controlling the fire to refine. Because of the qi-seeking pills, the number of Chunyang Palace's prospective outer sect disciples who successfully became outer sect disciples in the past 2 decades had doubled compared to previous years. This was the secret trump card of Chunyang Palace and the foundation of the revitalization of Chunyang Palace. In addition to Yang Chen and He Lian, only the head of the palace, the head of the medicine hall, the head of the law enforcement hall, and a few elders and a few other people knew about the qi-seeking pills. This was the secret of Chunyang Palace. Even these hall masters of the Fierce Sun Hall and the Bright Moon Hall did not know. Yang Chen and He Lian had long been told not to spread it. Even the general manager of Yeshio Villa, who was responsible for giving these medicines to those prospective outer sect disciples, did not know what kind of medicine it was. He only knew that it was sent from above to supplement the body of these prospective outer sect disciples. After taking it, it could reduce the consumption of the disciple when practicing, so every time they practiced, they had to take one, that was all. But now, this porcelain bottle of qi-seeking pills also meant that this secret had been discovered by the guy hiding inside Chunyang Palace, and they didn't even know how to get a bottle. If this was handed over to the Taishanmen and let them study it, they might not know the refining method at first, but they could definitely discover the role of the qi-seeking pills. At that time, if the Taishanmen gathered a few big sects and pressed them down in the name of Taoism righteousness, Chunyang Palace would fall into a passive position. Although there would not be any loss because of this qi-seeking pill, and they might even get some benefits because of providing qi-seeking pills, the leading advantage of Chunyang Palace would also be beaten back to its original shape, and everyone would return to the starting line. This kind of secret, naturally, could be kept for a while, but it was betrayed. How could the palace master, who had always taken the revitalization of the Chunyang Palace as his own responsibility, not be furious? The things recorded on the jade slip were even more unbearable. Not only the new movements of the upper level of Chunyang Palace in recent years, but also the changes of the middle level were clearly recorded. Even the newly established Hall of Eccentrics was among them. In particular, it was analyzed that Chunyang Palace might have mastered the trick of turning the monsters into humans. Otherwise, the 3 monsters of the Hall of Eccentrics would not all be in human form. This was another big secret. The Chunyang Palace had tried many ways to cover it up, but it was recorded so clearly on the jade slip. Although there was no transformation art, it was enough to infuriate people. Yang Chen's movements during this period were also clearly recorded, but it was only recorded until the retreat of alchemy, and there was no follow-up. Presumably, that guy still did not know what elixir Yang Chen and Yu Chendao were refining. This piece of jade slip fell into the hands of Taishanmen. Chunyang Palace was almost like living naked under the surveillance of Taishanmen, and there were no secrets. Palace Master, that place has been arranged for a long time. If I don't hold the token, I can only guarantee that I won't die when I go in with my cultivation. Meng Xian waited for the palace master to scan the contents of the jade slip, and then said, "The concealment of the formation is very good. It is impossible to find it without a radius of 3 feet over there. That place was originally on the half of a cliff, with bare rocks. There were neither medicinal materials nor treasures of heaven and earth. Who would go to that place? What was particularly shocking was that the formation that could trap the Yuanying stage was silently arranged so close to the gate of Chunyang Palace. This was by no means a day's work. At the thought that Taishanmen might have begun to move against Chunyang Palace hundreds of years ago or even earlier, even the head of the palace couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Yang Chen was also very surprised. He thought that the destruction of Chunyang Palace in his previous life was because of him, but he did not expect that Taishanmen had started to arrange it many years ago and hid it so deeply. It was scary to think about it. Maybe when he killed the young master at that time, it was simply a huge conspiracy. The arrangement of the barren sand valley. Yang Chen almost had a cold sweat, but he still calmly mentioned the barren sand valley. It must be known that after the exposure of the barren sand valley, all the sects were shocked. Taishanmen began to arrange in the territory of the Five Elements sect hundreds of years ago. The Five Elements sect was a first-class sect. In contrast, the arrangement in the Chunyang Palace was a piece of cake. The only thing to be thankful for was that the qi-seeking pill did not explain in detail, but only guessed. This could only explain one thing, that was, that all those hidden guys did not know the role of the qi-seeking pill. In this way, at least the people who knew the qi-seeking pill could be ruled out of suspicion. Good. Good. The head of the palace was about to explode, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. The sudden eruption of anger made even Yang Chen feel some pressure. Fortunately, Yang Chen could withstand it, but Cheng Wen-sai was not so comfortable. The itch was hard to stop, plus the pressure of the head of the palace, it was like falling into a double hell. You are too much. After a loud shout, the head of the palace angrily shouted and ordered, Meng Xian, according to the things recorded on it, carefully investigate and see who can get access to these things. Yes. Meng Xian bowed and received the order. This was his duty as the law enforcement hall master. When he first got these things, Meng Xian had already been furious once. Even without the command of the palace master, he would pursue it to the end. This guy, Yang Chen, you can deal with him at will. Pointing to Cheng Wen-sai, the head of the palace did not have any mercy at all. The other party had already inserted the poisonous hand at his own door, and it was only at the entrance of the secret pavilion of the Chunyang Palace. If the head of the palace could protect Cheng Wen-sai, it would be a ghost. Yes, the palace master. Yang Chen also bowed and promised. Originally, he did not intend to let Cheng Wen-sai go. With the words of the head of the palace, he was even more unscrupulous. You can go to alchemy with Hall Master Zhu at ease. You don't have to worry about other things. In the end, the palace master gave another order. At present, the power of Chunyang Palace was still small, and it was impossible to compete with the Taishanmen. At this time, the Black Tiger Yuan pill refined by Yang Chen had a huge effect. With one more ally, the momentum of Chunyang Palace would be stronger. When you solve the matter of the beast taming sect, I will allow you to enter the secret pavilion again. The head of the palace was also determined. Yang Chen not only brought allies to the sect, but also discovered such a conspiracy. It was absolutely necessary to reward him, and the reward must not be light. Chapter 398. For whether he could enter the secret pavilion, Yang Chen did not have much interest. For Yang Chen, there was no difference between one more entry and one less entry. Anyway, the pure Yang true fire that Yang Chen wanted most in the secret pavilion had been obtained by Yang Chen, and he was allowed to keep it for 300 years. In 300 years, Yang Chen definitely had a way to refine and absorb the pure Yang true fire. Even if he took a step back and Yang Chen couldn't refine it, there was a way to absorb the pure Yang true fire with the profound spirit furnace. Other things, Yang Chen was not interested. Cheng Wen-sai, even the head of the palace, did not mean to let him go. In the hands of Yang Chen, it was even more impossible for him to have a chance to survive. Every injustice has a cause, every debt has a debtor. Senior Cheng, you have harmed this younger generation junior again and again. This time you insulted the master of this younger generation junior. You can't be kept, go on your way with peace of mind. In the face of Cheng Wen-sai, who had collapsed, Yang Chen also did not have any soft-hearted and directly cut off his head with a sword. At the moment when his head left his neck, Cheng Wen-sai's face, which had been decapitated, actually showed a smile of relief, which made people feel even more creepy about Yang Chen's pill. The body of the Jedan stage master, although sloppily, could also nourish the blood demon vine. Soon, Cheng Wensai became a pile of bones under the roots of the blood demon vine, and there was no Taishanman Cheng Wensai in the world. Soon after, Chunyang Palace broke the news that the 4 turns longevity pill, which had been collected in the secret pavilion of Chunyang Palace, was taken away by a mysterious person when the medicine hall master and Yang Chen took it out for research, and its whereabouts were unknown. Chunyang Palace was furious and began to mobilize people to hunt down the mysterious man. Under the tracking, they accidentally found the hidden maze. After several masters arrived and violently broke the formation, the mysterious man had already disappeared without a trace. Since then, the Taishanmen had no news of Cheng Wensai's whereabouts. When the news spread, everyone's consensus was that Cheng Wensai had gone into hiding to cultivate after obtaining the 4 revolutions longevity pill. Even the senior officials of Taishanmen hated Cheng Wensai to the core. Because of this, a hidden stake that had been carefully arranged for hundreds of years near the Chunyang Palace was destroyed. While he was spreading the news, Yang Chen was already preparing to refine the Black Tiger Vitality Pill. The trip to Liangyang Mountain would take about a month. When Yang Chen wasn't around, Zhu Chendao had already accepted He Lian as a disciple with great fanfare. Furthermore, he and He Lian had a summary of the methods used to refine the Black Tiger Pacification Pill. Whether it was Zhu Chendao or He Lian, they both benefited greatly. After greeting their master, Yang Chen and the other 2 gathered at Yang Chen's Ardent Sun courtyard. Next, it would take almost 10 years to refine the Black Tiger Vitality Pill and completely cure the hidden injuries of the Black Tiger predecessor. The process was similar to the process of the last refining of the Black Tiger Calming Pill. First, Yang Chen refined all the medicinal herbs with the Earth Core Fire, and then Cheng Wen took over. According to the normal way, all the medicinal herbs were refined to a certain extent, the initial solidification pill, and then Yang Chen carried out a fine refining, and finally the pill. Everyone was very familiar with the alchemy process. This time, there were many medicinal materials, including the Black Tiger predecessor's monster core powder, so they couldn't be careless. This was the monster core of a master of the Dacheng stage. It took Yang Chen half a year just to refine these monster core powder. Next, Zhu Chendao once again began the long refining process. Alchemy was not an overnight work. Everyone who practiced alchemy had experience. It was not difficult for Zhu Chendao to reasonably distribute his physical strength and spirit power. At the beginning, the process was relatively simple. Zhu Chendao even had the spare energy to tell He Lian about some alchemy skills, as well as the identification and processing of medicinal materials. Especially with the refined medicinal liquid, it was the best sample of medicinal materials. It was clear and logical to talk about it. Yang Chen had a plan. In the process of Zhu Chendao's refining, Yang Chen would completely merge the Earth Core Fire and the Jade Phosphorus Fire and Ice Cold Flame that had been merged before, into a new flame. Of course, this was by no means the last flame that Yang Chen wanted. It was just a transitional flame. Yang Chen didn't even bother to name it. He just called it the Compound Fire. Yang Chen's goal was to fuse a large number of flames, especially the Sun True Fire, Moon True Fire, plus the Pure Yang True Fire and the Pure Yin True Fire that may be found, and finally become one of the most powerful flames, the Yin Yang Heaven Burning Fire, or the Yin Yang Heaven Burning Fire. This goal was still very far away. At present, Yang Chen could only integrate these low-level flames first, and even the Sun True Fire could not be easily touched. He could only wait until after the solidifying Dan and enter the realm of the Jedan Stage Master, and then he would have the idea of the Sun True Fire and Moon True Fire. Before the fusion, Yang Chen, of course, would first take care of his spiritual pet Xiao Tian. The spirit beast bag bought in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion was too low-level. Yang Chen directly put Xiao Tian in the bottle medicine garden. Naturally, with the monster race's beast-controlling secret art, Yang Chen did not forget to complete the initial communication with Xiao Tian. Putting it in the medicine garden was to let it swallow the elixir freely. Except for the blood phantom vine that couldn't be moved at will, as long as Xiao Tian was willing, it could swallow whatever it wanted. What surprised Yang Chen was that Xiao Tian just ate a few profound yang fruits and never touched those elixirs again. Unless it was hungry, it would eat a profound yang fruit. Whether it was a millennium ginseng or something else, Xiao Tian didn't even look at it. Even if he threw the spirit stone to Xiao Tian was also dismissive. In this regard, Yang Chen had no good way to deal with it. There was no memory of how to feed Xiao Tian in his mind. It seemed that he could only go to the spiritual world and ask those seniors for advice. However, when he opened the medicine garden this time, Yang Chen saw a very unexpected scene. Xiao Tian, this grayish-white puppy, actually had a flying sword in its mouth, and was very happy to jump around in the medicine garden. In the medicine garden, where did the flying sword come from? Yang Chen was also very surprised, but soon understood that this was the Chengkuan bag that was thrown in when he dealt with Cheng Wensai. He didn't know how it was discovered by Xiao Tian, and he was having a good time playing with it. Thinking of the origin of Xiao Tian, Yang Chen was also relieved. It seemed that such a spirit beast needed an extraordinary way to cultivate. He simply threw the thousands of flying swords that he had plundered into the medicine garden. Xiao Tian seemed to know the goods very well. These flying swords that had been refined by the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art and the universe treasure raising secret art attracted all its attention, and it happily rushed toward the flying sword in front of it. However, in the end, he still did not dare to touch those high-level ones. He just chose one that seemed to be the lowest level and slowly licked it.